FIFAe Finals have travelled far and wide over the years, but for this edition we find ourselves in Riyadh, ready to battle for the FIFAe Club World Cup trophy, which will now have no back-to-back champion. Ducks America knocked out last year's winners Riders Atletico Madrid, and the other upset was that Fnatic suffered a final minute blow at the hands of Hollywood to eliminate them from the competition. Wow, what a day we had yesterday. Upsets galore here at the Gamers 8 Festival with the FIFAe Club World Cup Finals, which we're delighted to be hosting for you over the course of the next 2 weeks. Well, welcome then. Hopefully it'll be a little bit calmer today, but I'm actually not expecting that to happen as we are ready for Knockout FIFA here. Alongside me I have 4 guests to talk all about everything that happened yesterday and preview the next 2 days as well. Well, Brandon Smith, Alex B, August Rosenmeyer and Richard Buckley. He's no longer a referee, he's back in his regular attire. Thank you very much. Guys, have you managed to just reassess what we saw yesterday? The shocks, the upsets of day 2. Brandon, I mean, let's talk firstly about Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that is the shock of all shocks. No one expected that. I mean, Richard Buckley sat next to me and joked about Hollywood getting maximum points yesterday and somehow having this Hollywood story, but he'll nod, he'll say that he knew it was coming the whole time, but Hollywood taking Fnatic's spot was the story of yesterday. Them not in this tournament is huge now.
Did you speak tactics then before the show yesterday to Hollywood?
No joke. No joke indeed. Look, I think that they are such a good team. They just had to get the confidence going. They had to get the momentum going. And as soon as the ball started rolling, it did not stop. And look, we can talk as long as the broadcast is about Fnatic and Riders both being eliminated. We're getting a new champion.
Yeah, and of course, Hollywood now get to take on RB Leipzig, don't they? That's a tough matchup. But Alex, we've got to talk again about the other really big story, which was Riders getting eliminated. The defending champions couldn't make it through to knock out FIFA here.
Yeah, they only picked up 1 win for the whole of the group stage, which when you're playing 10 games of FIFA, we know how good they are across 2 legs. Just that 1 leg affair didn't treat them too well. Tuga and Andoni, they were disappointed yesterday. Tuga's got to regroup quickly, though, with the further tournaments coming up.
Yeah, Aggie, it was disappointing, wasn't it, for Tuga and Andoni? And Andoni put out a tweet to show his disappointment as well. I think we're going to see exactly what he said. Disappointing time. Here we go, Aggie. I mean, yeah, we just talk about this. Andoni said we tried everything and it couldn't be. Despite dominating most of the games, we didn't achieve the objective and we were left out with 10 points totally deserved. Congratulations to Ducks and especially to Neat, who is the best. And next week, we will try in the E-Nations together. That's because they're going to go again with each other, for Spain. But yeah, tell me a little bit about your surprise at Tuga and Andoni possibly not going through.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a big surprise that they didn't make it through. I really think they would have been a very, very strong side in a knockout stage because, yeah, it's a very defensive, strongly team, but sometimes it's a risk not taking risks. And
Absolutely. I think the thing with me, you can go 4 wins and 6 losses. You can have a negative record in the group and still get through. Drawing helps nobody. Today, it's a different tournament. Now we're in Knockout FIFA and we're in a sort of vibe where all these players know what they can expect in 2 legs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, disappointing then for the Riders boys, but this is what happens on day 3. It's all changed, Alex, isn't it?
It has changed indeed. We now head over to Knockout FIFA, which is what these players are used to across their season. What it means is that you're going to play 2 games of FIFA, home and away. And obviously, if you are drawing at the end of those 2 legs, it goes into extra time and maybe some penalties as well, Rachel.
Yeah, and a couple of in-game substitution, maximum 5. And we can also see 1 team substitution. So if these clubs have bought 3 players, we might see some rotations happening as well. We saw it yesterday, didn't we, from the Chrome X guys, a Malaysian team. They decided to switch out, I believe, as well. Yeah, let's have a look then at the tables and see where it finished. I wanted to bring this up, guys, because we had a little bit of a competition running as well. We decided to put who we thought would stand at the top. No one said Basel. None of us, not one of us. A couple of us said Fnatic, Aggie and Richard. Anyway, let's move on. Group B, top of the table, Napoli. 2 of us said Napoli. Brandon, you did, and Aggie, you got that one right, so 2 points there. It was pretty exciting, wasn't it, for them? 18 points they managed to achieve at the end of 2 days. Ninjas then going through Pro-MX as well. Group C, RB Leipzig, as we expected. Top of the table, well, 3 of us expected that. A lot of us did say Riders,
Yeah, how did that
5
one go,
of us.
Rachel?
Well, that didn't go very well for a lot of us. Didn't go well for you either, Rich. Ducks, you said. Rachel, Brandon, Mike, all said Riders. And then Group D, obviously topped by Wave. 6 of us got that correct. Mike said Bromby. Aggie, you said Man City. Not a great day at the office for them, was it?
No, I had to try to support my experienced boys. I mean, I played with Ryan back in hashtag, so yeah, unfortunate for City.
They do have the experience, and Stingray, didn't he, from Atlanta Wave? He said they were one of the best teams in the competition, but unfortunately did finish in 5th place yesterday, so did unfortunately get eliminated from the competition. But we hope to see Ryan and Shells bounce back, and can't wait to see if they do keep their contracts and continue with Man City Esports next season. Well, I believe it is time then to welcome our 16 remaining teams to the stage here, ready to battle in Knockout FIFA on day 3 of the FIFAe Club World Cup. Right, let's get ready then to welcome our teams. Well, that is Ajax Brazil there. PH Zin and Resende make up that duo. They've got a CV of CVs, those two. Tough next round matchup. They're playing from England. The boys in green and white, Team Footwiz. Just getting ready to take their seats there. The South American duo. And that's the team they're playing, Ethan and Nick Sneb. Well, here we have it. Next up, we've got the local team with the noise behind them. The ex-Raptors, Twisted Minds, and we've got Ducks America there. Remember, yesterday they had a great match. They knocked out Movistar Riders, or Riders Atletico Madrid, as they are now renamed. A lot of pressure though on the Raptor boys. They're clapping though, the fans, saying thanks for coming to support us. That's Goliath Gaming there from South Africa. Kaylin and Beast Bianchi. We've got the boys from Basel. They topped the table in the end. But all eyes will be on these two. They wanted to top their table, they didn't in the end. They said they're ready. Mind games at the ready. Guys, what do you make of these two and their performances so far? Aggie, they had the pressure on, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely, but they have the crowd with them, and I think that's a huge boost and could probably end up being a big advantage for them. But let's see, it's definitely added pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that is Ajax Brazil then, they're ready there. But Spen is down there with Leipzig, who they said themselves, they're the favourites, Spen.
They did, and listen, we're getting to knockout football now, Rachel. There's a million different booths I could go to, and there's a lot of storylines, but I want to focus on this one for this first game. It's Leipzig going up against the Hollywood boys. Obviously, we have Anders and Umut here. First of all, congratulations on a really good group stage. You had the most points, 22 points. You had the best goal difference as well, which was plus 12. Does that increase your kind of favourite status?
Of course, we are really confident because we played a really well group stage, but today are knockouts, so everything is on 0 and we have to start new.
How much of a chance did you get to see the Hollywood journey? Because they had 1 point after day 1, then they went and won 4 of their 5 games and just squeezed through. Does that represent a bit of a threat because of the momentum they're on?
Yeah, of course, they're also a really good team. They also knocked Fnatic in the last game out, so they're really good and we have respect for them, and we just try to play our best game.
Anders, how have you found the first few days? Are you feeling even more confident than when we last spoke?
Not really. I knew we had to play really bad to not go through, but I'm happy that we played really good. We got the highest amount of points out of every group. But yeah, I know that we are big favorites in this match, so yeah, I hope we can live up to the expectations once again.
Best of luck, lads. Yeah, big pressure comes with that new status, or not same status really they had at the start, which is of favourites, of course. Here are the Hollywood boys. Now, is it fair to say, lads, you're playing with a little bit of less pressure than the RB Leipzig boys? Maybe people didn't think you'd get through, but you said it yesterday, you've never been grouped, and here you are.
Of course, they're the favourites to win the whole thing. So if we lose, it is what it is. We've got no pressure on us, really. We're just going to go play our best, hopefully.
What is the plan again at Tron? How do you beat the legends of RB Leipzig?
Stop this step everything. If we can do that, I mean, if we play our game as well, especially like if we play like yesterday, we can definitely put on some trouble. But I think so. Yeah, if we just keep our game plan simple and just move the ball around, we should be good.
It would be a massive statement win if you were to get it, wouldn't you? Be knocking out the existing world champion, be knocking out Anders, who's qualified for all 3 events, much like yourself, of course, Mark. But would it mean you would no longer be flying under the radar if you were to pick up a win here?
Oh yeah, if we win here, I'll expect to win the whole thing, really. They're the best team, so if we win here, it's a big, big statement.
That's a big statement from you there as well. Are we going to see the eventual winners come out of this game? There's every chance. This is a big one. They're all big ones now, guys. Enjoy.
Yeah, every chance. I just love how relaxed the Hollywood boys are as well. Just leaning on the back of their chairs. Contrasting styles, wasn't it, to RB Leipzig there. Well, that's one of the matchups we're seeing in the round of 16. Let's have a look at who else is taking on who then. So, obviously we've got Leipzig then taking on Hollywood. That's on the other side of this spider draw. You can see X-Raptors, Goliath Gaming, they're up first. Ajax Brazil are up first, and Footwiz. And the other 2 matches are Napoli DC, that's a bit later, as is Wave and Team Exceed. Other side of the draw then, well, we've mentioned RB Leipzig Hollywood, that's coming your way in a few minutes, as is Basel Ducks America. Then later on you've got Bromby and Chrome X, and Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, Apogee Poland. Well, it's getting lively in here. They are not supporting the boys, though, from Germany, RB Leipzig. But a couple of people in here will be. And actually, we got a chance earlier in the week to learn a little bit more about those two.
I'm Umut. I'm 20 years old. I'm playing for Rebels Gaming since 3 years.
I'm Weiergang. I'm 17 years old and I've played for Rebels Gaming in 3 years now.
Why are you laughing?
You know?
I think like we're spending a lot of time together. Of course, like when we win tournaments, or when any 2v2 tournament is. Anders is like one of the best players. I think like his reaction is, I think he has the best reaction. He's like so really young. I think for his age, he's also good experience. So he has also a good mentality and weakness. Maybe the only thing is that sometimes you have to be like a little bit more calm. But yes, otherwise, like, of course, he's one of the best.
He's world champion, that says enough.
What?
He's world champion, that says enough.
What should I say to the other teams?
But they want us to be arrogant.
And I will not be arrogant. If you want to say something, you can say something.
We're like the most exciting team to watch because like Umut is world champion and then I'm like, yeah, probably like the biggest name in the scene, so. And there's also a lot of pressure on me, but I know that like if we're gonna play good in the tournament, we will also win the tournament.
Well, Umut there saying that Anders could be more relaxed. Aggie, Anders, talk to me about him a little bit more. What's he like? Does he have any superstitions heading into matches that you ever seen?
Not really. I think he's just very, very confident and believes in his own abilities, as we can hear. He thinks he is the best, and he's usually showing it. And together with Umut, it is definitely the favorites. So yeah, he's not trying to underestimate themselves. He's going for the gold.
Yeah, well, they're all going for the goals. They're all going for the trophy as well. Big matchup though, Rich, as well. Footwiz, Ajax. In your opinion, who comes out on top there? You haven't got long to give me your answer.
I'll give you the backstory when we get into the game, because it's historic between these two. But I think Ajax just squeeze it.
Ajax just squeeze it, even with Ethan, and he knows all about Ajax, of course. Nick Sneb and Ethan. The time is now for these guys, it really is. I feel like they need to step up. They are playing the best FIFA of their careers, Alex.
They are indeed right now, and for Ethan and Nick Sneb, we know day one they came off a little bit ever so slightly as we got close to the end of that day. Day two, though, they managed to scrape through. They looked good near the end of the tournament, and obviously, as Richard will tell us once we get into that game, a lot of backstory with Ethan and Resende. I'm looking forward to the action.
Well, we've kicked off round of 16. is away. Right, let's take you through these 4 matchups.
Yeah, well, this is going to be one of our featured matchups that we will be taking you through. Round of 16 is officially here at the FIFAe Club World Cup. Remember, the prize money jumps up. This is the biggest ever FIFAe Club World Cup it's been, with a $1 million prize pool on this one. I'll bring Richard back into the conversation because he did want to tee up the storyline here, Rich. There's a lot of history, not just between the 2 teams, but between the players in the teams.
Yeah, so in FIFA 20, the Club World Cup, Ethan and Resende was a team for 11s. Who did they knock out in the first knockout match? Team Footwiz, Jamie and Marco. FIFA 21, South American region, ESL Torneros, the team that PHZin was playing at the time. Who did they beat in the grand final of the South American Club World Cup? Team Footwiz. It's basically Resende and PHZin 2-0 against Footwiz in the Club World Cup, Brandon, and they look to be going 3-0.
Yeah, well, you said they might edge it. It's Ajax to take the lead in this game. They had a shaky second day in the group stage. I think it's safe to say, Alex, yesterday in Team Footwiz, but they just about scraped through. Not the best of start for the UK boys.
Definitely not the best of start there. Resende and PHZin, though, they looked confident in that area, just taking that drive with R9. The near post green time finish. Resende and PHZin, they want to start strong, they want to start quick, just having that ability, get your first shot off and go for the green time as well. Brilliant start.
Yeah, well, let's jump around the games. As we said, we've got 4 round of 16 games taking place in this round. Ducks America, they were going absolutely mental at the end of play yesterday. It was Neat and Zezinho, and they found that they just about did enough to scrape through in the group of death. We still sit here now, Alex, and wonder how on earth Atletico riders didn't make it through, but simply they just didn't play well.
No, they did not get enough wins on that board, and ultimately, as we've said, plenty of times draws will not always guarantee you through. Ducks America, we have to give them credit. They did what they needed to do yesterday. We saw that goal from Neat, just taking it past the goalkeeper, having that confidence is why he's one of the best players in Europe right now. Zezinho, they were sat there, they were waiting, they were looking up at that big screen saying, what is the result going to finish in that Riders game? And thankfully, they see themselves into the last 16. However, we have to say FC Basel, top of their group, a team that maybe we didn't talk about too much. They just went quietly under the radar.
Yeah, well, there has been a goal in one of the other games. If we can get it on a replay as soon as we can. It's between Hollywood and RB Leipzig Gaming. Richard Buckley and Aggie are watching the game. What's happened?
Yeah, they've been outstanding. I've got to say, RB Leipzig, 15 minutes in, 1-0 up. It's just incredible stuff as we see the crowd erupt into celebration. That's Goliath Gaming versus ex-Raptors Twisted Minds. 1-0 up, Agate.
Yeah, there we see Raptors just working their way into the box. No, they're not. They're just going for the power shot, and we see the chanting fans there. Amazing scenes.
I was speaking with Goliath Gaming before we started, and they were confident. They'd watched footage. They knew exactly what they were going to get. It's one thing playing against it. It's another thing stopping it, as Goliath Gaming 1-0 down in this round of 16 matchup. What, other than the crowd buff, other than everything else, what has Raptors been doing so good? I'll get your opinion on that in 1 second's time. This was RB Leipzig in the opening minutes of the match, going 1-0 to the good. Slight fortunate on the rebound, but Umit and Anders are just a different breed right now.
Yeah, and we were just watching the first 15 minutes of the game, and RB Leipzig were putting pressure. They were creating the chances. So it's not completely undeserved that they get rewarded with a rebound goal there.
Back underway. Goliath Gaming and Raptors Twisted Minds. Goliath Gaming 1-0 down. It's the worst case scenario. You're not only a goal down, but you've got the fans on your back as well. Twisted inside the box. Good driven pass, well intercepted. And what happens when the ball gets turned over? A cheer from the crowd every single moment. It's like being at a football match. It really is. A tackle, a possession loss. They erupt in celebration. And this side right now could be your 2023 FIFAe Club World Cup champions. Just the way that they're playing, confidence is at an all-time sky high.
I mean, they're definitely playing with confidence. It seems like they're just finding solutions regardless of what their opponents are doing.
And they're building up again inside the box. They're so instinctive, the way that they get the ball out wide, and then it's either a finesse shot, a long shot, a power shot, or it's that driven pass right into the heart of the box. It doesn't give you a long time to get back into the match. It's really sort of a tough way to play because you've got two players on the pitch. As soon as they start pinging that ball around in around the box, you can't turn it over.
Yeah, the repertoire is definitely there from Twisted Raptors.
Well, we spoke up Ajax and FIFAe. It's not a great day to be a FIFAe fan, Brandon.
And it was a nervy ending to group stage yesterday. They won't want to see this one again. It's just not good to look at, is it, on the replay, Alex?
No, that cross coming in, Van Dijk, it looked like he had it under control. You just sometimes have to go, all right? Back's up against the wall, I can't go back to the goalkeeper, I can't pass it out. Let's just go long and get it gone. However, FC Basel, they started off that group stage so well, finishing top of that group. Dux America find themselves 1-0 down, Brandon.
Well, the thing that was so impressive about that group running that they had as well from FC Basel, Alex, they were the only team in the group stages not to draw a game. And what are we saying that, yes, in the build-up in all of our couch segments about how deadly it can be to draw games. FC Basel's mind, it was, look, we go for the attack and we try and win the game, or we just take too many risks and we lose. Drawing just wasn't on the cards.
No, it wasn't, and that's where at times that one-game format can suit some people. FIFA players are so used to playing across those two legs that if you can get that 1 or 2 goals within the space of 60 minutes, it's almost going to be impossible for the opponent to come back and do a magical comeback. However, Basel just winning after again.
Yeah, back over to Richard and Aggie at half-time. It is still 1-0 though to the home side here, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. The home side in every aspect of the sentence. The Raptors' twisted minds. Just such a good side here, as we do see a goal back for FIFAe, just approaching half-time. Alex, do you see a road back into this game for Team FIFAe?
Yeah, they did it once yesterday. They were 2-0 down. They pulled it back and got that 3-2 win. There's one thing we know about Nixneb and Ethan. They want to go forward. They want to play with that attack. They don't want to sit deep. They don't want to put all their numbers behind the ball. They say, give us a chance to go forward. We want to drive. We want to get into that area. Nixneb, one of the best mechanical players here at this tournament. So there's no surprise at times. They do start off a little bit slow, but once they get going, we know they have goals in them, Brandon.
Well, they're a special team, aren't they, Team FIFAe? Especially from the ground upwards, the infrastructure they have there from Dan, who's been heavily involved in not just UK FIFA esports talent, but also in the Oceania region. They're two players that they've just really nurtured and brought on this year. And, you know, look no further at runs they've had in the EA Sports Cup, although they may not have won that tournament. They were one game away from auto sort of qualifying themselves for this tournament.
Yeah, they have indeed. And Nixneb, a young player that's coming through, learning with each tournament, growing with confidence as they go. But we are back over in this Dux America FC Basel game. Dux America started off slow, 50 minutes in, 1-0 down.
Well, just a point on Dux America as well. They scored 7 goals across 10 group games yesterday. It goes without saying, in the offensive third of things, they have to really up it because it's just simply not been good enough.
Yeah, they do need to come out and get a couple more goals, but the thing is, with a 2-leg format, sometimes you can be a little bit more safe, knowing that you have that 2 legs to go across, as we just see FC Basel trying to push on that door. But I believe, Richard, you've got some news for us.
Yeah, we're back underway in the second half. I think Neat scored 6 of the 7 goals as well. I think Zazinho only scored 1 goal individually during that duo partnership. We're back underway. Team FIFAe and Ajax. We've been watching a number of these games, Aga. Before we head on back to Brandon and Alex, what do Team FIFAe need to do to get back into this game after being trailing 2-0? It's now 2-1. Signs of revival?
Yeah, I think it was very important for FIFAe that they got that quick goal back. Ethan just doing the step overs and then a ball roll and a power shot through at the forward post. So, I mean, that's definitely a beginning, and we have to remember this is not a best of 1 anymore, it's best of 2, so you have more time and you need to not panic if you get behind.
We've been following Goliath and Raptors and RB Leipzig Hollywood. Both games 1-0 at the moment. We've got a few more goals, Brandon, Alex. Anything really potentially starting to look a bit tasty?
Yeah, certainly. Well, what do we say that wasn't good enough from Dutch game? And it was simply not scoring enough goals. You said Neat scored a few of them. We'll work out who that was in the interval. Doesn't surprise me though from Neat. He's always been the more of the flairier players in the final third, hasn't he? It's a case of Zazinho does the dirty work, gives the ball to Neat, and he says, go and express yourself. Yeah, for sure. That one, though, a little bit different, just for that switch of play, the knockdown coming across from that cross. And I'm going to say, I believe that was Zazinho there. I think he's the captain with the one that has the instructions of when they want to offside trap, when they want to make those tactical changes. I'm sure we'll get some confirmation of that. However, they are back in that game 1-1 as we're back with the FIFAe Ajax game right now. 2-1
Nick Snebb and Ethan. As we're kind of seeing this, it looks like they're starting to develop a little bit more in this game, Brandon.
Crucial was it for them to get a goal back in this game? They could get a second. That's fantastic timing. As we join it now, it's normally the commentators curse the other way, but for Footwiz, it's an all-important equaliser. Love a big UK support behind them, driving them forward, hopefully towards a final eight in the competition. They have rich history in the Club World Cup, and from being 2-0 down, whatever changed, whether it was just a simple chat between the two players, Alex, it has worked wonders for them. And Ajax will be sitting there thinking, how have we given away a 2-0 lead?
Yeah, worked wonders for Nick Snebb and Ethan right now, pulling that back to 2-2. For PH and Resende, though, you have to be looking at each other and saying, we were 2-0 to the good. That's the best start that we can have in this round of 16. They're looking at each other saying, what's happening? What's going wrong? They might just need to find themselves, get into that 90th minute, regroup in between that second leg and look to go again. However, Ducks America, we spoke about them, Neat and Zazinho finding their way back in, all level across these two games.
Speaking of Ducks, there's a rebound on the finesse. It could have been. Instead, it was an easy tap-in. Ducks have completely flipped the game on the head, and they've nearly scored a third of all the goals they scored across 10 games in the group stage. It's such a better outing for the originally created Spanish esports organisation, Ducks Gaming. Zazinho played in this tournament last year. He was grouped alongside Diogo, who's now the coach in that team. Neat came in, and whatever they've done is working wonders. Let's jump across to Richard Buckley and August Rosemeyer. What is the latest in this game?
Yeah, we're joining it, 15 minutes left to play. I'll be completely honest, when RB Leipzig went 1-0 up within the first 10-15 minutes, I thought they might have pulled away from this game, but Hollywood have been very resilient in the defensive end.
And I think it's very important that you don't give them more than a goal, because if they get the taste of it, we know what the likes of Umut and Anders is capable of, and maybe we could have a second here.
Yeah, they just stepped on the press ever so slightly. A couple of step overs, I think Anders the one implementing. For people at home, he will be the dark blue icon. He's the captain of this side, controls the goalkeeper. As you see him all the way out there, perfect on cue, thank you Anders. And Umut will be the lighter turquoise icon above your head. If I was to guess, I would imagine Mark 11 be the red icon and the yellow icon will be Nagidi. Let's on over to the hometown heroes, Raptor Twisted Minds. Again, 1-0 up here against Goliath Gaming. Similar story, they scored an early goal, but haven't been able to capitalise and double their lead.
Yeah, I think, and it also a result of where we are now.
This could be the doubling of the lead as he dances inside the box with Pele. Just a big tackle at the back there for Goliath Gaming. They've defended well though, Goliath. We've been watching this game.
Definitely, and we saw it in the groups as well. I think we have the low scoring affairs right now because it is the knockout
stage. There you go. And there you have it. We talk about Goliath Gaming. I went on the stage before we kicked off. Every single day so far, I've gone up and I've spoke to Goliath Gaming. And Beast Bianchi today said, I'm glad you've come up and spoke to us because I think you're the lucky charm. Maybe I am. We go on their game, they score a goal. And the crowd, all of a sudden, just push ever so slightly here in the arena. We have to remind you, we have changed format for today. This will be a two-legged match. The FIFA esports that you're used to seeing over the season, aggregate scoreline in use, extra time and penalties. How does that change from a one-legged game now to a two-legged game?
It changed everything for the teams here. They definitely have to be, or they will be more patient. They won't panic as much because they have more time to get back into a match. So very, very important. And I will have this thumb rule that you can never be behind with more than two coming into the second leg in a best of two. And that's also why we see the cagey affairs here. It's the first game of the day, and all days here at a World Cup is different. It's always difficult.
And I don't imagine that we'll particularly see a team throw bodies forward in the final few minutes here to try and get a leading scoreline in this matchup, as they are just seeing out the last few minutes of this game. As we head on over for the final 10 minutes to Footwiz versus Ajax.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. This game's just settling down ever so slightly as we head towards the last 6 minutes or so in it. Have to remember that Ajax were leading 2-0. It was Team Footwiz that came from that huge goal deficit just to change things around. But it came from these moments, Alex, where they have to be careful at the back.
Yeah, you have to be very careful knowing that you conceded one of your goals from doing exactly that. Nick's Neven Ethan just seeing out remaining 3 minutes. I will give credit to Ajax though, been watching this game. They were 2-0 up, pull it back to 2-2. That's difficult for you to have that conversation with your teammate. They've said, look, let's just slow it down, let's work our chances as we can, and let's try and get to that 90th minute, which right now they're doing that.
Yeah, looking across the ground as well. We've got full times coming in for the end of the first legs. Ducks America coming from 1-0 down to win their first leg 2-1 against FC Basel. RB Leipzig did conclude that 1-0 win over Hollywood. A full time between the South African side, Goliath Gaming, and ex-Raptors Twisted Minds. And last but not least, our last full time whistle here for the end of leg 1.
Yeah, there was a draw in each of your matchups and a lead in each of them. And for me, the biggest surprise was probably, guys, Ducks America. They scraped through, it's fair to say. Yes, they remember they were the team that knocked out Riders Atletico Madrid. They took on table toppers Basel and have got the lead 2-1. You were across that one, boys. Did you expect them to be as dominant as they were in that first leg?
I didn't expect them to score 2 goals.
Exactly, they hadn't scored that many, had they, at all group stages?
And they did somehow, but again, I think we're going to sit here and we're going to say it again and again and again. Group stages are different to knockouts. It just brings a different player out when you're playing for even more cash. There's no second chances, there's no opportunity to draw or play 10 group games, and I think that's what we're seeing here from Ducks America.
Yeah, and do you think Ducks, obviously a lot of the teams do, but really kind of come alive when they have 2 legs as well? They've got this 1-goal lead, taking it into that second, Alex.
Yeah, when you've got a player like Neat on your team, they're so used to this year playing 2 legs of FIFA that, yes, that one game in that group stage can be a little bit difficult. If you have that bad moment or two and you don't get yourself going quick enough, you can find yourself 1 or 2-0 down. Across the 2 legs, though, you have that little bit more time, that little bit more room to just find your feet, and Neat and Zazina are one of the experts at that.
And the comeback kings again, Footwiz.
Absolutely. I think when we saw them down at 2-0, it's a very dangerous scoreline, isn't it? Because you can see it again, your head's in your hands, and you're thinking, oh, God, we've completely messed up this knockout stages. But they paused the game, a little chat, got themselves together, back in the game, and now, it's a best of 1 pretty much, 2-2.
Yeah, exactly. Going to talk to you about Anders and Leipzig there. We expected them to take the lead, but we expected them possibly to run away with it, and they haven't been able to do that at the moment.
Yeah, usually when you see Anders and Umut going in front that early in the game, you assume that they're going to score more. But Hollywood did very well by just stabilizing the stuff, working their way into the match, and just making sure. Because now they have 90 minutes where to play. They had an experience. Now they have something to take on with them for the second leg here. So it's definitely wide open, and I mean, only 1 goal, everything can happen.
Do you think Hollywood have anything up their sleeve to come back against Leipzig in this second leg, Rich?
I think the biggest thing was keeping the tie competitive going into the second leg. They didn't get blown away. And when I saw him go 1-0 down early doors, you get a little bit fearful of, oh, this could be done. This could be 4 or 5, but they kept in the game. They're going into a second leg now where we've already seen they can perform miracles. 12 points out of 15 in 1 day. What's stopping them? They're in the tie, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and the other game that you were looking at was obviously Raptors and Goliath. One that actually I expected to be tight, especially Raptors on day 1, if you can't remember, ran away with it. Everyone pegged them back a little bit, didn't they, on day 2? And Goliath, again, a little bit unsteady, getting sucked in to that drop zone a bit. But that's been a great matchup, and even more so that Goliath have to contend with that over there against them.
And given the layout of the studio, they're sat closest to the fans as well. They're the closest team on the right towards the fans. Just when I was speaking to Goliath, he's probably the team that I've had the most chats with, always very chatty before the game.
Do you want to go and talk to them now, Rich? I hear you're a lucky charm.
I mean, I can do. Just the way that they were talking very openly, they watched all the gameplay from last night, they know exactly what they can expect up against this Raptors side, and they want the challenge, they want the fans, they want to tell them they said we're going to be humble, but if we win, there'll be a celebration.
Baggy, that's nothing new, is it? Don't you always watch a lot of your competitors' clips from online and you analyse them quite a lot?
Definitely, I mean, that's a part of it here, and they definitely analyze from A to Z on the Twisted Raptors. It's super, super vital. And I mean, well done to Goliath as well for just bouncing back, because it's not easy when you're playing here against an opponent who's on home turf and gets an early goal. I mean, they responded really well, and I think this game is more open than we would have expected before the match.
And then there's just a little bit, a needle between them as well, because when we were playing online, South Africa were having to compete from the West Asia region. where Saudi Arabia are typically very dominant. So he said, it's not a lot, but there's just a little bit. We want to get them back a little bit because they beat us pretty much in all the qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. Boys, I know you weren't really across the Leipzig games. Do you think they're just teasing their opponents a little bit in terms of Hollywood? Do you think they have the ability to go up another gear?
I think for Hollywood, the difficult thing is, like Richard said, yes, it's down to only one goal. At the minute, you're still in that tie. But if you don't get that goal within the first 45 minutes, Hollywood then have to come out and be more aggressive. There's one thing we know about Anders and Umit. If you leave less numbers at the back, Anders is so quick with those step-overs, he will punish you and they will find their way through. So Hollywood, they need to try and get a goal in that first half to then give themselves a good chance to settle down and see where that tie can go.
Ajax Brazil then, they had a 2-goal cushion, lost that. Does that hurt now going into the second leg, Brandon?
I think because they've come out in a position where they're not losing, I know they've given away a 2-goal lead, it is different to obviously coming out as a 2-2 scoreline. We just saw the players on camera there just having a few minutes to take a breather from that game. All the coaching booths here have got iPads in them where you can literally go back and watch all the gameplay, certain moments, and with the coaches and the infrastructure that a lot of these teams have, they'll do that. I just wanted to have a point on the Goliath gaming quickly while we've got a minute. They're the only team that qualify from Africa. Every time they come to these tournaments, not many people rate them, you know, and they feel like they've got like a bit of something on their back every time they come here. They play in difficult conditions, you know, connection-wise and stuff as well. And the fact they're matched up against multiple play styles around the world, like they always loved the fact that they're the underdogs coming into this, and what a chance they have of knocking out the only Saudi team in this tournament.
Was that the question for you? I thought he looked right at you there because
I'm just
well,
hyping him up because I want to be on this free flight to South Africa that he's going to be winning if he keeps being this good luck charm.
I said he should go out there, and I've just actually noticed as well why we've got a little bit of a pause. Nick Snebb looks like he's jumped out. Maybe it's a quick bathroom break, so he will get back into the games as soon as he's back in his chair, basically. It looks like Denman's there. I was like, no.
Does he fancy it?
No, he doesn't. He absolutely doesn't.
Denman looks like he is performing. But yeah, the fact that South Africa, the first time they actually got this far in the competition as well, one of these teams.
Yeah, I think they're not only playing for themselves, they're playing for the entire region to put more focus on it, and they've been very vocal about this as well. I mean, we have seen them throughout the Global Series for a long time. I mean, I played against Beast Bianchi back in FIFA 18 at the playoffs, so he's not new to the scene, and they want to put South Africa and Africa in general more on the map, and they are on their way to do create one of the biggest results in Africa's history in FIFA esports right now.
Yeah, it would be great. And they have Boosie, she's part of the team as well. She's not here, but she is actually highlighted on the website. This is the match we were talking about from these two competitors, Rich.
Yeah, they've been absolutely loving that power shot, have Raptors twisted minds, anywhere in around the box. Goliath Gaming, very similar to a lot of the teams here in the round of 16, kept in the game. They didn't let the game get away from them. But they are dealing with a rambunctious crowd, as you can just see, up on their feet, giving the Raptors twisted minds maybe that extra 2-3% that they need to get over the line here in a tough Goliath Gaming matchup.
Well, I'm looking at all the screens. You can't see them all. It looks like everybody has now taken their seats and we are ready to go with the second leg of FIFA. Those boys are loving it. We're loving it. Back into the action we go. Let's kick things off then with Ajax taking on FUTWIZ.
Yeah, back on the way here for the second leg. Me and Alex B will be guiding you through Ajax team FUTWIZ whilst keeping a close eye on FC Basel against Dux America. I think the key thing in this game, Alex, is FUTWIZ not again. We're not going 2-0 down again 25 minutes into this one.
No, they want to make sure they start off in that good position, Brandon. Don't give the ball away cheaply like we saw in that first leg. However, though, Nick Snebb Ethan so far in this tournament sometimes have been slow burners, but then once they get going, as we said, one of the best attacking teams here, create multiple chances, and they'll be happy to go in at 2-2 after that first leg.
Well, I can see and I can hear that we've already had a goal going in. It's a game that I've not got my eyes on, but I know someone that does. Richard Buckley, what is going on over in that Goliath Gaming Raptors Twisted Minds match?
3 minutes on the clock is all it needed, Brandon, for a goal. And it was a goal for Goliath Gaming, getting down the byline. Great work inside the box, just laying it off, just waiting, and bang! The Travella comes in, hits the top corner, and we have a shock on our hands, Aga.
Yeah, definitely just taking the chance with a long shot there and saying to Raptors, you're not the only one who can shoot from outside and succeed with it. And that's exactly the start they want to have on this match, just trying to silencing the Saudi fans. And again here, Raptors just trying to come back. But
yeah.
I mean, amazing match so far. And a start to this that will definitely make it more open.
But if you look at all the scores, 2-1, 2-1, 1-0, 2-2. All the games so evenly contested here. We'll stick on this matchup between Goliath Gaming and Raptors Twisted Minds for the meantime. This is arguably the biggest shock so far. The High Flyers, Raptors Twisted Minds, the Saudi Arabian home field favourites against the resilient South African duo of Goliath Gaming. And here is Goliath building up on the edge of the box. Can they quite get that bounce to fall their way? It's Zidane holding the possession. Jude Bellingham's the man in his shadow. However, poor passage of play there will turn over possession. And Raptors Twisted Minds come forward with Neymar on the Trivella. Good save from Edwin van de Sar. Hollywood and RB Leipzig. Another matchup that is 20 minutes into the second leg. We've not had a goal yet in this second period. However, RB Leipzig with the goal in the first leg mean they will be progressing through to the quarterfinals if it stays as it currently is, Aga.
And right now Hollywood just trying to find a way through the defense, because we spoke a lot about how great attackers Umut and Anders is. But that defense been on point as well throughout this competition. And we speak a lot about a lot of goals win you games, defense wins you championships.
It's something very similar to like what Tex has to deal with almost. He's so good going forward, people forget how good of a defender he is. And I think that's very similar to RB Leipzig. The only problem probably with RB Leipzig that you would say is when it does potentially go awry, it falls apart.
Exactly, and that's where you need to hit them, but it's very hard if you're already down with one. You need to be very, very patient. You need to wait for the right opportunity to try to come into the head of Anders and Umut. But right now it doesn't seem like they're under total pressure, but it's still a very good sign, I'll say, for Hollywood that they're managing right now to keep the game this open.
Still a pretty 50-50 game. Even though RB Leipzig are leading, it's not been emphatic by any stretch of the imagination, it has to be said. 30 minutes on the clock. Could be a chance here for RB Leipzig. Just building up on the edge of the box. Hollywood defend well. Let's head on over to Brandon Smith and Alex B. Anything happening in your matches? FC Basel and Ducks America. Ducks still got the lead.
Yeah, to be honest, it's been quite a slow start in the second leg matches to kick things off. They were full of goals to kick things off with. This time round, it has been a stalemate. Ducks America still lead 2-1. Here's FC Basel, though, on the attack, looking to try and tie this game up. This is nice from R9. All the skills are out on show, and it's defended well by Gigi Buffon, who, I don't know why, is a defender nowadays, but he is, thanks to the recent Shapeshifter promos. I'm hearing goals going in the other games, Alex. It seems like we can't get any, but Richard and Aggie can.
Goals, indeed, Brandon Smith. And it's a third goal in this tie for Goliath Gaming. The ball whipped out wide, the German cross comes in, Virgil van Dijk on the volley, and we might not see it, but he stood up, he turned to the crowd, and he just told them to calm down. Beast Bianchi, 3-1 up.
Bold move there. You don't want to turn on the Saudi fans even more, because what they can do to lift their team, they're supporting, but it also shows you signs of confidence. It shows you that they're ready now.
Yeah, they certainly are ready. No goals between Ajax and Footways, Brandon, but we could have one here.
Yeah, we might have one here indeed. It's Pele dancing quite literally in the box. That could have been 3-2 Footways.
I spoke to you about why Footways are so dangerous in that area. It's almost like at times, Nick Stevie, from when they're on the ball, they don't know what they're doing because of how quick they input those skill moves, which in the turn means for Resende and PHC, you're going, where do I go? Do I go left? Do I go right? Do I stand up? How do I commit? How do I win that ball? Pele with that strike, goalkeeper matching it though. Has been a few chances here and there.
Yeah, there has been. Although it's been a 0-0 game, either Team has been able to create a few. Here's one now, Ajax with on eyes. It's the back of the net. Resende and PHM will restore their leads. It's only by one, but it's on the stroke of half-time, and there is no better way to go into the half-time interval than that.
PH in Resende down the other end, taking that chance with clinicalness on R9. It's funny how you can have your back up against the wall inside the 18-yard box, thinking, where do I go? How do I defend this? You get that counter-attack through, and they find themselves going into half-time with that lead.
Goliath Gaming, 6 minutes to go before half-time. 3-1 up, 2-0 in the second leg. That 1-1 draw from the first leg means they are in pole position to knock out the fan favourites, the Raptors' Twisted Minds. What have they got up there? Look, that threaded through ball just falls through to Van der Sar. Doesn't seem to be clicking.
And we can also see they're starting to be a bit more aggressive now, trying to press higher. They know that they're running out of time. Still loads of time to go with though, but 45 minutes can feel like a very little in FIFA eSport at this stage of the competition.
If Goliath Gaming were to go on and pick up this victory, it's a continent-defining win. It's often, a lot of people from the African region say that we're not respected, we might not have the servers, we might not be able to even compete in FIFA eSports. This puts them well and truly on the map, and that ball not only should be rolling, it should be sprinting to change.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a huge performance from Goliath, and I mean, the momentum you can carry on with you throughout the competition by knocking out a fan favorite. I mean, we shouldn't call them out. They got through the group of death, as well as now beating hometown favorites here.
Looking on board here with RB Leipzig and Hollywood. We saw a little glimpse of Anderson at half-time. There was conversation. It wasn't necessarily aggressive conversation, but they were chatting. They were quite animated at the break. Now we've only got 30 minutes left to play. Hollywood need a goal, but they left it late yesterday to qualify into the knockouts. They did it in dramatic fashion, in process, eliminating one of the biggest orgs that we've got in the scene in Fnatic, Tex, Diogo. That's why you're not seeing them today.
Be so hard to read Anders.
RB Leipzig in a goal, just squanders wide of the post. Huge chance.
Yeah, it can be so hard to read Anders's feelings because he's so expressive as a player and he shows a lot of emotion. So many times it seems very frustrated, but I think inside he's thinking we're just knocking on the door, and it's coming. Yeah, and I think we're not going to see Leipzig slow down. They'd rather go for a second than trying to just defend.
Second goal right around the corner for RB Leipzig.
Goal. FIFAe's back in this tie, and it's a cross. It seems that all we're doing is watching crosses in 2v2 FIFA.
You have to give credit there to FIFAe's with Mbappe finding that header. Header's a manual, which means you have to be so accurate with where you're aiming. FIFAe's do exactly that. However, though, Ajax, they had a chance at the other end. Goalkeeper makes a massive save, and we see Ethan and Nixneb come down the other end, put themselves back into the tie, Brandon.
How big is that? Because we were watching the player cam at half-time, and on one side of Ajax, you're seeing lots of talk between the two teams. On the FIFAe side, there wasn't a word spoken between the two. They both just look at their own screens. They weren't interested in talking through any sort of tactics or how we're going to get back in this game.
No, they weren't. But that's one thing we know with Ethan and Nixneb. They back their ability. They can be so good in those areas, as we previously mentioned. Right now, they haven't done comebacks throughout this tournament, Brandon. They find themselves back in it at 3-3. And from that roar, I think we're going to assume there has been a goal for the home crowd, Richard.
It certainly has. Goliath Gaming maybe poked the bear, shall we say, here. When he got up, Bispianchen told him to be quiet. The Raptors Gaming back in the tie at 3-2. Build up on the edge of the box. It was slow, it was patient, but when they had to be direct, that's what they were. Driven shot into the bottom corner, game on, Aga.
Yeah, one of their signature goals here at the competition. We've seen them doing it many times, and hold on here.
And they're in again. Just off the back of that goal, it could be 3-3 again, exactly the same. Get the ball out wide, driven pass in field. One thing in particular about this game, there was a little bit of a delay at the half-time whistle, so the other matches, maybe 70, 75 minutes in, we've got a long time left to play. There's a lot of FIFA still to unfold in this matchup.
Yeah, 30 minutes is a long time, especially with the pressure of the crowd for Goliath. But let's just follow this.
Goliath, a couple of stepovers, well defended once again. I wouldn't be surprised if you start going for that German cross again. It's worked for them already.
I mean, they're starting to find solutions here. They struggled to get past Goliath Gaming's defense, but when you get that first goal, or it's a second, but the first goal in this match, you're starting to thinking, we can actually do this now. This is the way we're
as well when you're on the
do.
stage, like, okay, we can do this now.
Yeah, and when it's only one goal, you know that your opponent's gonna struggle a little bit. It's gonna be nervous. It's only one goal.
Nerves certainly jangling for Goliath Gaming. The back heel is nice, just a little bit too delicate for Raptors' Twisted Minds. I hope it's coming through to you at home. Every single time they lose the ball, Goliath Gaming, there is a cheer. There is boos when they're in possession. It is hostile, to say the least, for Goliath Gaming. But they do not care one bit as they come towards the byline, cut it back. The sliding tackle just out of reach. That's really unfortunate.
Was very, very close there with the step over from Goliath Gaming. Would definitely have given them some freedom to breathe. Just trying to work out, as we see here as well, the fans doing everything they can to help their team.
They're seriously trying. Whipped into the back post, it'll go out for a corner. And a pause comes in for Goliath Gaming.
Well, it looks as if, Richard, the first two games that will conclude in this round of 16 is going to be one of your ones first. RB Leipzig Gaming against Hollywood. We'll throw it back to you in a few minutes. But a game that we haven't really spoken about, Alex, is FC Basel Ducks America. That's because it's been a 0-0 second leg. But for a team that were hanging on and literally scraping fourth place in yesterday's group of death in Group C, might be knocking out the chart toppers of Group A, FC Basel.
This is why we love FIFA esports. When we have group stages into knockouts, we saw Ducks Gaming, they didn't score too many goals, but right now they're showing their defensive masterclass as well against FC Basel. The team that finished top of their group, Gianluca and Bone, they were so confident yesterday. Right now they have 10 minutes remaining as Ducks are on the attack.
Yeah, well, let's leave this one because there's a game to conclude. Richard Buckley, August Rosemeyer, RB Leipzig, are they minutes away from the quarterfinals?
Certainly are, and it seemed very unforeseen circumstances, really. I expected a 1-0 lead after 10 minutes, a comprehensive victory. However, Hollywood have stuck in the game and they're looking to be late bloomers once again. But with seconds remaining, a 1-0 win over two legs. A pause comes in, the 5-4-1 is there. The cue to pause, 90th minute yesterday. They went on to score in injury time. Are we going to see a repeat again? We will have to wait and see. 70 minutes left to play between Raptors Twisted Minds and Goliath Gaming. And don't worry, you've not missed anything. It's been all Raptors in this tie as they get a third and the crowd erupts here in Riyadh.
Wow, this is scenes, as you say, Richard. They've done it. They made the comeback.
And they're letting them know about it as well. Just listen to that noise.
Scene speaks for itself. Pressure is definitely back on. And I mean, what a game we're having.
During that goal, we did have a full time. We left it with injury time remaining. We gave full times from around the grounds. FC Basel, one last attack, Brandon.
Yeah, this is it for FC Basel. It looks as if it is going to be all smiles and vamoses for Ducks Gaming, who are through to the quarter-final stages. This is why we keep saying it. You can have a great group day, but it's a different story in the knockouts. Full time there. RB Leipzig are through, and more importantly, so are Ducks America.
I think if you'd had that conversation with Ducks America this time yesterday, saying you're going to be through into the quarterfinals of this tournament, They might have said, we're not too sure about that, Brandon. However, they find themselves there. We're back with Ajax, Team FIFWiz. It is 3-3, 6 minutes remaining.
Shows what a good sleep and a good breakfast can do.
It does. I've not had the breakfast yet, so maybe Zizinho needs to give me some tips.
You're missing out. Lots of Spanish omelette in there. Back to this one. 3-3, Ajax, FIFWiz. The Raptors Twisted Minds Goliath game is in the 80th minute. We'll pass you back over there as soon as we know what is going on with this game. We are minutes away from extra time. Keep in mind, whoever wins this is in the quarterfinals. Last attack falls the way of the UK esports organisation Team FIFWiz. Ethan and Nixneb, what have you got up your sleeve in these sort of areas? Ajax win the ball back nicely or not? There's two hands on the ball. Will take us, I'm pretty sure, into extra time. Long ball forward from Ajax. They clear it wide. Let's head back over to Raptors Twisted Goliath Gaming. 5 minutes left in that game.
5 minutes indeed, and it's been all one-way traffic. Raptors Twisted Minds, after getting the third, have been looking for the fourth and the decisive goal in this tie. Are we going to extra time?
I mean, it depends on this attack, because they're definitely taking the last one here and putting all the pressure. And I can't start to wonder if it were a good idea. Yeah, I mean, it's a risk. It's a lot of feelings. Obviously, we want to get out, but maybe they turned on something.
1 additional minute here. Will it be a minute to save a tournament? Unless Goliath Gaming come down the other end, the ref's going to let it play. The boo's rain out. 1 more chance for Goliath Gaming. Will it be late? Will it be great for Goliath? Not quite. Extra time is where we are heading. Incredible, incredible scenes here. Ajax and FIFWiz. 3-3.
Yeah, and it's underway in extra time. Let's jump over to it now. We just saw, Alex, about 2 or 3 minutes of the players' POVs. Just a very different side of the story. Ajax, they looked excited for extra time. They look ready for extra time. You've got to remember, this is the team that lived in extra time in the E-Nations Cup final last year in Copenhagen.
They've been there, they've done that. They can claw back on previous experiences, knowing they've been here and done it. For Ethan, Nixneb, the conversations were there. Denman was getting involved, trying to rally up their players, saying, come on, we can do this. It's 30 minutes. Keep switched on. And do what you two do best. But Resende and PH in, it's just an entertaining game, Brandon.
Really is. Credit to both of these teams. Unfortunately, someone is going to have to go through, even if we have to go to the dreaded penalty shootout here. The E-Club World Cup Grand Finals this year at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which plays host to the first ever $1 million FIFAe Club World Cup, as Ajax look to build up for their first real attack in extra time. Nearly 10 minutes on the clock here. We'll stay with this game until half-time in extra time. And then we'll jump back across to Raptors Twisted against Goliath. Last 5 minutes here. FIFWiz in possession, looking to create that chance. It could be enough to send them into a top 8.
So at these moments in extra time, for players, the nerves really start to kick in. You make one mistake, you might not have enough time to find your way back into that game.
Well then. What can FIFWiz cook up? Not a pass like that from Thierry Henry, unfortunately. The Brazilian boys who were picked up at the start of this year by Ajax Esports signed new deals as well to 2025 just a month ago. Can they defend this attack though from FIFWiz? Here's Henry. Added time of just 1 minute in extra time. So much noise going on around us. We'll get to the other game as soon as we can. Camavinga finds De Jong now, building up nicely. Camavinga whips it into the box where it will be defended well. And the referee should take us into extra time as we jump ships over to that other matchup.
9 minutes gone in extra time between Raptors Twisted Minds and Goliath Gaming. Not too much to talk about, really. It's been quite a stagnant first half of extra time, as it usually is.
Very, very cagey affair, Rich, as you are saying. Both teams definitely don't want to take any chances now. We could probably see this game go to a penalty shootout, which would be maybe the first, maybe not the first of the day, because we have the other game as well, which are a bit in front of this one, but it is definitely a tight affair.
Of 2 consecutive penalty shootouts. Don't worry if you are wanting to see Footwiz and Ajax. They're currently in a technical pause, just making a few changes around with the time they have remaining left to potentially impact this game. Final chance of the half will fall to Goliath Gaming. What can they cook up? João Felix on the edge of the box, just tackled, and that will do us for your opening 15 minutes of extra time. Conversations certainly raging at the moment in the Twisted Minds booth as the fans wait in anticipation for the second half to start. The second half has already started between Ajax and Footwiz.
What are we saying, Rich? Penalties, both games?
Surely not.
I think we could be. We're back on the way. Ajax against Footwiz. 15 minutes left to be played. If we're being brutally honest, in that 15 minutes, that first section of extra time, we didn't really see any real chances be created.
No chances whatsoever for either team. Ajax at half-time, there's a lot of tactical changes. Nick the Hammer behind them, the coach just wanting to put his input across, finding any sort of slight bit of angle they might be able to create a chance or two. Footwiz on the other hand though, Denman's behind them, he's rallying up, he's saying come on, we can do this. Now, matter of nerves.
Atmosphere here to play into. Keep in mind that we'll only play up to the semi-final stages today. Tomorrow will be a championship Sunday. This game is in the 113th minute, the other match is in the 108th minute. Both games still all square. Probably enough time to have one good attack. For either of these teams, you can't even imagine the nerves now. With passes going astray like that, just trying to be creative, but also just so nervous on the ball. Last 4 minutes, now he's back to Footwiz. It's your roll of the dice, it's your last chance to send yourself into a top 8 quarter-final. You might be hearing noise, I can confirm, still no goal in that game. It is still all square at 3-3 between Raptors Twisted and Goliath Gaming. 114th minute in that game. We're staying with this one now first though. Ajax against Footwiz. Added time is here now. Footwiz, what have you got? Have you got ice in your veins? No, unfortunately it's a horrible high through ball. Penalties here. Let's go through it then. Ajax to step up first. Paul Pogba over it now. Will it be one goal to the good for Ajax? Yes, it will. First penalty down the middle.
Over to Footwiz. Pogba with the longest run-up in the game. Does he go left? Does he go right or middle? Steps up, saved! Ajax one to the good.
Advantage for Ajax. It could be 2 from 2. Kylian Mbappe always reliable. Not this time.
Bruno Fernandes. Ethan Nixneb. Saved again the same way, Brandon.
Up steps Ajax. They do score. And I can confirm penalties is on the cards in the other matchup as well. Here's Mbappe with Footwiz. Finally they do find the back of the net, but they still do trail in the shootout. Right, I've never done this before, but we'll give it a go. Saved again from Ajax. We'll keep you up to date on the right-hand side of your screen. We'll conclude that one first. Footwiz have scored again. This is it really. Round 5 of pens. Ajax to step up. They do score. Footwiz have to score. If Ajax save, they're into the quarter-finals. Up steps Van Dijk. Panenka down the middle. In the other game, very quickly, Raptors Twisted Mind with a 2-goal advantage. Make that 2-1 on the scoreline. Ajax in sudden death. They score. Footwiz is back on your hands again. Footwiz must score, or Ajax are through to the top 8. Ajax do not save that one, and we go again in sudden death. I'm keeping up to date with this Ajax Footwiz game first. Ajax miss. Footwiz, you score, and you're on your way. No, they miss as well.
Goliath Gaming with a chance to go 3-2 up in this shootout as Ajax stick it in. Goliath 3-2 up, winning penalty, Brandon, potentially.
This is it, Footwiz. Fulwies score, they're in a top 8. Up steps De Jong and Fulwies are 1 pen away on the other side of the screen.
Goliath Gaming have just done it.
I don't know what's going on.
They've
I'm
knocked
trying
out.
to keep up. Up steps Fulwies. Why are you Panenka down the middle? What a moment now this is. We go back again to sudden death. Ajax miss. What is happening? Fulwies. Klosterman misses as well. Edwin van der Sar's on the pens. He scores for Ajax. Van der Sar steps up on the other side of things. Will score also. 6-6.
This is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. We've gone round again. Pogba stepping up from the spot. Save. Back on Fulwies' hands.
Oh, Pogba. We've gone round again. All the way round again. Paul Pogba with the worst run up of all for Team Fulwies. Will miss.
This is incredible.
Mbappe, now it's your turn for Ajax. Does score. Advantage, Ajax. Bruno Fernandes, always so reliable, needs to be now. He will be.
Who's going to win it? I've never seen scenes like this. Karim Benzema from the spot, score.
Look at Resende. He can't even watch. Mbappe needs to score this one for Fulwies. He will. This must be the longest penalty shootout you'll ever see. Samuel Eto'o. How is that?
Miss.
Omri with Fulwies down the middle, and that is the winner. Team Fulwies are in the top 8 of the FIFAe Club World Cup with a penalty shootout that you will never, never see again.
What an incredible moment. It might have gone under the radar ever so slightly because we saw one of the most ridiculous penalty shootouts we've ever seen. Goliath Gaming knocked out Twisted Malines.
We weren't even looking at the Goliath Gaming game. A massive well done to them as well. They've knocked out the host, but we've got to talk about how did that penalty not go in from Ajax in sudden death?
What do you even say? Ethan's going over. There's nothing you can say. You've just shared a moment on the stage. That is what you have done. A moment that will live long in the memory of every FIFA esports fan out there. Team Fulwies, the furthest they've got in the Club World Cup ever, a quarter-final. Incredible stuff.
Do you want to catch your breath, Richard and Brandon? That was something we haven't seen in quite some time. I don't know how long that lasted. We felt like we were sat here for what felt like an eternity. Ethan, Nick Sneb, catch your breath as well as we jump over to Spen. He's going to talk to the other team who have put their spot in the quarterfinals, Goliath Gaming.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm here with, I've got to say, probably the least popular 2 people in Saudi Arabia right now, but the most popular in South Africa. You've done it.
It's a dream come true, I've told you. I think the first day, just to be here, be interviewed by you guys. I'm missing my World Cup that I qualified for in 2021, and now being able to showcase our talent and our ability on the international stage. This is huge. It's history for Africa, for South Africa. This is for all our people back home.
How different was that atmosphere to playing at home with these guys literally meters away from you? Shout every time you got the ball, it was a boo. It was so intense, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was crazy. Every time we got the ball, we were getting it from the crowd. We couldn't even hear each other speak. He kept telling me to speak louder every single time, and I'm literally screaming at him. So again, fantastic crowd, of course. I had to shush them at the end just to show them, how it's done. And thankfully we got it done on pins, which is the most nerve-wracking thing you can go through.
Who scored the winning penalty?
I did,
And you saved the penalty as well?
Saved as well, so this is my signature celebration. But yeah, for everyone back home, and lots of love to the Saudi crowd. I just want to say that out there, it's just good banter, I guess.
This man next to you is taking all the credit for it, by the way.
Oh, yes, 100%.
I'm the lucky charm.
100%. Whenever he came over, we won, so I hope we'll see him in the next round again.
So, I mean, what do we look forward to the next round? So you will play the winners of Napoli versus DC United. Have you got a preference?
No, look, DC is our friends, you know. We've played a lot of practice games in it, so I'm rooting for them, just personally. But I know Napoli is very good. I never knew those players before, but I've seen how talented they are. But either way, this is the best of the best, and if you want to be the best, you have to beat them, so we're ready.
100%, guys. Keep it up. You're doing fantastic. Goliath, very much smashing it. We're going to head over to the Raptors booth here. Obviously, there's a slightly different energy. Hi, guys. Commiserations. Who's going to be doing the speaking? Yeah. Yourself. Okay, so listen, I know you're probably devastated, especially losing on penalties. It's such a horrible way to go, but how's the experience been for you guys?
It was really good. We did our best. We came back from two down. That just shows how strong our mentality is. We came into the tournament having one goal in our minds, making our nation proud, making ourselves and the fans proud as well. So I think we did a good job in doing that.
I think you certainly did as well. Have you got a message for these fans, particularly the ones in the arena here who've been so great in their support for the last few days?
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have not been at this place. We got knocked out by pens, so we came back 2 down. It's devastating, but it'll make us stronger for next time.
Definitely, guys. Well done. Be proud of yourselves. Penalties, horrible way to go, as we know. Who knows what would have happened on another day? They could have won the whole thing. But it is Goliath progressing. Back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, massive upset, isn't it, for the local fans? They obviously wanted to see their local team go through. It was always going to come down to that. I could watch Brandon, and he was going, it's going down to penalties, and it did just that for 2 of those round of 16 matches. 2 went a little bit under the radar as well, didn't they? Ducks kind of sneaking through there, and RB Leipzig as well. Massive story, though, the local side, ex-Raptors Twisted Mind getting knocked out there, and Ajax as well in the most spectacular penalty shootout you will ever seen at a FIFA esports event. Let me tell you that. Well, boys, I'm just bringing you in as well. Obviously, word on Footwiz there. We haven't heard from them yet. Massive moment in their careers, Alex.
A massive moment in their careers, and I think it actually also shows the mental strength of Nick Sneb and Ethan. They came from behind both times in that game. To go all the way to penalties, to go round all the way through as well, that puts a big statement to everyone else out there. Nick Sneb and Ethan, if they go 1 or 2 down, it doesn't matter. They're going to keep fighting back.
Well, let's not talk about them anymore because Spencer can talk to them. You're with the Footwiz boys, Spen. I mean, they must be exhausted after the longest penalty shootout we think we've ever witnessed.
I think so. It's got to be the longest penalty shootout you've ever been involved in, Ethan, surely.
Absolutely. I think we almost went the full-way round twice, but the most heartbreaking one. I think we missed 5 winning penalties. If we had lost that, I think we'd never been able to look back at that game.
That's one of them. It's like in tennis when you've got a match point and you keep throwing it away. You feel like it's not going to be your day, but it was.
Just about, honestly, I think that's like the first penalty shootout we've won. No, the second penalty shootout we've ever won in 2v2. So to do it in that way, speechless.
And talk to me about the game in general, Nick Sneb. It was a great match, wasn't it? Obviously going the distance.
Yeah, Ajax are very, very good. GDs to them. First game we started slow. I think we done what we did in groups. We started 2-0 down, give us the hardest way to win, but we fight back. And the second leg, was like a bit of a nothing game. We kind of just cancelled each other out. And yeah, went to penalties, and it was 50-50 from then on. Hopefully, I'm glad we got it done.
And obviously, you're going to play the winner of Team Decisive versus Atlantide Wave. Could be a nice little sort of English derby with obviously Stingray on the Atlantide Wave team if they were to win that one. Would that be a nice matchup for you?
Yeah, it'd be a good matchup because we know Atlantide and Team Decisive are a good team, but I'm happy to play whoever, but no, it would be nice to play Stingray.
How much has that emotionally, mentally taken out of you playing that game and that length of penalty shootout?
I'll be honest, that's like, I don't get nervous from playing FIFA anymore, but that was a new experience for me. I've never gone that far like a penalty shootout in my life. Hopefully never again. But no, honestly, I'm done. I need my break.
Well, they've earned a break, but not too long a one. They're going to be playing later on today, of course, in the next round. So well done to them. And listen, if they can bounce back from that, they can win anything, because that was one of the most intense penalty shootouts I've ever seen. 2 going on at once. It was absolute scenes here in Riyadh. Back to you guys.
I think it was difficult as well for Richard and Brandon to commentate the end of those. Aggie, I wanted a quick word though to you of what Ethan was saying there. They lost their first 2 as well. They missed their first 2 penalties there, then came back to win. At that moment, he said he doesn't get nervous now in the games. Hands must be sweaty. He's exhausted. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the more crazier games that we've been commentating over, especially our game as well, going on with Goliath and Twisted Raptors. But yeah, it's so hard when you miss the 2 first chances to actually win the game, and that just shows how strong they are.
You just, as soon as you get into that moment where it's like sudden death and you go in a little bit longer. I mean, Al, you've probably been in this predicament. You start second guessing yourself. Every other penalty, you start thinking, well, they went right last time, so maybe I should go left this time, and that's when we end up going round and round and round. Ridiculous.
Brandon, they went left, it looked to me, though, a lot of the time.
I'll be honest, Rachel, they did a Panenka, the keeper scores, we went round again. I've never done a penalty shot where we've gone round again. Paul Pogba thought he was done. He was back up taking the 12th penalty.
And you in the end, you seem to be going to the Goliath one and the foot was on. How did you keep up?
I didn't.
No, but I have proof though. I filmed it for his social media later on, so we can see just how he managed to do it.
Just a quick point on that as well. We all remember rightly, there was a heartbreak moment this year with foot was on penalties. EA Sports Cup against TGNIP. Many months on, FIFA Esports does weird things. It gives you triumph in moments you don't expect.
Even going further back than that, this tournament, the Club World Cup in Milan, Ethan lost on penalties to Team Complexity in the final with Resende, who we just beat on penalties.
It's his time, isn't it? It's time for the guys from Footwiz to step up. A quick word on Leipzig, though, as well. Only got through by the skin of their teeth. Just 1 goal in both those legs. Aggie, we didn't expect that.
No, but I gotta say, we saw the game and they looked very, very comfortable in the defense. And often we speak about how good they are in the attack. But the way they press together, the way they defend, they look like they are going to go to tomorrow.
I'd actually be more scared if I were the opposition at Leipzig only winning 1-0, because it shows that it's almost this type of thing that they've gone, right, we're going to score 1 and then we're not going to score again, we're just going to keep a 1-0. Like, that's the sort of thing that I think Anders would do as well. He'd be like, okay, tactic time, we're going to do some training, 1-0, no more goals, let's keep a clean sheet.
Anders did, though, look frustrated, but that's nothing new either. He is very emotional, he's very expressive when he plays FIFA. Ducks then as well, they sat on that result and they 2-1, it ended. The Brazilians couldn't mount a charge on them, Alex.
That's a big statement from them as well. We just said about how, you know, RB Leipzig, they go through and they get that 1-0 and they're through into that next stage. For Ducks, Basel finished top of their group and they've just gone, yeah, that's fine, we're going to get 2-1. That second leg, they didn't have a look in. They literally just held it out. They put the numbers behind the ball. Neat and Zizinho, they looked ropey at times throughout the group stages, but we know knockout FIFA is so different from those group stages. They're going to be oozing with confidence from that.
It's just so many reps. Outside of this tournament with Ducks, they were playing in La Liga, Real Valladolid. It's reps as a duo in knockout FIFA over 2 legs, which is a very different thing to best of 1 group play, and we're seeing that again from Ducks.
Well, Gravison is watching. I gave him a message. I said, are you watching? He said, I'm actually doing a stream on it, so I'm very excited to hear from him a little bit later as well, part of that Duck setup in Spain, of course. Well, we always talk about, don't we, a new day of FIFA brings new results, and we saw that in our first games of the round of 16. Ducks, we didn't really expect much from them yesterday, and Goliath as well. It was touch and go whether they went through, and they did manage it. We've had 4 of our quarterfinalists set up, and we're about to introduce to you our next clubs ready to take the stage in the round of 16. Well, Brombury then, they take to the stage first. Klenke, leads the line, and Blazic with them. Those guys were a force to be reckoned with yesterday in the group stages. They look ready, they look focused as they come into the arena. They're up against Chrome X first. Lantai Wave then. Puma and Stingray taking on Team Exceed. Napoli, you just saw them enter the stage. They're taking on DC United. Mike Labelle will be looking at them, and that team there, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, Olito and Levy. They come up against Apogee, Poland. 8 more teams then, 8 more clubs. Walking out, taking their seats in the arena here. The FIFAe Club World Cup is part of the Gamers 8. They are looking, all these teams are, for a spot in the quarterfinals. They've also just seen what's gone before them. They've seen 2 penalty shootouts, 2 extra times, They know it's going to be tough out there today, Alex. When you are second and you've just witnessed all that, does it make you more nervous or even more ready?
Definitely, just because of the atmosphere, more than anything. You sat there, you're watching, you're waiting for your games, which in itself is nervous. You see teams go all the way to penalties, and for the first time in FIFA history, from what I know, a penalty shootout that goes that long, you're going to be saying, surely that isn't going to be us. But the players want to get locked in, they want to get underway and get going.
Aggie, I'll bring you in here. We saw a couple of upsets a moment ago. We're expecting more upsets in this one, surely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it can't always be the favorites from the group stages who are going to clean the table, and I think we're in for some few surprises here as well.
Well, let's see if we are. Well, Sven is down there with one of our clubs, Team Napoli. Sven, how are they feeling in this one?
Well, let's find out. How are you feeling ahead of your game versus DC United?
Yeah, we are ready. Our biggest strength is our chemistry, but also all our friends, our families who support us from home. So we will not play only for us, but also for them.
Have you done any precise preparation for DC United? Have you been able to see the way they play?
Yeah, we watched their games, but today we will play to perform in the best way.
You guys won your group. They squeezed through in 4th place. Does that make you favourites for this one?
No, I don't think so, because they are very good, but we will play like always.
And we know now, because you're in the second group, we know that if you win, you're going to play Goliath Gaming. Do you think that far ahead about the next match or not?
No, we will think only about this match, and after this, we will think about the later.
Okay, good luck, my friend. That's the guys from Napoli. We're going to just cross over here to speak to the guys from DC United now, who are in the next booth. Guys, we're just going to come in for a quick interview, if that's okay. You're going up against Napoli. Yesterday was an unbelievable day for you. What a comeback it was after day one. Have you kept that momentum and energy?
I mean, we're looking forward to it. This is why we're here. We want to compete against the best teams, so hopefully we'll get the job done and, make North America proud.
I was just talking to those guys saying, I was asking them if they're the favourites because they won their group. You guys came 4th. They had the highest seed. How do you feel about that?
I think the seeding is not important because the year that Complexity were champions, they finished 4th. So for me, it's source of motivation.
Have you been able to do any preparation for this game specifically based on the way they play?
I did watch a bit of VOD, obviously. I saw what they did, what they do. So hopefully those will help us in game to plan the game.
Okay, best of luck, guys. Two teams that have done tremendously well. Napoli more consistent over the group stage. DC having an amazing second day to get out of that tough group. Who's going to win? It's Italy versus America. Let's find out.
Can't wait for this one. I mean, CJ seemed quite calm there. Yeah, we had a little bit of a look, a little bit of an insight into how they play. Well, I hope they did enough homework heading into this round of 16 fixture against Napoli. Well, welcome back into the studio here. We have two more guests just joined us. We have Lee Demon-Smith and we have Diana as well. Diana, welcome to the set. Lee, I'm bigging her up because there's not many women FIFA player we get to have grace the couch here, Lee. That's why I'm bigging up Diana. Obviously, she was part of our Fame Her Game boot camp, which FIFA put on in Zurich a couple of weeks ago. She played for Portugal there, plays for Lisboa and Benfica as well in terms of the esports org she's associated with. And Diana, you're here for the fortnight, just doing some content around the teams. And you're also coached by a world champion, aren't you, I believe? Francisco Cruz usually sits behind you when you're playing. I mean, firstly, welcome to the sofa. How has it been so far in Saudi? And yeah, who's really impressed you?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's actually a pleasure to be here, obviously. But yeah, it's been the 4th day, like you said. Much work, a lot of things to do, but it's been great to be able to enjoy the games. The group stages have been crazy. Knockout stages just started and they're already such a roller coaster, so I'm just so excited to see how it's going to be the rest of the day and tomorrow. For the team that has surprised me, I think Goliath Gaming for sure.
Yeah.
Because I heard, because I get that insight because I talk about a lot with the players, so I got the insight that they were not good.
Well, they are good, Diana.
All right, see,
we've been surprised.
The
I love that.
players were talking that Goliath Gaming, I don't think they're really strong, and so on, so on. Well, You see, I think maybe they are.
FIFA throws us some unexpected curveballs, and we'll have Diana with us as well because she knows Tuga pretty well from her time in Portugal, so I'm sure she was pretty shocked to see him go out yesterday. Diana, we're going to stick with the matches now because we are about to get in to the round of 16, our second set of fixtures here for a spot in the quarterfinals. So let's jump into these then. Team Exceed, Atlanta Wave up first. Lee, welcome. I had to big up Diana there, but this is your matchup, so I'm going to let you run with it.
Yeah, and ironically, this is, I mean, Team Exceed, a lot of us had them top in the groups. They didn't. They came fourth in the end, and they find themselves facing Atalanta Wave, who did top their group, and honestly, look fantastic. That was a group that was wide open, but as we've already seen, group stages mean nothing. You're in the knockout phases. This completely changes the complexity of the game, and it really can be anything. We've already seen number one seeds bowing out already. There's a cracking opening chance. It's all about that first shot, Aggie. You want to get that first shot off, and Atlanta, they're going to be a force to reckon with, I think, in this tournament.
Definitely. I mean, it's actually one of the biggest matchups we have here in the last 16. It is 4 very, very high-rated players from Europe. So really looking forward to see how this pans up. We saw Oprun last year in Copenhagen, finishing top 4 in the world, and he's qualified for all 3 majors here as well. Just, we talked about getting a shot. That was a good reply as well, Lee.
We were talking the other day about the fact, you know, when you're in the knockout stages, Oberon and just Virgil, they're going to wake up. This is where they wake up. And so many times we've seen, and we just heard from DC United actually, sort of talking about complexity going fourth in their group and going on to do so well. Chance quickly dropped out, not orthodox, I'll give it that. Van der Sar clears the danger, but it is going to be a throw for Atalanta. So Exceed, of course, playing in the red in case you're missing it. Let's have a look what's going on for Apogee versus NIP. Obviously, they kicked off just 10 minutes ago as well. Apogee, really strong team chemistry, I feel, from that whole group of people. I wouldn't say that those 2 players. I would say all 5 of them involved.
Yeah, really, they were one of the really positive surprises. Almost went unbeaten through that group stage, and it's definitely a dark horse in this competition. But Team Hullet, one of the main favorites, but I think we have something over in one of the other games. Alex?
We do indeed, Aggie. It is Bromby Esport up against ChroMX. They started off so strong in the group stage, and they've carried that on into the knockouts. It has been all Bromby so far, hasn't it, Diana?
It has, and you love that energy, don't you? I mean, they have seriously caused a mark in the group stages for their celebrations, their passion for the game, and they have done it already again here. Well, but there's still plenty of time to go, so we'll see.
Plenty of time indeed, but you see that self there, the skill move, the reverse Elasko's coming through. Bromby are so good in that attacking area. For yourself, what's going through their mind for these players when they're trying to look for those fancy sort of footwork to beat their opponent?
I mean, it's so automatic. I think if you see the space, if you see the pass, or if you see you have a chance to shoot, you just do it automatically. You don't actually think a lot. I think it's just you just take it, go with the flow, really.
Very much in that flow state, and also in our other matchup as well, DC United and Napoli is currently 0-0, no goals through there, but they are knocking on the door right now with Napoli. Lee, though, I believe there has been a goal elsewhere in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Over in the Exceed Atalantide game, and as you can see, it is Atalantide on the attack. Some silky footwork in the area. Little lucky that I think it rolled to R9 there, but bangs it in on Atalantide. Probably the favourites in this matchup, I would say. Take themselves 1-0 up.
Yeah, looking at their group stage, they were definitely the pre-favorites for this game, and it looked like they're showing off to it, just a reverse Elastico, ending up being a great assist to one of the other players. And just as we're speaking about goals and skills, we have another one over here.
We do indeed, Aggie, and it's gone the way of Bromby Esport, which we were keeping a close eye on that game, Diana, and we saw the opportunity come through on the other end of the pitch for ChroMX Esports. However, it's Bromby that strike again.
Right, you know what they say. I mean, if you don't score, you concede, and that is FIFA logic. So yeah, they did have a chance, they didn't score. So
Bromby Esports 2-0 to the good. Croamex looking to try and find a way through. Lee, I think it's action from elsewhere.
Yeah, Bromby though, just carrying on where they left off, right? I think they were one of the high-scoring teams throughout the group, so continuing to bang them in. But yeah, we've had a break in the matchup that is Apagi versus TGNIP. And as you can see, it is TGNIP on the attack, setting it up. Olilito and Levy absolutely banging it in. Beautiful, beautiful goal, but instant changes coming out from Apagi after that. Instant pause. I mean, you want to take yourself a little moment, but they also went for instant substitutions after that 30 minutes in.
Yeah, and I think it's the first time in the competition we're seeing this. It's not the actual tactical substitution. I think it is a player substitution that we're seeing here, and that's very early in this match. So interesting, and I like it. I mean, you sometimes just got to take the risk.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they played, you know, we talked about the fact that they had like a 5-man group that was so fantastic chemistry in them. The fact that, you know, we've had this before. We had this at previous Club World Cups, right, where a player switched out mid-game and it affected that game. Obviously, when you go 1-0 down, I guess they must have had a pre-arranged, like, if we let one in, you're swapping in. Maybe they go for like a more attacking player or a more defensive player. But either way, working wonderfully. Let's have a look at some of the other games that are going on, of course, around the grounds. Atalantide leading this one still with that goal early on against Exceed. They came through fourth in their group. Atalantide, of course, Stingray and Fuma did fantastically well. But Alex, there's more going on. There's 4 games all happening at once. DC Napoli.
DC United have had their back up against the wall time and time again throughout this first half. Napoli, we saw how strong that duo was. They've got absolutely no fear in their play. Diana, they're a young duo. They've come through in this tournament so far and they're happy to go forward. They want to apply that pressure every single time as R9 DC United looking for one more chance just before that half-time whistle. The referee says play on. Ronaldinho, the fancy feet. There's plenty of numbers behind those. Zidane trying that long shot and the referee is going to blow from there. Let's head over to our next game as well. Bromby Esport 2-0 to the good. Croamex trying to find an answer back at half-time. Do you think for Croamex, knowing that they're up against Bromby, who scored goal after goal after goal, conversations will be had to possibly change something?
yeah, definitely. But I mean, it's still a second half to go, and then second game. So a lot can change. FIFA is just like that. So I mean, they will have a conversation for sure at halftime. But I think they're sticking with the tactics for now.
Right now, for One Way Crazy and Klinke, they're going to be happy with that first half performance. Back over to you, Lee.
Yeah, I've just been watching Exceed and Atalanta during their half-time. Exceed having a really strong conversation, which you need to have. That's the time to have it. It was half-time. They were having a good discussion about what's going on, what can we change, what can we do. You talked about it before, like during the game, there's no time for that. You either take that tactical pause or half-time's the only time you can do it, and you're 1-0 down.
Exactly, and that's exactly what they're doing. And you need to do this. There was a good chance there. It's very, very important to use your breaks, chat together with the team, with the coach, find more information, spare together, take the temperature of the game. And as we can see, 2 of our games here, Lee, are still super tight. And we would expect that at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, and if you look at the last games, obviously we just had the crazy knockouts, the penalties, all of those games that got there were very tight in that first game. A lot of draws, obviously, throughout in the groups as well. We already learned, and everybody that's ever been in these tournaments knows that draws means death. You can't have that. You've got to try and get through. If you want to win, you've got to look at riders going out in the group stage, just that one win throughout. Knockouts, though, a very different game, and goals count. For Atalantide, they have the 1-goal lead at the moment. Still, no goals across any of the other matches that are coming. Obviously, we haven't missed anything just yet. Ball looks like it's, well, one last attack for Henri. It's going to go for a tasty corner. Let's go across to some of the other games, Alex. There's a lot going on right now, a lot of action. I can see a lot of attacks.
We said about how Bromby, they're starting off on that front foot. Do Chromex need to change anything? They're 2-0 down. They now find themselves 3-0 down. Mbappe, the time, composure, the ball roll past the keeper. That shows these Bromby players are here to go for that long way in the tournament.
No, definitely they are. They're playing their best. They're obviously feeling confident. And this result right now, it's gonna be hurting on the Mexican team because even though there's still time, there's still a second game. It's hard to digest and it's hard to fight against such a big result for now. But games do change from one to another. So if they can perform much better than they did right now, this game, it could possibly change everything.
You're a high-level FIFA player yourself. When
Yeah.
you're in these moments and you're 3-0 down, yes, there's another leg, yes, there's another 90 minutes. At what point do you make that change where you maybe start being a bit more aggressive?
I mean, if you're 3-0 down, you need a pause. You need a pause immediately because obviously things are not going right. You're not able to do what you want to do. So you have to pause, you have to stay calm, think about what you're doing, what is going wrong, try to change it. And if you can't score at least one, then you start to think about tactics, for sure.
Well, let's jump over to our other game in the knockouts, DC United and Napoli Esports. DC United right now, they know Napoli, how good they are. I think they're going to be relatively happy with their position in this first leg. Currently 0-0 as a pause comes through. You can see the players talking to their coaches, having conversations, saying what can we do, what can we change, is there anything at all where we can try and find any sort of angle.
Well, as you can see, Exceed down to 70 minutes. Still tight games though, both this one and Akabi. I'm acapelling Renee. I don't know where that organ came from. Alex B, I'm throwing in there. Apaki versus TGNP, still remaining 1-0. Atalanta though with one last little attack here, cuts out by Lucio. I wonder if that was Luco on Lucio. That'd be interesting. But anyway, yeah, Team Exceed. I mean, they're going to keep it tight. We're talking about obviously 3-0 when you're 3-0 down. This is a goal difference game now. You know, we are two legs. You know, you've got to keep it as tight as you can. Even if you're going to lose this game, you've got to think, all right, we can change something for next match, but we've got to keep it tight, stay defensive.
Yeah, and it is exactly, as you say, very, very tight. Maybe a counter situation here. Good opportunity, but goes a bit out. I feel like that Atlantide has been knocking on the door for a second one, just trying to make that through ball here. But Exceed just fighting against them and saying no. But they also need to start ask questions to Atlantide's defense soon.
Yeah, they keep asking, and like you say, it's pretty much lived in Exceed's half this game. Atalantide keeping that pressure on as well, just permanently. And again, every time they try and break out, it gets stopped dead. Exactly the same is happening over here as well. TGNIP have been keeping that pressure on, has been working well for them. Levy and Olilito, two very experienced players. I think a lot of people probably had them down for a top 4 team in this tournament. Certainly one of the group toppers. Obviously did very well throughout, had a tough group. Apogee though, honestly, one of the teams that have really surprised here. Offside through a ball though. So let's keep going. DC United versus Napoli, Alex.
Yeah, still 0-0 across this first leg. We just saw a massive chance for DC United, just about offside though, R9. Getting a little bit too excited with the chance that was coming up before him. We have 13 minutes remaining on the clock. Napoli, they said they were here to beat every single player at this tournament in that interview with Spencer. They may have found a match at the minute. They've scored goal after goal after goal, and right now we're 78 minutes in. Struggling to break that deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me actually because it's 2 legs, you know. That could have been game changer. But you know, it doesn't surprise me because first game when it's 2 legs, you don't risk it as much. You play much more defensive, much more to try and figure out what your opponent is going to be playing like. So this is like touching ground first, and then second game they have their lesson and they will try to adjust their gameplay to what the opponent is doing and try to outplay them in that sense.
Do you think as well, when we're looking at this, we see players yesterday, they were so used to that group stage and having game after game after game, but now this is knockout FIFA, they have to perform across those 2 legs. We'll get that thought in just a second, as we do see Bromby Esports. They were 3-0 up, they've made it 4, 75th minute. We are looking like that one is going to be a very big ask for Crow MX Esports. But right now, you're coming into this, knockout FIFA, you lose these 2 legs, that's it, you're done, the tournament's done. These players have been used to having 2 days, group stage, and a little bit more time to develop over their stage of the games. How does that change?
I mean, as a pro player, you really have to know how to play best of ones and best of two, because it is completely different. Like I said, in best of one, you tend to risk it a little bit more. Best of two, you just have to play safe first, because you don't know what the opponent is going to bring to the table, and then when you do know, you can adjust. But that's what I think they're doing right now. But you have one last chance to say something, maybe?
One last chance, it looked like there for DC United. Hullet just running that ball out of play. It is currently looking like that one is wrapped up.
Yeah, that's all done there. We've also had Atalantide wrapped up. They've beaten Exceed 1-0 in their game. So the only 2 games going right now is obviously Bromby currently smashing Crow MX 4-0. I know what's not the way Crow MX saw and envisioned this one, but Bromby just carrying on how they did in group stage. For TGNIP, that one relatively early goal against the young Polish outfit of Apogee looks like it's going to set the difference. You can see they're happy to just run this one down, go for that one last attack. Not going to happen. Ball will go out. 1-0 is the score. TGNIP, take it.
Right now, we see DC United 0-0. That game is done and dusted. But with this Bromby Esports, Crow MX, Divine and Kaito, they looked so confident throughout the group stage. They had a relatively easy time in that group, finishing 3rd in their position. Match up against on Bromby, though. They have said, we're here to put ourselves in the driving position. Maybe one more chance to get that 5th goal to really cement this tie. And that is that. Bromby Esports, one-way crazy. Klenke, little touch of the shoulder on each other and saying, well done, we're happy with that second leg, looking good.
Well, a couple of very close affairs there. One, though, is going very much one way, Bromby's way at the moment against Crow MX. There, 4-0 that lead. Aggie, you've been keeping a close eye on Bromby throughout the tournament. 4-0, it's very difficult for Crow MX to come back.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I always speak about how the first game of the day at a competition is the hardest one, because you need to find the rhythm, the flow, and Bromby just seems to come out guns blazing every time. They score so early, and they just took the advantage here in this game, and I mean, it's hard to come back from, because they're just feeling we're about to score more and more and more, and it could go into a very hard cycle for Crow MX to come back into this match. I think it's almost done.
I was going to say, Lee, when is too many goals too much? Is it 4?
I would say 4 is probably pretty close. I mean, we've had a few moments in real life Champions League history where maybe it's been turned around, but this feels like it may be a step too far. Bromby just, they're scoring goals for fun right now, which is a great place to be when you're in knockout phase.
Yeah, exactly. Lantai then, they had a 1-0 victory so far in that first leg over Exceed. And Ninjas in Pyjamas, Apogee, the same scoreline, both going the way we'd expect, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. I think when we were looking at that tie, I made the statement backstage that whoever wins between the FUTWIZ game, which we know FUTWIZ went through against Ajax, and then for Team Exceed and Atlantide, whoever wins that and goes through, they're going to be one of them that's going to win that tournament. Whether that's going to be Atlantide, Exceed or FUTWIZ, we'll soon find out. Stingray, though, and his teammate Fuma will want more goals, but they know Exceed are so difficult to break down. They had a difficult group stage, Exceed. We said, yeah, okay, maybe they're going to look for one of the favourites. Right now, they've got a second leg where they need to go out. They need to apply that pressure. Doing that against the E-League champions of Stingray and Fuma is easier said than done.
Yeah, it is indeed. Dan, I wanted to ask you a question about the DC United Napoli game. It's 0-0. That's the perfect start, isn't it, just to go again? What do you tell yourself if you've kept a clean sheet, both teams in that first leg? Do you just kind of go same again, or do you change things up, knowing that what you had as your A game did not work and you need to find your B game?
Yeah, well, if my A game is not working, I have to change something, obviously, because, well, I mean, you don't have much chances when it's 0-0. It means that it's really tight, so you're not going to have much chances. And the ones you have, you really have to capitalize. So if you want that, you have to change something. Either it's tactics, even players. Maybe fresh players can do the difference. For me, it has happened before. So I would say because it's 0-0. I think
it's the nicest scoreline. Some might say, but sometimes it's quite nice to possibly be on the back foot and actually go, well, I know how they play. They've got a goal past me.
Yeah.
I know what I've got to do in the next leg.
Who do you think is the happier of the teams, DC United and Napoli? Do you think DC United are going to be happier to go in at 0-0, or would you say Napoli will be a little bit more maybe frustrated that they're not leading already?
Yeah, for sure. I think Napoli will be definitely frustrated because they have done an outstanding performance so far. It's their first time participating in the FIFAe Club World Cup, and they finished top of the group. I think that's impressive. So they will be definitely upset to be 0-0 so far with DC United. As for DC United, yeah, I think they think it's an accomplishment to be 0-0 so far.
Well, it's all still to play for then, especially in that game. DC United 0-0 against Napoli Esports as we get underway in our second legs of these matches. Alex, where are we starting?
We are looking at Napoli, DC United, the game that we were just talking about. 0-0 off that first leg, so it is all to play for in the second leg. We have Napoli Esports kicking from left to right in the black kit, DC United.
Besides that, I think just to keep it calm because there are a long time to go yet, and it's still 0-0. Anything could happen. So it will be important to score first, obviously, but also not to force it, because if you try to force it, you're risking it too much, and you don't need that. You need to try and score a secure goal first.
If you are just joining us, we are here in the knockouts at the FIFAe Club World Cup round of 16, and two of the tournament favourites are going head-to-head in Atlantoid Wave and Team Exceed, and I believe there's been another goal.
There has. Obviously the game kicking off just 11 minutes in, just like we were there, but it is Atlantoid that have broken the deadlock. Look at that, overhead through ball, simple as you like. That's the sort of goals you like to score.
Yeah, and they just seemed like a train that's just keep being on. I mean, very impressive stuff. On the other hand here...
On the other hand, speedy. We just had a quick look at it there. A little teaser maybe coming up, Alex.
Well, if CroMX want to get back into this game, they're going to have to be speedy about the goals that they are getting. That is one goal back. The comeback, possibly, that is the perfect start for them. And the crowd is going a little bit wildly. It sounds like there's goals kind of coming in and the competition's ramping up slightly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with Raptors going out, they've got to find a new favourite. Maybe they found that, I can see. Obviously, we have a couple of games. We're going to have CroMX goals, though, coming up just in a second, Alex. And that's obviously one of your games.
It is indeed. We mentioned how they need to be speedy about that and come through. It is CroMX Esports. Finding that goal back, still a long way to go in that game. 3 goals would see them take it through to extra time. And this was Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas, putting themselves 2 to the good against the team Apogee Poland, who looked fearless yesterday. They have a big task ahead of them against Olilito and Levy. They're looking confident, they're looking strong, Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. We'll join that one shortly. For now, though, Bromby Esports, CroMX, we said it's a mammoth of a task. It's probably something that happens once in a blue moon. It is the perfect.
Though.
It's never impossible, no. And it is the perfect start, right? If you're 4-0 down and you're having those conversations with each other, you're saying we need a goal quick and fast.
And they did so. And now the momentum is with them, and that is really important. So, I mean, you have a difficult task still, but it is doable.
It is doable indeed, as we see Atlantoid Wave take themselves into a commanding position, 3-0 up. That is Stingray and Fuma, the champions of France. A brilliant duo looking to make their way into the quarterfinals of this tournament. This Bromby Esport game versus CroMX. We'll come back to it. Should CroMX do the unthinkable? What's happening elsewhere, Lee?
Yeah, let's have a look what's going on over at Team Hullet and IP. 2-0 up currently against the Polish team, Apogee. looking in cruise control, honestly. They, we're talking about obviously goals. They got that 2-goal advantage. If you think of Leipzig, they only went through 1-0. I mean, it's a pretty tight thing. But I want to quickly ask you about the Bromby game. I seem to recall back when Marcuso was Bromby player, he had a massive comeback in one of them games, if I remember rightly. It was like 2018.
I think it was in 18. It was Marcuso. It was the likes of Fatih Ustun, who's actually here for the FIFA Nations Cup, and Fredberg, who lost, I believe, the first game with 4 goals. And then in the second
and it was
leg,
a bonkers turnaround. I just had that flashback as I was seeing that goal going in. I was like, is this actually going to happen? Kroemex is looking a bit more attacking. As it is, we've been talking and bigging up the team mentality and the team ethics, effectively, the teamwork in Apogee. At the moment, they have to lean on all of that because they are trailing 2 goals to good. What do you do? What do you do in this situation? You got 60 in-game minutes to go, or probably a little bit less now. Is it tactic times? Is it sort of panic change time?
I think they have to stick to their game plan for a few minutes more. But if they don't get that goal, I would definitely look into it in the 50th minute. But I gotta say, before we looked at the bracket and we saw NIP against Apogee and Atlantide against Exceed, they were very, very small favorites, but so far it seems like they're living up to the expectations. So yeah, really, really impressive stuff, and looking like 2 of the big teams to watch out for.
Well, just to bring you news from elsewhere, Bromby Esports have pulled a goal back to make it 5-1 against Kroemex. So Kroemex's comeback is looking done and dusted.
Well, this is also looking done and dusted. A goal for Atalantide, as you can see, literally scored it as we switch to it. It's just the way it is sometimes. Let's have a look at that goal. That Atalantide. This makes it 4-0 now for them. Pretty much driving their way through cruise control into the round of 8, Alex.
It is indeed. And to bring you the half-time result from Napoli Esports DC United. Luco and Danny at Napoli, they started off so strong throughout that group stage. Right now in the first round of the knockouts, DC United are holding them back. We heard Ajit Power say he took motivation from the fact that complexity, they finished 4th in their group. So did DC United. They don't mind about seeding. They are here to try and take down Napoli Esports. 2 minutes remaining in this first half with Atalantide.
Yeah, it's definitely one we're going to have to keep right, maybe having to focus on once they get underway for the second half. This one looking like it's very much done. At the moment, half-time still for TGNIP versus Apogee. That is currently 1-0 in half-time, which is 2-0 on aggregate as well. And, of course, that Bromby game, 5-1 on aggregate. So Napoli DC United definitely the closest of the games so far. Half-time for Atalantide. Bromby, you can see, happy with that one. A little pat on the back there from Kroemex. Come on. We've got 4 goals and a half to get. It's maybe a big ask. I'm just saying that.
It is a big ask indeed. As they have pulled 1 goal back though, so it is 5-2 on aggregate. Kroemex will need 3 goals with a whole half to play. Over to Napoli Esports, DC United. CJ looked calm before the game. He said, we know what we need to do. We analysed. We saw Napoli in the build-up. When you're taking that session and you're looking at your opponents, you're analysing it, you're breaking it down and you're seeing what they want to do, what sort of things are you trying to look at? Are you trying to see if the players have a particular pattern that they like to play? Or is it something they like to do when it goes to the crosses, finesses? How do you analyse someone when you're trying to work out what they do?
Well, FIFA has a lot of meta plays, you know, so you try to see if your opponent actually likes to abuse those meta plays, like the German cross, for example. You try to see if the opponent does it a lot, if it just does a lot of crossings, just does a lot of skill moves. You try to look at that and try to adjust your gameplay to defend against what your opponent is presenting to you.
Yeah, and a team that knows every single tool in their arsenal is Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still pretty close at the moment, obviously. It is that 2-goal advantage. Apogee, we know they can score goals. Maybe this is the time they can pull it back. Second half start, maybe just get something going in there. At the moment, though, they've got to start putting the pressure on this. You said, not at 60 minutes, no, Lee. No, just wait a little longer. What time do you start panicking?
Yeah, I mean, they already started to push a lot more men forward, applying the pressure on NIP. But as we could see on the player cams, Renzo, the coach of NIP, had very, very specific instructions to the two players, Ololito and Levy. So they have a plan B, they have a plan A, they have a plan C. They know exactly how to respond when Apogee is coming with the pressure, and potentially get another one here and seal the deal.
Yeah, that's looking like, ooh, rebound, Hullet. Are they trying to score with Hullet every game? It seems like every time we look at them, it's Hullet that scores. I mean, it is Team Hullet after all.
It's a law if you play there. Nevertheless, I mean, NIP just pushing on, and it's so important because we have seen comeback. We saw the likes of Team Footwears before, just coming back from a 2-0 defeat. And almost here, but again, NIP just finding that perfect balance between trying to get the third, but also making sure the opponent doesn't score.
Yeah, and it feels like that because Apogee have pushed forward, TGNIP, they're just trying that big, long through ball down the wings, stretching the game more and more. And obviously, the more you're attacking, the longer you have the ball, the less that they can do with it as well. So it's not really coming down. You can see they've almost switched to a back five now, I feel like, TGNIP here. You can see they've really got very defensive. It is, of course, going to invite the pressure onto you. But, as I said, they already go for those big, long balls. Let's see what they can do. Can they ball anything in? One little shot, maybe. No, quickly blocked out. That is going to be cleared. Alex, what is going on in the other games?
Right now, DC United and Napoli Esports are just cancelling each other out. As R9 comes through, curse of the commentator nearly coming through. That finish for R9, Napoli Esports, they're going to be disappointed to not see the back of the net there.
Oh, I would be mad. I would be so mad because that would be an easy goal, and R9 just doing what he does best, I guess, because he's known for a lot of goals, obviously, but he's also known for a lot of misses as well. Just a 50-50 card, I think.
That will give DC United something to think about as Napoli Esports trying to knock on that door. That will give them confidence to grow, knowing we've created that chance, we can do it again with 15 minutes remaining. If you are wondering how are the games looking elsewhere in this round of 16, Bromby Esports are 6-2 up against Crow MX. The Mexican team look like they will be finding their way out of this tournament. Right now we're going to stick with Napoli Esports, DC United. Napoli top of their group, DC United looking at times, day one, a bit ropey, day two, much better. CJ and Ajit Power wanting to do it for their fans over in America.
It was still impressive, this result for me, I think. I was not expecting a 0-0 over 2 legs. But I think it's been such a tight game. Details will definitely matter to see if someone can take it before we go to overtime.
Pause comes through. Changes to be made. As we see that result, as it stands at the minute, 64th on the clock. It's a big ask. There's 4 goals, we said. At the end of the first leg, 4 goals is a lot. Now you've got a lot less time from the eSport. What can happen in moments like this is they put more numbers forward. You find your way through and you feel very confident with what is going on there.
You see how different the games were. I mean, 4-0 the first game and now 2-2. I mean, this is how FIFA is, really. I mean, everything can change from game to game. That's why you never call it quits after the first one, because the second one can definitely change. And it did, but I don't think it's going to be enough now. Don't have much time to do. That would be a miracle for sure.
It would indeed. As we look to round up this second leg, Atlantide Wave, Team Exceed. What's been happening, Lee?
Yeah, this one's still going very much in the favour of Atalantide. 3-0 in this match, a 4-0 aggregate. Looks like it's a done deal. They may even just bang one in here. No, probably should have passed that, I think. But either way, back over to TGNIP Apogee. That is still standing at 2-0 on aggregate. Just 15 minutes to go in this game. All the other games also close to finishing here. This one's actually one of the later one at the moment. DC United is still going on. That one's still 0-0. We'll see. I've got a feeling that's got extra time and penalties written all over it. We'll see. We'll see whether we get there, though. TGNIP on the attack once again down the wing. We were talking about this earlier. Aggie, we're talking about how they're sitting back, they're counter-attacking effectively because they know that Apogee have got to attack. They've got the comfort of being able to do that, right?
Yeah, and they know that they just have to hold on for a few minutes more. This one is important. Again, see the decision making. A lot of pressure right now from Apogee, but NIP survives it, and now they need to be clever about this attack. Could potentially
big through ball, surely
do it here, but that was a chance they took there.
Yep.
Should probably have kept the ball.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Just a quick update, Atalanta taking that one. That's 4-0 overall on aggregate against Team Exceed. So Exceed, the Italians going out. Obviously, speaking of Italians, and Napoli are under pressure. Who'd have thought that? Obviously, after topping the group there. Still here, it looks like TGNOP. Chance for Poland. Oh, you gotta take those when they fall to you with just 10 minutes, well, 5 minutes to go in this matchup. You just can't afford to miss them. There's clear-cut chances, there's gilt-edged chances. That one not quite so clear, but Apogee, if they're going to score, now is the best time. You've got about 5 minutes left, and you can see TGNOP purposely just keeping frustrating with that ball. You've been in this situation. I know I've commentated your matches. They can be frustrating to cast and watch. It's the best way you've got to do it, right? This is how you run the clock now.
Definitely, and I mean, NIP is in a situation now where a lot of things has to go wrong, a lot of decisions needs to be very bad if they were to drop this game now. Then they've been surviving the pressure from Apogee, and now I think I can say that they are going through and are through to the quarterfinals league.
Well, they only have 2 minutes, 1 minute even of added time. We're going to see this getting kicked out to the corner. It will be, as you can see, TGNOP going through. They're victorious. Let's now get over to that last game, really, that has anything to stand for. Napoli, top of the group, dominated against DC United, who squeaked through. But it's still 0-0, Alex.
Still 0-0 indeed. These two have found their match right now. Extra time we are in, 30 minutes. If DC United and Napoli want to find themselves advancing through to that next round, you have to find something in the locker that maybe you haven't shown so far throughout this tournament.
Well, nerves have got to be really high right now for both players, for both teams, because this is nerve-wracking for me watching. I can imagine playing, right? But you have a chance. You have still time to go. To make sure you don't get to penalties, because penalties are a mix of luck and skill, and not sure the players want that.
Chance comes through now for Napoli. Pogba's in, he's got that time. The heel to ball roll. Composure. Luco, Danny Hulk. The celebrations. And a massive, massive moment for the young duo.
That pass though, did you see that pass? That was amazing. Very good vision from these two, and the finish as well. You have to be cold. You have to be cold to do that to the goalkeeper. But it was good. It was good. They're just demonstrating what they came here for, and what they did in the group stage was just like that.
And we've spoke about this with Luco and Danny. Individually, they haven't had a great season, but together they have that confidence. They're a young duo that are just saying, we're here to play competitive FIFA on the biggest stage, and if we can, go all that way. Napoli, they've scored so many goals right now.
Yeah.
They find themselves one to the good. Let's see how they can carry on in the remainder of this game. This match, though, a different story. Bromby eSport fans, get it out of your seats. You are advancing through into that next round. Crow MX Esports find themselves knocking out of the tournament 6-2. A very different story to what we've just seen with DC United and Napoli.
Yeah, very different, but very well deserved. Oh wow! Oh, okay. That could have been just one more goal for fun, right? But I think it's really well deserved. They played really well. They showed us what they were playing, and it was good level. And they're just advancing through, very well deserved.
They are DC United looking to bounce back on that attack. It's time for Ajit Power and King CJ to apply that pressure.
I think tactics have changed. I didn't see, but I think maybe a more defensive one fresh players on defense as well, because they are so close to making it, and it's been such tight games that they really need to keep this advantage, not lose it, keep their calm. If they can make another goal, that will be perfect. But if they can't, they have to hold it with everything they have. They are so close. I think they are dreaming right now. Couldn't be better.
Couldn't be better if you are a Napoli fan or Italy. We've seen Oberon and Just Virgil with Exceed, one of the favourites for this tournament, bouncing out. It's now time to pass that baton over to the young guns, Luco and Danny Hull. They are 15 minutes away from booking themselves a ticket into the quarterfinals. They're looking happy.
Oh, they are. They have to be. I mean, they are so close. They can feel it. They can smell it. And so, of course, they're smiling. Well, hopefully, they can keep this advantage. That will be dreamy for them. DC United, on the other hand, they don't look so happy, but that's for obvious reasons.
Do you know the thing that's amazing me both about them two?
Yeah.
The fact that this is their first year together at an event like this, on this stage, in front of the crowd, in front of the fans. The pressure's on them, and they just look like they're playing champs together.
I mean, they look so comfortable. They are confident. They are a very good team. They have good chemistry as well. I've been talking to them before, and they feel like they could possibly win it. They feel so confident in themselves. I think chemistry really helps because, like you said, individually, not such a great season, but in 2v2, they are rocking it so far. Well, they deserve it. They really do.
CJ and Ajit Power, DC United. You cannot give the ball away like that. Time is vital in this second half of extra time. Napoli Esports looking to maybe slow it down. Grab that second goal if they can, but don't take any unnecessary risks. Hullet trying to come through. Militao stands strong. DC United, what are you made of? They have not broken that deadlock against Napoli as of yet. They've not put too much pressure on throughout this game. However, Mbappe, fancy footwork, he drives towards that byline, a big tackle from Klostermann. And believe it or not, that is Manuel Neuer for Napoli Esports driving that one out, relieving that pressure. The team presses on, the constant pressure is there. They're dealing with that press with comfort right now, you'd say.
I'm telling you, they are really calm. They just handle their nerves like I've never seen before. I think they are really a surprise, especially because, like we've said before, it's their first time competing. And there you go. There's your last chance.
A chance to put the game to bed. It is going to be just that. Napoli Esports, Luco, Danny, celebrate.
So good. That passion, though. That is what you're looking for.
And let's just remember, these are young players. And in a moment like that, to put the game to bed, to say we are through, ice in the veins.
Ice in the veins, for sure. But it was deserved, I think. Overall, the two games, they were tied, of course. But I think Napoli did a great job. Obviously, they scored 2 goals, so they did a better job. So it's gonna be a dream for them.
A dream indeed, as Manuel Neuer comes through. Martinez with that block. DC United going to be exiting the tournament. CJ and Ajit cannot do what Complexity have done many years ago, and it is Napoli Esports that advance through to the quarterfinals. At times, at moments, it looked like it could go either way. However, they have done it.
Sure, details made a difference. Napoli were just better in details, and they are through.
They're through. We're down then to our final 8 now. It is time for our quarterfinals. Very exciting for all the 8 clubs still left in it. One team who booked their spot a little bit earlier, a little bit easier route possibly, is Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. Sven is with them now.
Yes, I'm here with Ololito and, of course, Levi David and Renzo as well. Let's not forget you. Playing an important role here in the victory. First question I want to ask you, Ollie, is you seem to have a bit of a relationship going with the crowd here. You trying to inherit the support now the Saudi Arabian team have been knocked out?
No, I think these supporters are just crazy. They deserve all the love and support in the world. And I was just, yesterday, I was moving my chair. And then apparently they knew me and started to do some chant, and I was a bit, feeling the connection. So now when we scored, I was trying to fire them up a bit more. Yeah.
Could be a really good secret weapon going into the next round. Before we talk about the next round, Larry, how did you find that game?
Pretty tough, to be honest. The 2-0 scoreline. We already knew they were pretty good defending-wise because in the group they didn't concede much. And yeah, we played 5-4-1. They played 5-4-1 as well, so that counted each other a bit. They switched to 4-1-2-1-2, and then we felt we had the opportunities on the wing. But in the end, we only conceded one chance, so I think we deserved the win.
Yeah, definitely. It was a really good performance. Ducks America waiting for you in the next round. What are you thinking about that one?
Of course, very strong team. We'll need to analyze a bit, of course. We know Neat and Cezinho pretty well. Cezinho played for Team Hullet before as well, so a bit of a old teammate clash. But no, fun, going to be fun, good team, attacking team, so hopefully exciting and good game.
Renzo, last question for you. What are your expectations? I'm sure you're proud of what the boys have done so far, but what's the target?
The target is simple. We won the World Cup. Like that's the only objective that we have. But we're playing still. I think we're still playing at 70% of our capacity. Like defensively 100%, but offensively we can do way more. So hopefully against Ducks we will come there going out all blazing.
Okay, watch this space. Meanwhile, I'm going to move over to another. That's my phone. Thank you very much. I'll move over to another pod here. The Apogee Poland guys who have just actually left the pod. But is there someone I can speak to around the corner? I'll go around the other way. Go around the other way. Yeah, the lad that likes to do the English speaking is around this way. They're hiding from me. I don't blame them. It's been tough. Sorry, can you even film around here? I don't know. Quick interview, guys. I know it's tough. You've just been knocked out of the competition. I don't know if you were trying to get away from the interview. I do understand it's a sensitive moment, but you guys have done so well. You should be really proud. You had one of the best defensive performances in the group stage, and even the guys from Team Hullet just mentioned it there. So I hopefully you are proud of what you've done.
Yes, we are proud. It's, as you said, it's a sad moment for us. I'm really emotional with what I'm doing, so that's it. We tried our best today. Wasn't enough to win GG to Team Hullet and NIP. They were better, and yeah, it hurts now, but we'll be proud overall with our performance. So yeah,
definitely. You've done your team Apogee proud. You've done Poland proud, and it was a really, really strong group stage performance. And really, only a couple games lost all weekend, which is more than a lot of teams have done here. So hold your head high, and all the best, guys. Listen, that's the level of competition we've got to now. With every win, someone goes through, someone goes out as well. So GG's to Apogee Poland, really strong performance, but it is the Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas, guys, that progress.
That's a new look Polish team as well, Spen, isn't it? They're young guys there, they'll bounce back for sure, and we'll be seeing a lot more of them. But you can just see what, like Spen said, FIFA esports means for a lot of these guys. It is their career, it's not just a hobby anymore, especially not at this level. Well, we're welcoming back Mike LaBelle. He's just jumped back in for Diana, who was on a commentary debut there, Mike, so you've got big shoes to fill.
Wow. Some of the games today. You talk about the penalty kicks. I've never seen this. I know we talked about it early on, but that many misses, that many mistakes. I thought Fullwiz was out. You usually don't get gifted multiple opportunities when you miss the chances to convert. Yeah, I thought they were out, but they got the job done. They seemed relieved, and the games are going, some a little more unpredictable, others maybe by the book a little bit.
Mike, as you are just joining us as well, I'll get your thoughts on the DC United game. I know you would have been paying close attention to that. They pushed it all the way, extra time for those guys against Napoli. They they have to, I'm going to say, be proud of that performance.
I think they have to be proud that they got out of the groups. A lot of people didn't put them to get out of the groups. I wish that they would have been a little more offensive or offensive. They didn't really bring that extra thunder until they started going for it towards the end of extra time, but a little too late. That would be my only critique there. But Napoli's been fantastic the whole tournament. Let's not take anything away from them.
I just can't believe that they actually look like they're just playing at home. They look so relaxed on the stage, and I don't know how. You can look at them and say, defensively, they've been good. Offensively, they've been unbelievable.
Celebrations, impeccable.
I mean, and they've got the celebrations to go with it, right? So we're looking at it and we said they're a dark horse. We put them as that underdog. Do you think they can go all the way?
Well, I actually was going to look at their matchup upcoming with Goliath and Napoli. Those are two teams I don't know that people knew a lot about. Goliath definitely didn't get the respect coming from South Africa, of course. And Napoli, we didn't really build them up at the beginning of the show. We go back a couple days, that wasn't the case. They had to earn the respect, and they've done that.
And they had to get there the hard way as well. The crowd were not rooting for them, that's for sure. You were just talking about players being relaxed. If you're relaxed, you obviously play better, I'm going to say that. Well, we're down to our final 8 clubs. Let's see who's playing who then. Up first, we do have Goliath taking on Napoli. That's our first quarter-final. Then we've got Team Footwiz taking on Atlanta Wave. Well, there's a lot of British performers in that one.
What a game, what a matchup. That's got a lot in it.
That's pretty exciting. Goliath then, we just touched on that one, so we'll jump down to Footwiz. I'm going to have to go to you to that one, Alex. I mean, those players know each other so well.
They do indeed. Stingray playing for Atlanta Wave, and obviously Team Footwiz with Ethan and Nick Sneb. The thing that I think Team Footwiz needs to be careful of, they've said it themselves, they're slow starters right now. They find themselves 1-0, 2-0 down, and at the minute they're coming back because we know how good they are once they get flowing. However, Stingray and Fuma could be a different duo. They are champions. They know what it needs to do. Stingray in the attack is arguably one of the best in the world on that. So Nick Sneb and Ethan for Footwiz, they have to be careful. They need a strong start, and they need to try and take that game to Atlantide Wave.
Well, Stingray, he knows, doesn't he, how to make a run in this tournament in particular. And Ethan, well, he needs a rest, so I'm glad he's not playing up first. If we could just jump back on that, and I'm going to ask these guys about these matchups. I've got to go to Aggie about Bromby. 31 goals now, top scorers in the tournament after just getting 6 there for fun. Up against Leipzig, that's the big matchup.
Yeah, it's big, and it's 3 Danes playing against each other, and yeah, Danish team against Anders and Umut. So I mean, that's a huge one for me, and I'm really looking forward to watch that one.
Are you very much on the fence then? Which way are you going with this one? Is it hard to choose?
I mean, personally, I'm neutral. I mean,
you're asking him to choose one of his children right now. It's just like,
well, that's exactly why, because it's exciting.
Basically, basically, it's like looking at the profile from Brøndby, it's Klinge, and you have Anders. It's the 2 best players we had in Denmark for the last 3 years playing against each other now. It's so good offensive, both of them, and I'm really looking forward to see how they counter against each other.
August, should we expect maybe a little trash talk? Is there some internal rivalry? I just want to know, you're Dane, they're Dane. You have the insider scoop.
I'm not going to lie, when I played for FC Copenhagen, which is the huge rivals of Brøndby, we had a lot of derbies against them, and they are very verbal. This is something they do. They are trying to get into your head, and they'll definitely try to do the same against Anders and Umut. And Anders, we know, he likes to reply, so we're in for something here. It's going to be serious.
The mind games are going to begin with those 2 teams. And our final quarterfinal matchup we haven't spoken about. Ducks taking on Team Hulit Ninjas in Pyjamas there. We just heard from the team Ninjas in Pyjamas with Renzo in the camp as well. They said they obviously had quite a tough game there. Didn't look like it on paper if you're just joining us. 2-0, that final scoreline over Apogee, Poland. Ducks, though, they've been the surprise package of day 3 so far.
Yeah, and obviously they're going to be up against, as Team Hulit just said, 5-4-1, very defensive formation. It's all about that counter-attack. We saw it throughout that Apogee game. For Ducks, though, I mean, we talked about it. They were talking about it, obviously, in the top of the show, how it is a different game. We're out of the groups. Yes, they limped through into 4th place, but they played really well in that first knockout round. They're looking like a different team, talking about how Neat's really good at scoring, Zizinho supporting with very experienced players. This is going to be a tough match for both teams.
Yeah, I'm going back now, starting that round again. Goliath, completely uncharted territory for them, Mike LaBelle.
If I'm them, I like that.
Do you?
People have kind of been writing them off from the start, and they keep performing. They score early goals. They score often. They have good teamwork. They're prepared for the event. And I don't think this is the same scouting report. So, a lot of these guys we get to watch play time in and time out individually, collectively. That's not really the case for them.
So I talked to these guys quite a lot. I know I was at an event with them last year. I've been chatting with the coach all morning, and he was talking about how the fact is, like, we didn't just come here to just, we made it, yay. So we've come here to actually, we've put the work in, they've come here to compete, and they were talking about, they were very confident, this was before the Raptors game, they were very confident that they were going to come out on top in that game. They had a game plan. Yes, it went to penalties, but I would say the biggest problem they had, and it showed in that game, they always do seem to go that goal up, but they always kind of let one in.
Diana was sat there where you are, and she was saying that, speaking to all the players before the games and before the tournament started, that Goliath, they're the worst team here. We're confident. We know that we can beat them. So if you're Goliath right now, you're going, hang on a minute, let us go out there, let us play. For them, I don't know how the players can look at the players from South Africa, and Kaelan and Bianchi, who are the best players from that region, and go, oh yeah, we don't need to worry about them.
And if you're unfamiliar with the FIFA scene, a lot of times, I'll say this, Europeans look at themselves a little bit better than the rest sometimes. And South Africa doesn't have the same track record. Let's be very transparent here. I'm objectively speaking here. They're not winning a bunch of events, and this is one of the first times they've traveled together, got the job done, and they're still doing the job right now. And I'm telling you, that is the matchup of two underrated or underappreciated teams. When you look at Goliath going up against Napoli, I don't want to say they were written off, but they just weren't respected the same way. We didn't talk about them at the beginning or the top of the show when day one got underway.
Well, I think we're going to rate them now because they're about to enter the arena here, and I hope Richard Buckley has been down there giving his words of advice to Goliath Gaming. He's their lucky charm, apparently. Well, welcome then our first two quarterfinalists to the stage, and welcome Richard and Brandon to the casting booth.
Certainly have been down there giving my good luck charm off on Goliath Gaming. The quarterfinals are here. Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith in the commentary booth. Incredible that these two teams are here. Maybe didn't predict them to be here, but they have been outstanding in their performance thus far in the Club World Cup.
Well, one thing that we've learned, haven't we, about the Club World Cup is expect surprises. So many of them. Teams being knocked out, former champions being knocked out. However, this is a first quarter final. From 24 down to our final 8. And I believe that Spencer Owen is speaking to the players right now.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. You know it's getting serious when we've got the big head referee, James, on the stage, because it's time for a coin toss. Before we do that, I have a quick chat with the two players of the two teams going into this matchup. Napoli, you've done so well. You've got Goliath you're going up against. What are you thinking in this match?
We will do everything to win this match. We passed up a really hard match, but we fought to win it, so we hope to do this also in the next game.
Okay, Napoli, interestingly go into this event the lowest ranked in terms of the FIFA rankings at 73rd in the world. You guys, even though you have come under the radar a little bit, you are actually ranked 25th in the world going into this. Are you thinking about ranking now going into this match? Does it make you the favourites?
Absolutely not. We know they're a great team. We just watched their game against DC right now. They were so good defensively and they were so clinical, and obviously they won 2-0. And well, hopefully we can overcome that in this next matchup.
Okay, let's get this coin toss underway. I have James with me here. James, we've got a blue side and a green side on this coin. Can you explain what they mean?
Blue side is Goliath Gaming, green side is Napoli Esports. The winner of the coin toss will have the home right in the second game.
Okay, fantastic. James, if you take it away for us here. And that is green side, which I believe was...
Green is Napoli Esports. Napoli Esports will have the home right in the second game.
There you go. So you're going to be kicking off in the home side in the second game. If you'd like to make your way to your booths, guys, and you can go and get comfortable and get ready to play. Best of luck to both teams. This is it. Napoli versus Goliath. Mike said it's one of the ties of the tournament. I have to agree with that one. Right, let's join our casters for this one, Richard and Brandon.
Well then, interview done. It's all about this one now. They've already guaranteed $40,000 for getting to this stage of the tournament. We have to talk about that first and foremost, Richard. Last year's tournament was $300K, I believe. No way near $1 million. $1 million. This is their first LAN event for Napoli Esports.
It is an incredible feat just to be here. I mean, you were down there speaking to the duo. Why don't you give a bit of insight for people at home who might not know much about Napoli Esports and their journey this season so far?
To be honest, it's a very interesting story that these two have. They've basically just looked at the season and gone, right, do we want to try and do a bit of everything? Play in leagues, play in Serie A, try and play in the FGS, try and get to the E-World Cup? Or do we want to put all our energy in this tournament right here, the FIFAe Club World Cup? They put all their energy into that. Both players are ranked low 200 and or lower in Europe. It's their first year competing. This is their first LAN event, and it goes to show, right, put your energy into one tournament, and this could happen.
Very rarely does it ever pay off, though. That's the thing.
I agree.
You put your energy in one tournament, and then it doesn't happen at that tournament, and you think, well, we've wasted the year. Because we've not maybe played 1v1s. We've not tried getting into the national setup in our respective country. This is a case study of it working, of two players saying, it's not the end of the world if we don't make it to the FIFA E-World Cup on the 1v1s, because we know we're a good duo. We know we're also competing from a region which is real strong at the moment. Italy in FIFA esports right now are thriving, it has to be said, and I think Napoli might not be the name on the tip of the tongue when it comes to Italian FIFA players and Italian FIFA teams. We've just seen probably the name of the team be eliminated in Exceed when it comes to Italian FIFA. However, this side are a serious prospect.
Absolutely. Well, if you look at where they came from in terms of that Europe South-East pool of teams, they weren't the number one ranked seed to get to this tournament. It was Exceed that beat them in the qualification final. They still did get here as one of those two spots, but they stopped the likes of AC Monza from getting here, Applied Tottenham. But on the flip side, we have to speak about Goliath Gaming. They don't get much airtime. They don't get many opportunities, do they? They get one spot from Africa. But when they do come to LAN, Richard, no matter where it is, they make noise, they play FIFA, and look at them, they're in a top 8 here.
And they always perform, whether that's Team of the Season Cup, even last year, where Kayla was there, and you're looking at this roster and you're putting it together, Bianchi's in there, and you're going, oh, you know what, it's got potential. They start to make moves. This team right now is exceeding our expectations, maybe even exceeding their own expectations, but they fully deserve to be here. They're in a top 8. They've got a guaranteed $40,000 between them. They win this game, they go up to 75k.
That's ridiculous.
They've got a championship Sunday, and they cement themselves as one of the best clubs in FIFA esports. Into the future, we don't know what it may hold. Them two will be there if they continue this road, it has to be said.
And you have to feel for two individuals there as well. Beats Bianchi, he qualified for his first ever World Cup. It was the first time we saw African representation at a FIFAe World Cup. Unfortunately, that was in no one's hand, but it did get cancelled. He had that snatched away from him, and it was a case of, look, I could either sulk about it or pick myself back up and get back at it. And he's done that, exactly. This is his moment. This is their moment. South Africa's moment of a top 8 finish as it currently stands right now. And they could go one step further, as you said, Rich. They win this game. $75,000 and a championship Sunday. Best 4 clubs in the FIFAe Club World Cup.
You might be asking how they got here. It was a route through Group C for Goliath Gaming. They finished 3rd in Group C. Yes, the group of death, as many called it, coming into the tournament. It was a unbelievable penalty shootout victory against Raptors Twisted Minds, the Saudi Arabian team, knocked out by the South African Goliath Gaming. On the other side of it, all in blue, Napoli Esports, and what a journey they've had in this particular tournament as well, topping the group.
Top the group, a Group B that was full of what? TGNIP, EA Sports Cup winners, they were in there as well. Team Exceed, the team that they qualified with, when they saw the fellow Italians in there, they'll be thinking, what's the chances of that? They went into knockout play, and it was a tough first leg, but eventually in extra time they were able to pull away with a 2-0 win against DC United. Commiserations to the NA side there. On the flip side for Goliath Gaming, they had to knock out a big team in the round of 16, Richard. The noisiest team here in Saudi Arabia, the only Middle Eastern team that was here. But here we go then. We are officially underway in the quarter-final stages of this year's FIFAe Club World Cup. We kick off with Goliath Gaming from left to right against Napoli Esports from right to left. Keep in mind, 2 legs of FIFA. Let's see who comes out on top.
You're already seeing right off the get-go a little bit of a press from Napoli Esports, just putting the foot on the acceleration pedal ever so slightly. Body's starting to squeeze up the pitch. Goliath Gaming do well to play out of it.
First chance, here's Christopher Nkunku now looking to link up
A handful of skill moves there. Keep in mind the winner of this game will play the winner of Team Footwiz or Atlantide Wave. That's our next quarter-final coming up after this one. And also, later today, you'll see Ducks America against TGNIP, and then RB Leipzig against Bromby. The two-time FIFAe Club World Cup champions still in the hunt and looking for a third.
It's going to be a noisy, noisy game as well. 3 Danes on the stage. Woo! Long way to go before that, though.
Here's Napoli's first chance to get the ball forward. There is a pause that's being used early on as well from Goliath Gaming. Clearly they're not happy with something, maybe tactically. He's up against the Napoli side, but they didn't know what to expect. Pogba finds Hulle. Mbappe, can he turn away from his man? Mbappe steal!
It's an absolute land of the giants for Napoli, it has to be said as well. Pogba, Socrates, Hullet. You're linking into Mbappe in the final third, who's got a bit of physicality about him as well, it has to be said. First sniff goes to Napoli Esports. Low-driven strike at the near post. Good save from the goalie.
Well, keep an eye on the players moving around the box here. See Hull at the back post with that blue icon above his head. Front post could be there for a flick on. It was. So was the goalkeeper. Big win there, Zidane. Losing out to Hulle. Here comes Socrates, and Hulle linking up perfectly well. Wilfried Zaha, that'll be his brand new shapeshifter item that comes as a right back. Socrates steal, back to Pogba, who will quite unauthentically twist on the ball and came out of a shot.
It's been a great start, it has to be said, for Napoli. The way that they're pinging this ball in around the box, the skill moves look crisp and clean as well, and it's been a 20 minutes that if this tale of the tape that we've seen so far unfolds, could end up being a rout.
Well, there with the idea just to punch that one through to Mbappe.
Goliath Gaming have got a knack for just hanging in the game though, for just sticking around.
Also sticking around the group of death, Richard, when they found themselves in a Group C that was just full of talent upon talent, including the defending 2v2 champions. Here's that ball into the box, it goes deep into Mbappe, he recycles well, back to Roussillon, who potentially looked to Trivella that one into the goal. Did time it green, but it was blocked. Kimpembe picks someone up nicely, getting so much joy down this left-hand side now. Pogba whips it in deep, there's Mbappe with all the time in the world. Napoli Esports will strike first.
It's been coming. It was an opening 20 minutes for Napoli Esports where they were building and building, and it's an early strike.
Had so much time, didn't he? How many times have we spoken about this in 2v2 FIFA? You play the game differently. It's all about those manual movement, the player locks. A perfect example there, Mbappe finding a pocket of space, having all the time in the world to make it 1-0. What can?
It's all about the answer now. The question's been asked. What do Goliath Gaming have in the locker?
What can they reply with? Rafael Varane, be careful there, very heavy touch. Back to Henry. Zidane and Kunku. Twists and turns, it's Maldini that stands in the way. Courtois happy to get the ball there under a bit of pressure.
Might be asking a few questions about the teams that you're seeing as well on the screen. There was a draft process in for the Club World Cup. I'm sure we'll get a whole team play, maybe at half-time or full-time, where I can explain you through that entire process. But what Napoli Esports are doing is using what they've got at the moment. A lot of height in the team, a lot of skillful players in the final third.
Absolutely, there is a draft process in play here. When we can tell you more, we will. Hence why one team's got Pele, and the other one's got Trophy Titans R9. Each team was allowed to choose 3 players that were guaranteed to be in every single matchup. Then there was an 8-player selection where you could only choose those 8 players across all the other teams in the competition. And then there was sort of like a pool of players that anyone could use. That certainly had a storytelling moment to this, that each player has earned their right to be in the team. Just taking the sting out of this one. Happy to go into half-time. That 1 goal to the good. Napoli, Paul Pogba pushed off the ball. That'll do us for half-time here. So far, all smiles for Napoli Esports.
You see there as well with Napoli Esports, the amount of interaction. Every single pause, every single sort of halting play, whether it's a half-time, a full-time of a leg, everyone in there straight away, over the shoulder. Okay, this is what we're doing, this is what we're liking. You mentioned the draft process there. 3 players, key players. That means no one else can touch them in the group, in the tournament. In your groups then, you go through the 8 selected. So if you take, let's say, Paul Pogba, that means I can't take Paul Pogba. That means Mike LaBelle can't take Paul Pogba. You then have a set of open players, which anybody can use. I think Wilfried Zaha's in there, so he'll be pretty frequently operated. Roussillon, pretty frequently operated as well in those sides. Now we're going to the knockouts. From the groups to the knockouts, you can take two players who weren't selected previously in the group stages. So if you took Paul Pogba, I can have him off you, and that was done this morning and last night, ready for the knockouts. Just keep you up to date with everything that you might be wondering. Well, why am I not seeing Hullet all over the pitch, or R9? That is what.
Napoli. For a couple of step overs of Hullet. It also adds the odds to why you've seen Petr Cech scoring goals across the last 2 days, and Hugo Lloris is a central midfielder, Olivier Giroud is a centre back. That's because these team pros they've had to be creative, haven't they, through all the different promos that have come out this year, especially the recent shapeshifter. Goliath Gaiman hunting for that first real chance at goal still. They want to throw it. Right at the corner there, Zinedine Zidane back defending for his team. Want to play short, Mbappe. He's one of those key players for both teams, no surprise there. Edge of the box, Schweinsteiger. Zidane. Klosterman exit the skill move, he went for the step over. Still feels weird seeing the traditional centre-back on the edge of the box pulling out skill moves.
It does, it certainly does. I mean, Van Dijk as well with the midfielder. Shapeshifter just gives a completely different element to the entire team, really.
Massive space again. They're getting so much room on that far-hand side of the pitch. Napoli. It's Paul Pogba that sort of peels off the left-hand side of the midfield. Just adds a different dimension for them. Here's Christopher Nkunku.
That's great feat.
Goliath Gaiman, Pele, that shapeshifter, looking to add his pace and important skill moves into the final third, able to do so there into the last third of this one now. Remember, this is leg 1 of our first quarter-final here at the FIFAe Club World Cup. Again, I keep saying it, they're getting so much space here. Zidane and Pogba to switch from side to side just to disrupt any shape that's been created from Goliath Gaiman. Socrates back to R9 again. Zaha just offering an overload. All the time in the world, Klosterman with a huge last-minute block. That was
incredible as his foot drew back to release. That's a long way out the keeper. Courtois just nods it out. Not going to rush anything. What a block from Klosterman, putting his body on the line. I mean, for Goliath Gaiman as well.
He had so much time, you thought, didn't he, R9?
He just came out of nowhere.
switch again. Hugging the touchline, it's Thierry Henry. And Kunku, nice reverse elastico now. A couple of step overs inside and Kunku still. This is dangerous. Be very, very careful. Coach is literally in. He's in between the seats. I'm not sure how I could play in that environment.
Get a third controller.
Feeling every emotion, every tackle.
Would be a bit off-putting.
They said they've been grinding 2v2 FIFA, have Napoli Esports, since November. Every day they've been at it. Getting better and better for these moments now. Zaha whips it in, flick on, Paul Pogba cuts it inside! And just look at what it means to that booth there. Napoli Esports double their lead in the first leg.
I felt sorry for the desk. Four bodies clambering all over it. Just whipped into the box. They won the first contact. What did I say right at the start of the game? Big men around that area. Whether it's Paul Pogba, whether it's Socrates. Just bodies in and around the box.
It's like they know where the camera is. Because every time they score, they're straight to the camera. All of them. They're playing up for the cameras. They're loving life here.
Might have to pop down in between the legs. Then go and give some good luck.
Did you wish him good luck for this game?
We're up here.
That's probably why they're losing.
Surely not.
Life gaming will give us many comebacks.
They have.
In our time, both in an individual and team
just
element. Yeah, they'll never say never.
Didn't expect to be in the quarterfinals. They probably maybe even didn't think they'd get through the group stage with how competitive and cutthroat that process was. They did. They always seem to exceed expectations. Is it one hurdle too far?
Towards that post. Karen's on it there. As it looks as if Napoli will just sort of sit back in now into a back five. Take all the time they want. It must be such a nice environment to play when you've got that much support around you. Everything's going your way. As a player, you just must be feeling
on top of the world.
Literally.
A Goliath gaming goal here is big value. Gives you a little bit of confidence, gives you a little bit of momentum going into the second leg. You probably don't have to change anything drastically either. At 2-1, at 2-0, you start to think, okay, we need a goal by the 45th in the second leg, and you're starting to already take that into consideration. 3-0 is a whole different prospect.
Could have been. Curtains by the end of leg one. Terrible pass again. Van Dijk caught sleeping. Napoli happy to keep the ball and just see it out.
They're just not playing great, Goliath gaming either. A couple of mistakes. It's very hard as well when you've just come off the back of exhausting penalty shootout victory. Played about an hour later. You need to get out the game, recompose, recollect yourself, and then pick yourself back up again. Napoli Esports, they went into extra time, yes, but it was pretty comfortable in the end against DC United. And it's looking to be a similar story yet again.
Well then, full time in leg one looks to be here any second now. It will be. They're saying calm, calm, calm. Maybe just saw that the coach just gave a little off the shoulder there. 2-0 up at the halfway point. It's not done yet. I can understand where the confidence is coming from, but you do not write out these two yet. Kylan and Beast Bianchi very much will be in this second leg. Let's have a look at what we may have missed if you have just joined us in the first leg.
Yeah, you've missed 2 goals here in the first leg. They've both fallen to the Italian side, Napoli Esports. This was the first one. Ball out wide to Paul Pogba. Floated into the back stick. Mbappe, too much time. That's 1-0, and look at that reaction. And I can tell you, it gets better if you are a Napoli esports fan. Whipped into the box yet again. R9 just made sure he got that first contact and then jumped over the ball as well. He was pivotal in that movement. Paul Pogba, the goal scorer. 2-0, Napoli esports lead.
Is there, do you think, just the level of just freedom with these guys as well? There's no expectation. They've never been to an E-Club World Cup before. They're young. It's their first LAN event. They're just enjoying every single moment.
I would say yes, but also I think they know that they're good. Like, sometimes you come into tournaments, I might get a top 16, I might get a top 8. Every interview they've done, whether it be Spencer, whether it you talking to them behind the scenes, me talking to them on the stage, they know that they're good. They know that they've put a lot of time into this. They've qualified out of a truly treacherous region in Italy where there's killers everywhere you look. And they feel good about themselves right now. They feel confident. That's why they're reacting the way they were. If they didn't think that they might end up going far, I don't think you'd see such emotion from them, but they've got one thing on their mind, and it's a trophy.
I'll tell you what, they're not many games away from it as well. Win this, $75,000 in the bag and a top 4 finish in tomorrow's Championship Sunday. As we said, 2-0, still very much open, but if they do get through, Team Footers or Landside Wave.
Great game.
We'll wait in their way. Well, we've got a minute or two. We'll tee you up the other quarterfinals coming up later today as well. Ducks Gaming, they may have made group play look difficult, but in the knockouts, they look like a completely different team. They take on TGNIP. No one's really hyped about them. I mean, look, they're still in the tournament, still in the top 8.
I think you expect them to be here. Team Hunt Ninja in pyjamas. They're one of those teams that they could. I think there's probably, right now, we've got 8 teams left. I'm not going to tell you who I think. You've probably got about 5 teams that could go on and win it that I see lifting the trophy. I'll give you a secret. They're one of the 5.
5?
I think there's 5 teams. I think there's 3 teams that I would be very surprised if they went on to win it. I think 5 teams that are currently remaining in this tournament. Yeah, I could see.
Absolutely. Well, they've already had silverware as well this year, haven't they? EA Sports Cup winners back underway here then. Napoli still in that same dark strip from left to right. Lead 2-0. Goliath Gaming must have had a serious pep talk between that mini break. It's now or never. Have they met their match in the quarterfinals? Here we go. Pogba, this could be all said and done. It's Klosterman again with another huge block. There's only so many times he's going to be able to save today. Bello driving. Where's that through ball? Nowhere to be seen. Just not been at the races so far. Have the 2 South African players. Nicely done there.
This could be a big turnover.
Keep an eye on the manual run there from Mbappe. He's now offside. See him back on the ball again there. It's all about getting the ball. Pele and Mbappe, they're the 2. There's one pass, there's Nkunku, there's Mbappe, there's Mbappe!
Very, very positive signs. They turned over the possession in the middle of the park and then went relatively fast. The driven pass from Van Dijk is what opened up the attack.
We could see another one here. Van Dijk, of all people, fancies a shot. Each timed it green on the first or second or third time of asking.
This is dangerous. Napoli not electing to go forward, playing smart. There'll be a switch of play coming anytime soon, I would imagine. We'll take it on the ground. There it is. And now the possession just recycled over.
Napoli on the hunt for a third. They'll win a corner. Keep an eye here on who's being moved around the box. Hullet will be moved, no doubt, as he's on the goalkeeper towards that post as well. There's more options. Keep an eye on that movement towards that front post. There it is.
If I'm defending that corner and I see so much movement, I am petrified. As soon as I start seeing that right stick getting flinged around the box.
These are the small moments, aren't they, where...
It's the small margins where champions...
Literally, in 2v2
Yeah,
FIFA,
absolutely.
look no further. Look, Hullet will go to the back post now. There, he'll try and peel off if he does. Quite not on that occasion. This is a chance to break away. Big tackle from Hullet, who recovers so well. Mbappe. Oh no, making it look easy. Pogba! It's 2-2 for the French midfielder, who's just become much more than that in the final third. He's been a goal scorer.
It's been a game winner as well, has Paul Pogba in these moments. The new item is just so good. He offers you everything that you possibly could want in an attacking player.
Something's got to change, something's got to give now. Take a risk. Make a move, otherwise it's going to be... Napoli Esports going through.
3-goal swing in 60 minutes.
Just haven't been able to create.
They've not shown me in this particular quarter-final that they've got what it takes to perform such a comeback. Could be on again.
Oh no, could be 4. Goal before half-time is everything now. Make a pause, have a chat, if you can do so. Mbappe
Chance.
now has to go, Zidane! There was a teeny little bit of goalkeeper movement there, surely.
It's a big opportunity. That is the chance they were waiting for, that cutback, that one extra pass. And he just, ever so slightly, tickled the goalkeeper back onto the line. Opened up just that little bit extra room, and it paid dividends in the end.
And suddenly we're an end-to-end FIFA all of a sudden. Best chance they've had. And by the looks of how these last 120 minutes of FIFA time, including this and the last game, have gone, you're not going to get many chances like that. To take it as a positive, though. They were able to get something.
It's a must score, though. It really is.
Just that 5-back that is so in order, so hard to break down.
It's not been pretty from Napoli Esports, but it's been unbelievably effective for them.
Tournament football.
A lot of crosses, a lot of second bouncers.
Finding a way to win. Organised, so in sync with his teammate. Speak about it so often about how it looks like sometimes it's just one player playing.
This will be $75,000 in the bag for Napoli if they were to win this game.
Added time of 1 minute. Last chance, Pogba knocks it down. Schweinsteiger.
Absolute joke, it's Pogba, by the way.
I think just on that, by the way, $75,000 if they win that. The only prize money these two have ever earned is from online cups. And we're talking like €100 here, €200 there. To then go and win $37,500 each, with the chance to still go for the jackpot. Come tomorrow evening, $300,000. Remember, the winning team will get.
It's two very different camps at the moment, isn't it? You saw all smiles, sort of having a joke about the heart rate and the nerves that they might be feeling on the other side of it. Not one word spoken for Goliath Gaming.
A miracle. That's what's needed. 3 goals against a team that's this organised. 45 minutes. just don't see it. I just don't see it, but please surprise me.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a comeback, but it's just not, as I said earlier, I've not seen anything that leads me to believe that Goliath Gaming have got it in the locker. Such a good tournament from them. Such a story.
Side.
Not only playing for a country, but for a continent. The entirety of Africa right now willing the ball into the back of the net.
Pogba causing more havoc for Goliath Gaming into our nine. That is it. Job done. Top 4 guaranteed.
Some performance, it has to be said. Trophy Titans are 9. Putting the icing on the cake. Just clinical, composed, and really, as it's come down to it, a class above Napoli Esports.
Only 5 minutes left, but I just don't see a world. I just do not see a world where this happens. Please make me clip this and watch it back and say that I was wrong. Ball into the box. It's in the air from Pele. Where do you think it's gone wrong? I think you could be right in some ways. That last game they played, that round of 16, maybe it was like a final.
They've also, and I'm sure they'll be, when they reflect back on this game, they'll say this themselves, they've just not played very well. Sometimes you will have a bad game. Sometimes you will have an off day, and at this level of FIFA esports, if you have a bad day, your opponent doesn't even have to have a good day. They could have an all right day and you're losing. Free kick right on the edge. You're 4-0 up. Let's have a direct shot.
Well, have a shot. Have a shot from there.
I think he's going to.
Pull it. From the edge of the box. Fancy this one for 5-0. That coach is getting closer and closer towards the screen. If you can get a camera on them right now, by the way, look at Napoli Esports' team booth. It's just over my right shoulder. You've got a coach and a third teammate there, hanging over the gaming chairs. They are in this match. Is Nkunku offside?
Reminds me a little bit with the coach, FIFAe Nations Cup last year, the Polish coach. Coach/cheerleader in the end. Made it all the way to the grand final.
He'll be here next week.
Yeah.
Last 20 minutes. We can start previewing that next matchup. FUTWIZ, Atlantide Wave. Games coming at you thick and fast. What's interesting about that one, as a UK player on one of those teams that has had, or two you could say, had rich history in the club final. Both of them have been runners-up. Stingray last year came second. Back in FIFA 20 it was. Penalty shootout against Complexity, if you remember that. Top 2 finish there when he was playing under 11s.
This game, slowly but surely, just petering out. Gives us a little bit of time as we enter the final 12-13 minutes to reflect on this Goliath Gaming story over the last couple of days, because it has been, quite frankly, brilliant. Getting out the groups, everyone said it's a group of death. there's five teams that could go through. People already counted out the Goliath gaming before they kicked off, and they went and got out of the group. And they didn't go fourth, by the way. They went third in the group. They held their own. Went into the knockouts against the fan favourites, one of the best teams we'd seen from the groups. The Raptors' twisted minds, beat them on penalties in what can only be described as an electric atmosphere here in Riyadh. But one game too far, unfortunately.
We always talk about it, don't we, the E-Club World Cup. It produces these magical stories of new clubs, as far as I'm aware, first ever E-Club World Cup. This is from Napoli Esports, an esports team that was created. There's no affiliation to the football club, as many people would probably think. They literally said when I spoke to them on day one, they went, we're just from Napoli, or Naples, so to say. They created a team and now they're in the top 4 of this year's tournament. Commiserations to Goliath Gaming, as always. They've put up a fight, they've put on a show for their continent, for their country.
Always a pleasure seeing them on the global stage.
So much hunger every year, isn't there, to get back. They'll be here at the Nations next week. That same duo. If anything, so I would argue a great way to have a bit of experience before coming into another 2v2 tournament. On ball forward, finds Mbappe. It'll be nothing more than a consolation if Goliath Gaming were to score now. And that will do us there.
Couple of 2-0 wins in the end for Napoli.
And there we have it, semi-finalists on Napoli Esports. First ever offline LAN event for them too. And why don't they not lap up every single celebration there? A team that no one expected to get to this stage in a tournament. They've proven everybody wrong. $75,000 guaranteed, alongside a potential date with FUTWIZ or Atlantide Wave. Commiserations to Goliath Gaming. Again, they still made Africa and South Africa proud, but it'll be a top 8 exit for them. For now, let's head down to Spencer FC, who's got the latest for bowl winners.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm down by the Napoli booth. Got to say, very emotional booth. You'd be right to think that maybe won the whole thing. Talk to me about the emotions here right now, because you guys obviously delighted with that one.
Yeah, big emotions. It was not an easy match because our opponent were really good, but we played so well, and we hope to continue tomorrow what we started today.
Would it be fair to say that you guys have maybe surprised yourself by the fact you've got this far? Because you could think you've won the whole trophy here, seeing how happy you guys are.
Yeah, this is our first competition, but we knew our ability, and we thought we could do this, but it's not finished yet.
$75,000 secured minimum, could be more, of course. I mean, that's great, of course, but you also haven't conceded a goal in the knockouts so far. Since you got to knockouts, you've not conceded a goal. People will be looking at you as a potential winner of the whole tournament now.
Yeah, we hope to satisfy what people think about us, and tomorrow we will finish what we already started.
That's right. Well done, guys. They are through to tomorrow. You can see what it means to them there. Everyone in the booth absolutely ecstatic. Obviously, the mood is slightly different over here as we walk into the Goliath booth. Hi, guys. Sorry to get involved, but we've got to talk to you. I know your ride's over for now, but what a ride it's been.
Yeah, no, it's been great. We've defied expectations from the very beginning. Everyone wrote us off in the groups already. So to make it as one of the top 8 clubs in the world is an achievement in itself.
Definitely, and let's not forget $40,000 as well. That's no small change. Talk to me about that game there. How was it for you?
They're very good, I have to admit. You can see they have a complete structure to their play. The way they build up, the way they defend, really solid. Italians known for their defending. But yeah, I'm sure we could have done many things better, but when you go down, you know, we're always chasing the game. We switched formation 4-3 to 1 second game, and it was obviously way easier for them to keep the ball with the 5 back. So yeah, just want to say thank you to everyone around the whole world, not just Africa, for supporting us. I apologize deeply from the bottom of my heart that we couldn't bring it home, but we still got E-Nations, and hopefully we can do that one.
Definitely, and you've got nothing to apologise for. You guys have been fantastic. I'm sure you've made a lot of people very proud. And yes, E-Nation still to come. So Goliath Gaming exit the competition, but Napoli look very dangerous. They could just go the distance. Back to the studio.
Yeah, they do look very dangerous. But Goliath Gaming have been a pleasure to watch there. Their story has been incredible as well. The first team from Africa to qualify for the finals of this event and be here at the FIFAe Club World Cup. Brandon, obviously you were casting that one and you heard from Goliath there just saying how structured and disciplined the team were in Team Napoli and really hard to break down.
So organised, and I think what you can see from their performances is just two players that have been practising and you've got two players there, they're making a lot, it's just one player playing, so organised all over the pitch, and I think on the other side of that, you know, goes to show what a character Bianchi is and her sports for just saying, look, they were better than us.
Goliath did have some chances though. Why do you not think they could quite finish them off? Especially in that second leg, it looked like.
I don't know, I'll be honest, I don't think they created loads. They created maybe like 2 or 3 good chances, but other than that, they just couldn't create.
But that was all they wanted, though. That's all they needed, really. You know, don't need a load of chances, do you, Brandon?
I agree, but there was, I think, one chance where there was just a fantastic piece of goalkeeper movement from Napoli, which you just can't take anything away from.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need many chances to come back in that one. 4-0, the results in the end. Napoli, though, from what we've seen of them, first tournament, Mike, we didn't have much to go on. They are now completely a force to be reckoned with, and everyone should be worried. Their possible next opponent is the next matchup, Footwiz or Wave as well. Big teams, but I think they're a big team.
I'm sure both of those teams are focused on this match. However, they've got something to deal with. And the more that I watch Napoli play, and I'd love Brandon's take on this as well, I feel like some of the teams, we have 2 individual players that are fantastic, and they get put on a team together and they try to work it out. Who's going to do what, how they're going to figure out roles. Napoli's team, between these 2 players, looks as if they've been training only for this. They're not focused on 1v1s. They look like a 2v2 team through and through. The way that they step, how they drop back, even their celebrations are synchronized. The coaches got all sorts of things happening. I actually would love to just chat with them. I saw hands going. At one point, I think it was like 9, 10 hands on screen. I don't even know where the extra hands came from. Just a hand was on screen. I have no idea where it was from. But that was the real big takeaway for me is you see the difference that they've been training specifically for this event and not necessarily focus as much and maybe some of the 1v1s. They didn't have the same qualifications.
That's exactly what we were talking about. They have just been qualifying or focusing, should I say, on this event, and now they can call themselves the best 4 in the world. That's where we are now. One of our teams have qualified for the next round, which is obviously the semi-finals taking place tomorrow. Well, we have another game still to come. They're going to come thick and fast. This one, Footwiz taking on Atlantide Wave. This is a massive game here. Let's just remind ourselves, Footwiz had to go through 30 penalties to get here, Mike LaBelle.
I mean, record-setting penalties. I was trying to find games that have gone to that many penalties. We've seen a resurface. We had goalkeepers taking penalty kicks. That just doesn't happen. It was incredible. And this is a matchup, too, if you're a FIFA fan, in any capacity, expect it to be high scoring. I know I'm going on record early, but Footwiz likes to get forward. Anything with Stingray is going to be moving forward, and I actually rate Fuma heavily as an attacking player. Often he gets overlooked maybe a little bit on this team because Stingray is the big personality, he does the interviews, he says the controversial statements, he backs the squad, but don't doubt Fuma. Fuma gets busy. He's got a lot of the extracurriculars right around the edge of the box.
Yeah, well, let's talk more about Fuma and that team. Had a little bit of an easier ride in theirs over Exceed, but Exceed are a very tough team, as were Ajax Brazil. Both had to come through pretty hard round of 16s there to reach it to this stage, Brandon.
Absolutely. I think the one thing maybe with Atlantide Wave, we haven't spoken a lot about them. Like, they're a great team, and the one thing they have is that they played in their own league. They both represented FC Lorient as well alongside Atlantide Wave. They've had so much experience playing 2v2, and they've had so much time being around each other. They enjoy each other's company. We thought that Fuma didn't speak English. He speaks perfect English, which has probably been another great thing as part of that team. But look, they topped the group, they look good, but they're up against Footwiz.
Oh, I'm just having a quick look at our predictions. Brandon, you actually had Footwiz and Wave as top table picks, so they're still in it. Only one can go through. Which way are you going now?
I'm going to have to go Atlantide Wave. Sorry, Footwiz.
And Mike, yours are irrelevant. Fnatic and Bromby you had. Oh, well, who are you going with?
I don't like how you
He's
did
going
that
Footwiz.
at all. No, you went.
Players are ready.
You went Wave.
Players are
I'm
ready.
going to join them on Wave as well.
Wave. We're waving now. Bye-bye, because we're going to go and meet the players, so we're going to have a wave to them. Right, they're ready for the second quarterfinal. They are coming.
knockout teams, starting off with Atlantide, Wave, Stingray and Fuma. Both the guys on the couch, they're tipping you as the favourites for this one. Is that how you see it?
It's going to be a really hard game because it's really a good team, so we're going to see.
Is there a little bit of an English rivalry for you, particularly here, Stingray, or are you good friends with the lads on the other side?
I'm really good friends with them, you know. It's going to be tough playing your good mates, but you've got to do it sometimes.
Has got to be done. And same question to you guys. Obviously, you know Stingray and I'm sure Fuma very well. What are you thinking ahead of this game?
It's going to be a very tough game. Like, they're very, very good going forward, so as long as we defend well, we'll be good. But no, it should be a good game for the spectators.
How do you feel about the fact that the guys on the couch picking Atlantide?
That's fair enough. They topped their group, didn't they? So I guess off stats this tournament, then yeah, fair enough.
Maybe it takes a bit of pressure off you guys as well. Let's find out who's going to be the home side for the second leg. We've got a blue side and a green side of this coin. The blue side is
FUTWIZ Europe, green side is Atlantide Wave. Winner of the coin toss has the home right in the second leg.
Okay, take it away please, James. Oh, it's going to make us wait, this one. I think it's blue. It is, which is FUTWIZ, which means that they will kick off the second leg. And you guys can make your way to your booths now, guys. Best of luck. You can go and get in position. There's proof there of the coin. So yeah, go and get comfortable ahead of this game. It is FUTWIZ versus Atlantide. Big, big game. This game's worth an extra $35,000, let's not forget. $75,000 minimum going to the winner of this match. Back to our casters to cover this one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. This is time. I'm hoping after that little bit of a damp on that last one. I was backing my Goliath boys, but they just didn't really have. I think it was just a step too far. They'd put a lot of energy into getting out of the groups, getting past Raptors. Massive performance for them. Top 8. They're going to be delighted with top 8 when they look back. And they got the Nations next week as well. So let's talk. Let's move on. Let's talk about this because this is a big one. This is obviously a big English affair from our point of view. Obviously, with 3 English players in there. We're going to claim Fuma for now as well. It's the way it works, right, when someone does well. But yeah, for FUTWIZ, obviously coming into this one, big performance. You know, FUTWIZ, a team and a website, has been out there, back to the scene for, well, probably best part of 10 years now, I would say. Obviously, Atlantide Wave, though. I would say probably the favourites. I mean, Brandon just said it on the desk there. For me, I also have them sort of down as one of the teams that are going to go very far in this tournament. You had your top 5, mate.
I did.
Which of these? I bet it was both of them, right? I bet you're going to be on the fence.
I wouldn't be surprised if they could both go on and win it. Unfortunately, one of them meets their end right now in the Club World Cup. That's just the way this
been here before. They've been here before, right? This is the big thing. There's experience in both these teams.
Yeah, this quadrant was ridiculous. Ajax, FUTWIZ, Atlantide, Exceeds.
Yeah.
4 teams that you could go on and see winning it. Unfortunately, one of them's going to come through out of the 4. I think for Atlantide,
just casually scrolling Twitter before he plays his game.
I mean, that's what Stingray's all about. For Atlantide, it's the big this is the big hurdle for me. I think they came into that Exceed game sort of thinking they've not been playing well. We know that we can beat Exceed quite comfortably if they don't play well, and they didn't. Like it was a 4-0. It could have been a 5 or a 6. They almost, I think, just put the foot off the gas really and coasted through. This right here, they're not going to be allowed to coast. FUTWIZ went 2-0 down against Ajax. I was probably looking through my fingers watching the rest of that game because it could have been drastic. They answered really quickly. They got a goal back, 2-1, and they didn't allow Ajax to settle. What they can't do here is let Atlantide settle in this game. If Atlantide Wave get into a groove, it could end up being a pretty one-sided affair.
And FUTWIZ obviously came off the back of that probably longest penalty shootout I've seen
Ridiculous.
as well. I think between us, we've pretty much covered every FIFA event back to 2015. So, yeah, definitely probably one of the longest. I think it ended up going like 14, 15, 16 penalties, something like that. I know we definitely went beyond the keepers almost a second time as well. So, themselves, obviously, they've been through it. It's to come through a situation like that, obviously a very tough match, as you say, Ajax. A lot of people, myself included, definitely had Ajax down as one of those teams that could go on and win it. They've probably had arguably one of the toughest runs to get here, but both of these teams did relatively well in groups. For FUTWIZ, I think they'd be unhappy with the fact they got 3rd in group, whereas obviously Atlantide came through top of their group. A tough group with Brøndby in it, who we've also obviously we're going to be seeing in a short while after Leipzig.
Yeah, Brøndby are a surprise package for me in this entire tournament. I knew they were good. I didn't expect them to be this good like they're just scoring so many goals. That game, we could talk about that game later because that's going to be unbelievable. Like that, the 3 Danes on the stage, all chatting to each other. For FUTWIZ, you take 14 points, but after getting 9 points on day 1, you're probably a little bit. Day 2, we got suckered into that. We should have been cleared. We should have been clear. I mean, I was down on the floor. You were on the couch. We're talking about maybe a 3-way tie. We're talking about FUTWIZ, Fnatic, Hollywood. One of them's not going to be going through. And in the end, they just squeaked through. For me, I think it's a big reset. Ajax was the game that they probably didn't want. They probably didn't want to play Ajax just for the simple fact that...
Nobody wanted Ajax.
No.
In fact, to be fair, I mean, once you're facing someone from Group C, you knew you were in for a tough time no matter what.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, from Group A as well, the only side left in are FUTWIZ. They're the lone standing team in this group. That penalty shootout, they look different now. They look like they've got the light back. They look like they've got the colour back in the face, shall we say, FUTWIZ. I fancy them. I really do here against that Atlantide Wave.
I mean, honestly, watching that Atlantide Wave game against Exceed, it was a dominant performance in the round of 16. Very strong performance, especially the second game. They just clicked. It just started to work. And every single attack, it was almost like clean through balls that were just working every time. And you saw, big Mbappe in the middle. And it's just always sort of chance after chance after chance. 3-0. Honestly, I would say in that second match, it was probably a kind score. It could have been a lot more.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's something that Atlantide Wave have over a lot of other teams this year. They've won something together. Obviously, it was in the E-Liga, so under a different name, shall we say. They didn't play as Atlantide Wave, played as Lorient. However, it was just getting that win. And, I mean, we've been around for a long time. As soon as you win something, all the mentality changes. It's, okay, now we're coming as champions. Now we're coming in as... We've been there before. Both of these two teams, or I should say 2 players out of the 4. Stingray last year lost in the final. Ethan lost in the final in 2020 with Resende of Team 11s. They both got to the final stage of this exact competition and not been able to get over the line. One of these 2 sides, it's another year and another knockout.
There's a long way to get over the line yet. We are still obviously at quarterfinal stages, but you've got to be looking at them themselves. Will have just seen obviously the other quarterfinal playing out, quarterfinal playing out, so they know they're facing Napoli, which is a tough opponent, no doubt about it. They look like a fantastic rounded team. For Napoli, they're going to be looking at this. What do they prefer? I mean, I think at the moment you probably ask them, they just don't care. They're just it looked like that everybody was absolutely delighted in that team. There was tears. They made it to the quarterfinals. That's what I love to see. The passion is there.
I might say something a bit controversial.
Oh, okay.
You take this side of the draw.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You take Napoli in the semi-final over Leipzig or Team Hoyt Ninja in Pyjamas. I think if you are FUTWIZ or Atlantide right now, you look at Napoli and go, yeah, all right, I'll take that. I love that.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Great side.
Rich basically just gave his predictions right there. If you didn't notice, it was so subtle, but he just said TGNIP and Leipzig semi-final. You just said it there. You snuck that through without actually saying it.
Make of it what you will.
We just the subtlety was there, but yeah, I mean, like you say, these guys, they've been there, they've done it, they've got the experience. It's not like it's the first time they're in this tournament. Obviously, if you look at Napoli, it's a very different ball game. They're looking at obviously the fact that they're coming through, really excited. These guys very experienced. Maybe that's a bit of. Are we getting a bit of maybe the iPods coming out from Fuma there?
I think we just got a glimpse inside Fuma's head right there. This duo is so interesting because I've sat behind them while they've played a few practice games. Very little communication. They just play.
Yeah, well, that's why we were wondering, does he speak English?
Yeah,
they just weren't talking. Stingray is always just hoodie up, headset on, face of steel.
I think there is communication there. I said to Sting, because in practice there was nothing. They could be playing 2 solo games. I went to Sting, I was like, in the games, do you talk? You're like, yeah, we talk now and again, but we know what we need to do. We both know FIFA to the highest level. I'm not going to tell him how to play, and he's not going to tell me how to play.
Yeah, right. I mean, you'd feel that certainly if you and me were playing, we'd be saying, I'm going to make a run. Obviously, in terms of the graphic, obviously it's the other way around. FUTWIZ clearly on the left-hand side. Obviously, Ethan and Nixneb, and of course,
on the right-hand side. Atalantide wave. Let's go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bet for 2. It's all about the goal difference. And it's something we saw earlier on in the round of 16. Some teams letting in a few too many goals, just a little bit too much to come back from. That's going to be on the back of their minds. Defensive play. Atalantide playing in the black from left to right, of course, and FIFAe in the white.
I've already spotted, you can't really miss him, 6'8", Vanya Milinkovic-Savic.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't. Alex would be backstage right now in the green room. He'd be twitching. He'd be twitching. He'd be seeing him on the. I mean, the reason he talks about him, he is such a strong card coming in with the shapeshifters. It's like 99s across the board. He's a beast.
And he's absolutely massive.
He's massive.
Like, he's just.
And you know what? I think he's actually moving to Saudi in real life, right? I think he's amid a transfer right now.
Not too sure, but I'll take Lee Smith, aka Fabrizio Romano's word for it.
Here we go.
I don't know.
I've just been down to the grounds. Yeah, we'll get to that anyway. Let's get the game underway. So quick changes there coming out. So FIFAe caused the pause early on. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. A debut, apparently, for Pele. That'll be a first. We'll see what it can work out. First attack, first chance. No shot in anger coming out from either team just yet, though. Proper ball counter-attack. Good overhead through ball. This is what's been working well for Atalantide way, but it's a weak attempt in the end from Henry.
You're already starting to see just that instinctual FIFA that they play. The ball, it was sort of a 50-50. It wasn't really on. They just launch it straight over the top. If it's there, we're going to play it. And then you give the brilliance to Fuma and Stingray to make something of the chance. On that occasion, a little bit of goalkeeper movement, just forced the strike in. But positive signs for both teams. FIFAe's knocking this ball around with some tempo, it has to be said.
Just a tad offside. Forced to go back. There is the big man in the middle. We'll keep our eye on him, whether he starts making those moves forward. We did have Manuel Neuer making a run forward earlier on, so, you know, these are things I never thought I'd be saying, but there we go. Keep your eye out for Petr Cech as well. He's been in and around. Zaha, though, in that pool of players available! And as straight as forward as you get in 2v2. Anyone that's played the game in their entire life with a buddy in co-op has scored a goal like that.
I've got serious question marks over the keeper. It's gone straight through him. It's got to the byline, hit the driven pass. The goalkeeper turned transparent for a second. It's straight through him. Atalantide wave, do not care one bit. I think you could tell FIFAe is just sort of all smiling, Demon in the back shaking his head. It's a goal that, what can you really say about it?
Sometimes it just happens. It may have been. I didn't notice actually whether somebody had quickly shifted the keeper. I don't think so. It didn't look like they had a chance to. They were looking towards the defensive side. Let's see if they can pull one back though. Remember, FIFAe, they were trailing a number of times that have brought 2 goals back. Happened in the groups, obviously against Ajax. They were 2-0 down in that first round of 16. Pulled it back to 2-2 in the first leg. Ended up on penalties 1-1 in the second. So no matter what happens, we're still very early in this matchup. 20 minutes gone. Ronaldo, big R9, trying to pile forward. But FIFAe, they're keeping the pressure on, keeping it in Atalantide's half. Although, in fairness, Atalantide looks like they are playing that 4-5-1, so they're happy to absorb that pressure.
Yeah, just they also play just so quick that you don't need 4-5 passes to string the attack. It can be one into midfield, one over the top, and then you're in on goal. So it's such a... They've got a style of play that suits them so well. And the sort of, I would say, in that mastery element of it where you can't really defend it. If that ball goes over the top, the attention has to change instantly.
They got the speed, they got the pace. As Mbappe wiggles his way through, a tap-in required, but unfortunately, nobody on the end of it. Talking about whether you need to be talking to your teammates, that's where frustrations may flare up, but straight down the other end. Big Kylian Mbappe, who went green as well. Corner chance, we've seen these given already. Tries to go short with it. Where's he going to work? KDB into Mbappe. Finds an opening. Perhaps the big man trying to just push his way through. Doesn't work out. Looking for maybe crosses towards him. De Bruyne tries to let one fly. Now, counter-attacking chance perhaps here. Haven't really got the space though.
It's like watching a monster truck beside a load of like
piling through the middle.
Smart cars. Like it's just not fair the way that he moves.
It's you remember Hulk as the player. Obviously, it reminds me of
Just
him.
a
Obviously,
unit.
he was a big unit that just come through, but he was almost unstoppable on through and goal. Chances to cut back again there. I tell you what, Atalanta look deadly every time they push forward.
Yeah, it's a great game. Mbappe's been at the heart of most of their chances as well. Getting down the byline, creating the space, and also they're quite quick on the press. Just again, Footwiz in possession. Half a millisecond too long. They're quickly on them, and to me, it looks like Atalanta can smell blood in the water. They can see a second and a third goal in their future.
Yeah, and it's just been a last-ditch tackle at the moment. You can see they're starting to crowd the box every time they try and work their way in there. So Camavinga, chance to counter down the wing. Dembele to Pele, not really too many options open, looking to try and recycle, but it's a poor ball in the end, cut out by Zaha, playing as almost left back there. Looks like Emmanuel Petit playing as centre back as well, right?
Yeah, positions just go out the window.
Yeah, no, just
whoever fancies it, it's like play five-a-side.
It's jumpers for goalposts. Yeah. Where are we going? Well, where's Thierry Henry going? He is playing in his usual position, looking to try and work forward. That one cut out, but a risky pass across the box. Ruben Diaz.
No doubt. Get it out.
Off for half-time. So just trailing by the one goal. Not too bad, nothing to panic over at the moment. So just a quick conversation between the teammates, get the coach involved maybe.
You see Ethan having that conversation, Nick's them listening in, Denman there as well. I wouldn't be surprised, just for the simple fact that Footwear's had that one chance where it's not really created much.
Let's look at the keeper here. What's going on?
Yeah.
Through the legs. Oh,
not sure.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Nutmeg on the keeper.
I wouldn't be surprised if changes have quickly been made there while we saw that replay. Just the openness of the conversation, the way that he sort of turned around. Okay,
Yeah.
what's happening? And then you get back into the game. It was relatively one-way traffic for Atlanta Wave.
It's certainly the key chances. I don't really actually remember a shot in
That
anger
one
from
chance
Footwiz.
where
Yeah,
they
I
got down the
think one.
byline but didn't register a strike from it. I mean, probably take it only 1-0 to be honest.
Yeah. Just looking at that pass back. Players focused. That's the through ball. That's a deadly through ball. Keeper comes out. Does his job. Does his job. Good work, whoever brought the keeper out there, because that was risky. And I've got to be honest, when he committed early, I was expecting the chip.
Yeah, the chip. I don't know. It's a. I like the ball roll right there.
Further step to drive it round them.
Yeah, maybe even the ball roll heel to heel. He's played at such quick motion. Don't know if it were on.
Trying outside of the boot from Fernandez. There's Paul Pogba. We're talking about him in the last game. Very strong card, obviously. But here's a big chance here. Corner for Footwiz. Looks like they're going to try some sort of set piece. You can see, look on the near post. Look on the near post. It is a fight going on right now. They are just trying to keep in there. Where's the big man?
Could be number 4. Was number 4, I think.
Yeah.
Just overhit ever so slightly. We were speaking earlier, me and Brandon, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it as well. These corners in 2v2 is what separates a lot of the time.
Absolutely. And you can score some proper well-worked corners. So you can tell the teams that have actually sat and worked at it. Obviously, a lot of people just play it short, you know, almost like solos, effectively, try and work it into the box just like you would. But there have been opportunities. Ironically, it was Riders we saw first that pulled that out. Obviously, something they'd worked on just didn't work enough for them. So, let's see. Footwiz on the attack. Starting to put a lot more pressure in this second half than we saw in the first. Dembele working it well. Good work here from Fuma and Stingray. Though, doing that defensive work, once again clearing the lines, and they just look so quick in the counter.
Look at that ball, he's in.
He's in, he could just play it on, but he instead got a little greedy there. Maybe should have just played that one a little bit more.
I'd want to see a green time finish from Atlantide. You're in on goal, you've got a little bit of space, you've got the main man, R9. It's hard for us to say because we can watch it back and we can see the
easy for us. We got the hindsight. It's instant hindsight. But yeah, when you're in that split second, everybody goes for a shot split second. I think Pele looking for the cutback. There it is. Oh, he took it off. He just took it off the pitch.
I love the player lock there coming in from FUTWE. He's got down the byline. You see it a lot more in 1v1. In 2v2 to pull the player lock out, it's just not really utilised that much. But you save the things for the big occasion. And right there, thinking to potentially try and penetrate this Atlantide Wave defence. Something they've been unsuccessful in so far.
Some duplicate action, Klosterman there. You see where he's going to go with that one. Is it going to be Klosterman? It is. Klosterman across. Chance, and Atalanta just look deadly every chance they get here. But a counter chance now. Where's he going to go? Where's Pele? Going to spread it up to the left wing. Camavinga making strides. Back to Frenkie de Jong. Cross into Klosterman. Ronaldinho. He's got R9 maybe available if he wants to try and go to him. Instead cuts it across. Maybe a long-range shot from Frenkie de Jong. Not going to happen. Runs into traffic. And the counter now from Atalantide is very much on, but he's going to slow it down in the end.
Again, I like the build-up play from FUTWE. It's just a final opportunity, whether it's a pass or a strike, and they could be punished. Driving to the byline, good defensive work, and looked like a corner to me, but a goal kick is what's given.
I thought so. Went green as well, with shot was about to unleash, so absolutely vital block. And let's not forget, this is a best of two, so for FUTWE, it's not throw the kitchen sink, it's just keep you calm. You're only 1-0 down, there's plenty of time. Still, what, 105 minutes to play effectively in this game across the two legs. And Mbappe, though, chance here to play it back. Ronaldinho finds it, sizes it up to De Jong. I thought he was going to roll it, actually, to the man behind, but instead, now Locke comes in. Henry to R9. Maybe return ball, give and go. He's gone offside. So Smoyes had to keep it with Henry. Atalantide Waves working it in once again. Maybe go for it with the big man, just plays it across, working it across the box. It seems to find a lot of space there. But FUTWE's now with 10 minutes to go in this game. Still trailing, but looked a lot better in the second half.
Just the wrong player in the situation there. If it's not Milinkovic-Savic, say it's any of those attacking players, you're probably looking at a green time finesse shot coming in because the space was there. Something that I've not really been able to say for the majority of this game on the edge of the box. Both teams pressing really well to eliminate space, eliminate passing opportunities. The only space Atlantide Wave has had is in behind.
Oh, that's dangerous. Using Pogba, ran the distance. Solid tackle in the box there. Virgil van Dijk for FUTWE. Risky business. But with just 5 minutes left now, let's see what they can do. Build up for that final attack, Rich. This is their chance to maybe draw level. They're just going to try and keep possession.
If you are wondering, Ethan, to my knowledge, the dark blue icon. Nick Sneb, the lighter blue, and on the other side, Atlantide Wave in this defensive play. Stingray, the red, Fuma, the yellow. If you want to track the individuals, see who potentially makes a mistake or equalises the game up. Playing for the last attack.
It's going to the left wing. Dembele under pressure, but he's actually come out on top. Might be able to make the use of it. Gets ahead of his man, but he's just running too far. That's going to be a corner. Last minute corner. Let's see what they can do with it. They tried to work something on the near post before, and as you said, it was going for the back man. Look at Virgil van Dijk here, in and around the penalty spot. Perhaps that's maybe what they're looking for. It is. He's going to try and challenge the keeper too far into Courtois, and it will be 1-0 to Atalantide Wave. The goal coming very early on from Stingray and Fuma, working well, but it does seem Discussions required there from Footwave. Footwave. I'm getting a bit of a mix combined from Footwiz. You did see the discussions there, but it's not panic time. It was just 1-0. They had the chances. They definitely stepped up better in that second half.
Yeah, they did. And I think when Footwiz got 1-0 down early doors, you might think the gate's going to open and there's going to be opportunities there for Atlantide Wave to go 2, 3, 4-0 up. They did very similar to what they did against Ajax, just didn't score. Yeah. They conceded early and then got back into the game. They've not been out of the game. 1-0 is one attack, you score from kick-off, you're right back in it.
Yeah.
They've kept it competitive going into the second leg. The only thing I've been lacking to see from Footwiz is that, especially from Nick Sneb, the creative genius that we know he is, inside the box, the way that he can move, the way that he can dribble and create something out of nothing. We've not really seen that.
It's been very obvious what they're going for, right? Every time they're looking for that cutback, maybe try and see if they can get that little tap in, try and see how it works out. Let's have a look at the goal, of course, that see how it looks from their point of view. It was a nutmeg on the keeper. What can you say? I mean, they shook their head at the time.
It was, and it's just that pass. Kevin De Bruyne straight into Wilfried Zaha, and it opened up the space. And sometimes it's the smallest of details, that driven pass into Zaha, and his first touch was really nice to put it away from the defender. It's sort of a 50-50. Does the goalkeeper react? Does he not? He falls to the floor. It's the easiest tapping you're ever going to score. What I'm glad they didn't lose their heads.
Yeah.
Sometimes you concede a goal like that. You concede another.
You start blaming things. There's all sorts of
very
trigger you mentally, right? Yeah.
Composure was on key, especially from what can be regarded as quite a young duo.
Yeah.
Nick Sneb and Ethan. They've got experience, but they're not mature in the age department. But they've been on this stage many a times. And this season, a penalty shootout loss in the EA Sports Cup semi-final, a penalty shootout win here. It's not been an easy road whatsoever. This is the moment.
Yeah. Well, this is their time, and this is where the players, the coaches, they effectively earn their money at the moment. You know, the coaches have got to talk it, sitting down. You know, both of these players, both these teams, both these players, they've all been in top 4 positions over the years, 2020 and 2022, for both these teams. So, you know, this is obviously. They've already made good money. They've come here, they've made good money, but that's not what they're looking for. They don't care about the money, they care about the trophy. And that's what they all have in their mind. And as you said, they'll be looking at that next leg as well. I mean, not right now, but they'd have looked at it when they saw the matches going out, saying we fancy it. This is a chance to get to the final, but we've got to get past this team first.
Absolutely.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, bit of a change of colour. Footwiz now playing in the black. Atlantide Wave in the orange. It's FC Laurent, isn't it? I believe. Yeah. It's the orange colour that they were using, that they were successful in. So maybe trying to hope that success rubs off to them. All those little superstitions that come into it.
Footwiz in the traditional black and green that you associate with them.
Yep.
The Footwiz home kit available in FIFA 23.
Good chance straight away.
Goal. I heard it. I heard the goal.
I heard it rattle the post. We didn't see it, but it is going to be Atlantide Wave that get the early goal. And that is exactly what Footwiz did not want. But now the pressure's on. Now they have to go for it. They have to chase it. 2-0 down.
It's the wing play yet again from Atlantide Wave. We didn't see the ball go in the back of the net, but Wilfried Zaha, goal and assist in this series so far. He's been instrumental in a lot of what Atlantide Wave have offered.
Well, there's a chance maybe here. Mbappe just runs straight into that brick wall. Virgil van Dijk was looking maybe at the roll pass. Team Pele was through there.
He's in.
Now Mbappe, I tell you what, he's done his defenders, he's got support. KDB's back there, tries to go for it, maybe challenge for the head. Not going to be. Don't forget, when I say challenge for head, they do have Milinkovic Savic in there, Atlantide Wave. Let's have a look at the goal that happened here, Rich.
Yeah, just that run from Wilfried Zaha. He started it manually, continued it with the AI. Green time strike at the near post. Nothing the goalkeeper can do about that whatsoever. It's worst case scenario for Footwiz. You come into the second leg, you think you've got a tie in front of you, and you find yourself 2-0 down after 3 minutes.
But
there's a lot of space on that side of the pitch.
There's a hell of a lot of space, and it's Mbappe again. He just took the chance. Oh, important tackle there. One little step in, and that would have been 3-0. Now for Footwiz, though. You're talking about the space. We were looking at what he's talking about is the right wing, effectively, for Atalanta. Absolutely cutting through, but now what can Footwiz do here? Try and work it in. Look how many men are back already, though. It's a slowly worked ball. Ronaldinho. Where can he go with this one? Looking for the 2 players on the penalty spot, but there's no options. There's nowhere to go at the moment. No space. Finds it to Mbappe, but again, cut out. Those 2 defensive midfielders working well. Pele chance. Blocked down. Chance here for Dembele. Sidesteps a few too many times. And it's cleared.
As soon as those step overs come in from Dembele, the space ever so quickly opened up for the extra pass. It's split-second decision making.
Pele injured for Footwiz. Maybe make a change here. Let's see what they're going to do. They made a very early substitution last time around. This might even just be a tactical pause. You're 2-0 down. Absolutely could use it now. You've got to be careful you don't lose one before that happens, though. As Atalanta wave look to just almost run the clock wave down here. Milinkovic-Savic finds De Bruyne, finds the space. Frankie de Jong clears the danger.
Being very stretched all of a sudden in this game. That ball will trickle out of play, and Footwiz will get the pause in. Have a very quick look here at the 2 screens on the formations that you can see. Atalanta wave in that 3-4-2-1. Wilfried Zaha and Mbappe causing all the danger on the right-hand side of the pitch, and it is changes being made here for Team Footwiz. I usually wouldn't tell you and show you what we can see, but because both players'
I can't see anything.
Formations, instructions, tactics are on the screen, and it's more than likely the last club competition of the year.
Yeah, it's not giving anything away. Yeah, you're not giving anything away. Check out Brandon Smith's channel for a full breakdown of these tactics, I'm sure, at some point. But
the pause on Ronaldinho.
I think he's having they're using it as a tactical pause, tactical timeout, rather than making the big changes. What do you go through right now? You're 2-0 down, Ethan and Nick Snebb. You know, they're experienced players. They came back from 2 down against Ajax, don't forget. Let's have a look at that goal, that early goal. Zaha solo.
Just the space on the right-hand side, the overload. Right centre forward, right mid, linking up. That Wilfried Zaha is a serious prospect as well. I think he can play any position on the right-hand side. He's so fast, he can shoot, he can dribble, he's got great physicality. You could play right wing back or right wing. Anywhere on that right-hand side, he can do a job for you.
He's available in the pool, everyone can have him. And I think we'll see probably more and more of him. Dembele, though, setting up a chance, no. But look at that big man compared to Pele, good grief. It's an absolute Wookiee. Pele, for Footwiz. They have to try and get something to go here. Get that confidence, maybe. It was there, just one little step in, and now the counter. But look how quick those counters can be. They have Zaha down the left. There's a rave going on, mate. Don't worry, it's a bit of a party. We'll probably get fireworks on the go again in a minute. So it's a party atmosphere here.
I will be so checked out if I take Footwiz right now. I'm turned all down, I can hear drum and bass. I've got a drone show going on outside. Just got to keep yourself in the moment.
I have to ask Aga about playing at DreamHack one of those years. I remember a massive party going on while they were playing super serious football, and that's exactly what this is for a place in the semi-finals to face Napoli. And at the moment, Atalanta wave leading 2-0 as we approach second half.
Also 75k. Guaranteed.
Yes, it's amazing money. Amazing money. 40k guaranteed for either of these. That's a foul. And now just 5 minutes to go in the first half.
Giving the ball away one too many times, our team Footwiz. Especially in this defensive area of the pitch. That'll be a free kick, and Atalanta wave in no real rush to take it. Maybe a couple over the ball here. playing very risk adverse at the moment. Atlanta Wave. There's no reason.
No, yeah, I mean, they keep the ball.
Yeah.
You keep doing this, especially at the end of the first half here. They may even go for it and have a little attack at the end here. Really moving that ball well on, to be honest, Atalanta Wave. They're looking pretty damn good when they have possession and in defence as well. We should talk about that. They didn't let a goal in the round of 16. So far, they've not let a goal in the round of 8. Have to double check their defensive record for groups, but they certainly are doing a fantastic job here. FIFAe trailing by 2 goals here with just 45 to go.
Yeah, we'll stick on these for a little bit as well. See the 2 camps. Atlanta Wave, maybe 3 sentences strung together.
Yeah.
That's all you need. No need to talk. You're 2-0 up. You're 45 minutes away from a semi-final.
Think about 4 words from the coach there as well. Everybody happy? Yeah,
You're
sure.
doing well.
Good job, boys. Good job. Yeah, I mean, no motivation required. It's semi-finals time. Who's going to be there? A little bit more animated from FIFAe, maybe. A little frustration starting to show.
I also think Nixon and Ethan, they've got such expectations of themselves as FIFA players, and they've not, I don't want to say they've not shown up, but they've not shown up to their level in this semi-final.
Yeah.
They not score a goal. But does that also go to show how good Atlanta Wave are? XC didn't. Over 2 legs, they beat them 4-0. Now they're on for another clean sheet here against Team FIFAe. We could be looking at a winner here.
Absolutely. Certainly one of the favourites now. And this is looking like a great start already. They did it from the kickoff last time with Zaha. This time Henry not quite able to pull it off. FIFAe in the black with it all to do. Playing from right to left.
Stingray is there, just hiding behind the monitor.
Just hiding. He's a bit close. Pulled the monitor close. Yeah, one with the game. Chance. Last minute cuts out, offside in the end. FIFAe have got to get going here. They've got to see something soon. Maybe break that deadlock, get that confidence, get a shot off, if anything. We haven't really seen a shot. There's a big chance. Pele, oh, just absolutely bottled off the ball. Big Virgil van Dijk not having any of it.
They just need a moment. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a goal. As you said, a shot on target.
It's a chance. A chance to show.
Winning a corner, just something to get you going. Milivojevic Savic is...
He's there.
Busted the gut
to
get in there.
Mbappe's actually come out on top with the ball as well. Turns his man. Oh, almost in off the post. Rattles clear. Not done yet. Henry recycling the ball here. Just going to try and draw it back, keep possession. Frustrate FIFAe, absolutely. Cloisterman, and they keep and retain possession, and the clock continues to run down here, Edge. There's the pause.
What Milivojevic Savic does for you, it doesn't have to go to him, it's just a distraction.
Oh, but it's going to go to him. The big man's there again. What's he going to do? Tries to sidestep, almost runs over Virgil van Dijk. Just see how big he is next to Virgil van Dijk, for crying out loud. Absolute monster. Frenkie de Jong. Frustration. FIFAe now. Build up. They're calling a pause, but they'd love a goal. Dembele, but look how many are back. You got to work it through. That's a chance. Ronaldinho finds the space. The shot comes wide, but that's a shot. That is a shot. That's the first we've seen from a while. A little shake of the head, if anything, from Ethan there.
It's also so unfortunate because you've worked the chance so well. The driven pass, and then just that little extra ball, just offloading it. You've shot across the keeper. It's such a good opportunity. You probably think that's going to go in when you take your finger off circle or your thumb off circle. We can have a look at it here again. It's inches wide. This is the pass right here that opened it up. Frenkie de Jong into Ronaldinho. The punch into the feet. So unfortunate. We're back underway. Changes coming in for Team FIFAe.
But good to see the teamwork building now for FIFAe, perhaps. A little confidence, a little couple of changes. It's really now time to start getting it forward overload. Of course, we know how dangerous Atalantide are with those big direct through balls. This is also a chance for them to stretch the lead. You can see already trying to play that offside trap almost there. Henry just trying to work it down that wing. Footwiz, well, you can't attack if you don't have the ball.
Another post cue. That's a bad interception in the ring. He's in.
This is a chance. Get a step forward. Keeper goes forward. He has to score it. No! He's put it straight into the keeper. And that is definitely something they're going to look back on if they come out. Oh, disaster. Disaster maybe leading to impending disaster. Ball cut out. It's opened up the game completely now. Footwiz once again on the attack down the right. They've got Pele in the middle. They're looking to try and put it out there. Nick Sneb puts it in. Chance for Ethan.
What a tackle.
Tackle comes in. And the ball, the danger is cleared.
That chance right there, we have to see it back during this next pause. It's so clutch. It's the moment of the game so far. Stealing it on the halfway line, you're in on goal, and the goalkeeper movement from Stingray. He's the captain, he's the one in control.
Good tackle, brilliant tackle coming out. Pele could go wide. Is he going to try and draw it through? Ronaldinho there, looking to get it to Ethan. Ethan on Bruno Fernandes, not going to happen. And well, we talked about the brilliant defending, we talked about the fact they've not let goals in, but they absolutely can score, and that was a crucial tackle. This game has opened right up.
Just rolling out a play right there. 3-4-1-2, the formation of choice, up against the back five. They steal the ball on the halfway line with Pele. He's in on goal, and just watch the goalkeeper. That's all goalkeeper movement. Brings him out, closes down the ankle, and then ever so slightly just shuffles to one side. It left Ethan, who was in, with the chance, questioning himself. Do I go near post? Do I go across him? He's green timed it, so he's eliminated a lot of the doubt, but the goalkeeper movement has just made it very, very difficult to score.
Going to be kicking yourself, there's no doubt about it. Atalantide wave, though, showing why they've kept a clean sheet of what is coming up to 4 matches straight in the knockouts. No goals conceded against Exceed. Fantastic players in Obrun in that team, and it just seems that maybe, just maybe, it's not going to be Footwiz's day here. With 15 minutes to go in the game, they have shown a lot more in this matchup, but they're still yet to score.
It's time to go. Put your cards on the table and see what comes up.
Henry into Frankie de Jong, finds Messi in the box, tries to wriggle it, chance, goal! Here we go! Footwiz break the deadlock at last. 2 on the score. Footwiz still trailing, but they have a chance.
There's people in the crowd, the team Footwiz jersey, getting up for it.
Where's Dan? He's been handing him out.
The press is in. It's so difficult to play when you know you've got 2 players against you who are going to be squeezing every inch out of the game. Atalantide Wave with 10 minutes to go.
10 minutes now to keep their tournament lives. They came back from 2 down against AFC Ajax Brazil, and now on another attack here. Henry shrugged wide, tries to pull it back. Corner for Footwiz. They're going to play it short by the looks of it. They're looking for the man near post, actually. He's almost unmarked. They're changing the take-up. Keep your eye. Here's the near post. That's what they're looking for, trying to pull the defender. And I think they want the man on the penalty spot almost, is what they're looking for, but it's so tactical. All looking for positions for Footwiz. Ball in, cleared, danger, ball loose. Keepers there.
They've had a few corners. It's sort of, they take a long time and then just stick it in the mixer. Couple went towards the back post. That one just looking for that second ball, looking for the knockdown.
But look how open the game is right now. Vinicius Junior now, fresh legs down that right wing, looking to work it through. De Jong. And the pass completion is all on at the moment. Mbappe turns. Mbappe chances to goal! They have done it! They have come back from 2 down once again! And Footwiz are right back into it with just a few moments to go in this game. We must have 2 minutes left.
Mbappe will not say no. Just pressing and pressing and pressing. And Team Footwiz in 10 minutes have saved their Club World Cup. And there's still 2 minutes left to play.
Do not lose this one now. That's all I can say. They will absolutely be ruining that chance, that Pele one-on-one. They're still going to be looking back at that one, but there's a chance for extra time here. We're going to see Atalantine Wave keeping possession.
They'll get a chance here.
Yeah,
Atalantine
absolutely.
Wave.
One last chance. No, the direct through balls. There's Pogba now. Down that right wing, this is where the danger's been coming. Every time looking for that cutback, looking for the ball. It's going to be a corner.
The big man.
Oh, no. Milinkovic-Savic, where is he? He's actually on the edge of the box. No. There we go. De Bruyne. Back to Pogba. Looking to work it in. Just got to get the cutback.
That's it.
It's going to be extra time. Oh. Rich, they went to probably the longest penalty shootout known to man against AFC Ajax. They've done it again. They've come back from really the unthinkable in the space of 15 minutes.
It was that second pause. They did one change, then they paused it again about 80th minute. Everyone get forward, constant press, team pressure. Let's just go for it. Let's throw bodies in the attacking sense. And it was so quickly this game turned around. 77 minutes on the clock. Lionel Messi off the bench into Mbappe. That was his first. And that gave Footwiz a little bit of hope in this tie. 87 minutes on the clock. They will not be watching this goal back nicely because it's scrappy. They couldn't really clear the lines. Mbappe just fighting. Steals the ball back. And now we go into extra time. Atalanta Wave conceding for the first time in the knockouts. And it was 2 in, 8 minutes?
And they had about 3 words. A little wink from Stingray. Oh, fist bumps as well. Okay. Now they mean business. So here we go, extra time, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't think we were going to see it, but from 2 down, Footwiz rise like the Phoenix. Can they go the distance here? They've let goals in early in both of the first 2 matches. Now in extra time, they retain possession, and that's what I like to see.
Typically, this first period of extra time is usually quite subdued. Both teams just filling each other out, not really wanting to push too many bodies forward. And I think we're probably in for that again.
Yeah.
It's always in that second 105 to 120 where one team will go, yeah, I don't want to play penalties. I'm going to try and win this.
Well, I'm almost certain Footwiz don't want to go penalties again. After having so many chances, it might not be the case. Oh, Fernandez just stealing it off his foot there. Finds Ethan on Vinicius Jr. Going back. Zaha. Pass back. That's a risky pass to Ruben Diaz there. Ethan, though, finds Nick Sneb. Nick Sneb trying to run it down the wing. Cuts out the defensive work of Atalanta Wave coming straight back into it. That's a great through ball. The keeper came too far, maybe. Pogba off his line! And Atalanta Wave, we see Stingray off his feet. And that's a big, big goal in this matchup once again to put Atalanta Wave 3-2 in the lead.
And again, over the top through ball, Paul Pogba. Too physical, too quick, too strong. And even after that little bit of hesitation with the goalkeeper coming out, still stuck it past him. Stingray was in a grand final last year. He's looking to inch closer in 2023.
Footwiz on the attack. Nick Sneb across to Ethan. Bruno Fernandes absolutely manhandled, but the tackle's been won. Vinicius Jr. keeping hold of it as a runner on the right. Zaha available, think. Pogba now, we just scored him at one end. Absolutely smashed off the ball. Cleared for the second half of extra time. 3-2 the score. That man on your screen, Stingray, started to show a bit of emotion, which we haven't seen from him throughout this matchup. Finally has woken up. And this is probably the most vocal we've ever seen him.
Yeah, taking control of the situation as well. They know they've got 3 attacks to defend, probably. Footways will maybe get 1 good attack, a couple of half chances in this tie. Have a look at this. The goal goes in. He is off his feet. He's letting everyone know about it.
Well, you talked about the Footwiz fans in the crowd. I think a little bit of response there. That's all we can say. Stingray showing the emotion now, and it shows just how important it is to these players now as they are just 15 in-game minutes away from the semi-finals against Napoli.
They left it late in regulation time. It's going to be late again in extra time. For Footwiz.
Nick Sneb ran into traffic there, but he's managed to win it back. Maybe that's the look of the green they're looking for. Zaha back across. Virgil van Dijk, of all people, looking to try and draw it forward. They're trying to find Mbappe. You can see he's got double marked in the box effectively. Might have to use Vinicius Jr. Just got a little too tricky, but Footwiz piling the pressure on.
Let's give him a free kick. He's let him out.
Yeah. They're going to sit and take it proper. Yes, they are. Set piece. 8 minutes in game to go. Time running out. They haven't really got the time to deliberate and wait. Quick talk about it, maybe. Martinez across. Ruben Diaz on the left. Inside. Chance finds Mbappe space. Loses his man. Oh, it's on, ladies and gentlemen. It's 3-3. Footwiz are back in it with just 6 minutes to go before penalties.
What a move inside the box from Team Footwiz. They just recycled the possession with the free kick, moved it from right to left, pinged it into Mbappe. No remaining pauses for either team. We played this out in the last 6 minutes.
Oh my word, well, you know what's going to happen now, right? This is all about trying to keep possession, get that last big attack. Nobody wants to go down in penalties into that semi-final round. Footwiz have been there once before. They've already gone through on penalties in the round of 16 in a massive penalty shootout against IFC Ajax from Brazil. And now it is going to be Atalantide Wave that will have the final attack of the game in the orange here. Let's see what they can do with it. It's a straight pass. That's not what they wanted. Vinicius Jr. through. Footwiz. Martinez gets it through. Pogba, what's he going to do with it? Green time finish. Oh, he got it. The rebound is there. And Footwiz have done it. Unbelievable. A stray pass of all the things you could do in the 119th minute. You give the ball away in the midfield. An absolute scenes here in Riyadh. And Footwiz look like they've booked themselves a place against Napoli. Incredible.
Team Footwiz stand up and be accounted for. A semi-final in the Club World Cup. They were 2-0 down, they got back into it. The 3-2 down, they got back into it. And it was fabulous.
Absolutely incredible scenes from what was probably one of the longest penalty shootout in Club World Football to an absolute mental comeback. You can see what's happening. Spencer's down there trying to get a word with them. Let's get straight down to him. Let's hear those emotions.
Wow, what a game. I think maybe game of the tournament there. You've been involved in a couple yourselves, 2 in a row. I thought maybe you wouldn't have the energy after that last knockout game. You've done it again.
Honestly, I'm speechless. I think for the last 5 games in a row now, we've gone 2-0 down every single game. So at this point, I think we're just doing it for the content or something, because I'm not enjoying it, but for the videos it's good. But honestly, speechless again.
Serious character shown. I mean, here you picked up an injury in the celebrations.
Oh, and honestly, the gaffer Denman, honestly, flying elbow. My nose is killing me, but all for love of the game.
It's worth it, it's worth it. Nick Sneb, what's going through your head right now? Can you just not lose?
I don't know what's going on, but we're making it hard for ourselves. That's all I can say. we're winning. That's the main thing. We're going to the next round, but yeah, I don't know how much more I can do with this.
You can see these guys are seriously depleted after 2 games that have taken it out of them. Napoli await you guys tomorrow for a big game. Worth $150,000, that game, by the way.
I'm about to go FIFA, but can't let the money get to you. It's all about the game, all about winning it. Forget about the money. It's just about winning the tournament in general.
It's all about winning, whether it's normal time, extra time in this case, or penalties in the last case. Don't count out FIFAe Europe. What a side. Back to you guys.
That was absolutely brilliant. I mean, Ethan, go and sort out that nose. You need to be on top form tomorrow. I want to just open it up to the couch here because this man next to me said, whoever wins that matchup is winning it. Alex?
I mean, at the minute, FIFAe's are comeback kings. Just time and time again, they just keep coming back. And I said it was either going to be Atlantide who are going to go through to the final and win the whole thing, or Team FIFAe's. FIFAe's are the ones that have gone through. Nick, Steb and Ethan are going to fit on top of the world.
I mean, Brandon, they've had such a tough day today as well. Penalty shootout, 30 penalties it took for them to go through their extra time by the skin of their teeth. When they were 2 down, I said to them, they've lost too many chances. You didn't write them off, though.
Oh, well, they had, one really big chance where they were 1-on-1, they had so much time, they missed it, and in that point in the game, you sit there and you think, surely they've they can't come back into this, but they just never said no. This is the team that went from a 30-round penalty shootout onto this game where they were 2-0 down. Paul Pogba may have missed the first one, but more importantly, he was there for the rebound in the 20 plus added time minute in extra time. Absolutely insane. They couldn't believe it. They are in the top 4 of the E-Club World Cup.
I don't think anyone could particularly believe that. Stingray as well, when they went into extra time, they took the lead again, didn't they? Wave. Stingray, for me, is the more confident, composed player as well. He just looked to Fuma and said, like, we've got this. Went out firing, got that goal. A couple of costly mistakes there from them. That's what I believe let them not go through to the next round.
We always say in FIFA so many times about play for that last attack, play for that last attack. Now, that's what Atlantide were trying to do. Fuma and Sting, they gave away that ball, and you give your opposition one more chance to have a go at your goalkeeper. And FIFAe's, yeah, they got that little bit lucky in their rebound, but you've got to take those opportunities as and when they come to have that drive with Pogba. The goalkeeper movement came through, which is why the save wasn't as easy as it looked. Just the animation there, getting caught on that. Nick's their Ethan, they don't mind, but Denman, give a little elbow into Ethan. He looks like he's aged another 3 years.
He probably has. This is stressful work, this game of FIFA. Well, let's confirm then who they're playing next in the semi-final. Our first one has been confirmed. So it is Napoli taking on Team FIFAe. Napoli, remember, defeated Goliath Gaming earlier on in the quarterfinal, and then we know exactly what happened, don't we? Team FIFAe against Wave. Extra time it took for them to book their place into the final 4 club teams, and it was dramatic as well, the fact that Wave and Stingray Brandon could have booked their spot in the semi-final or even the final for 2 years running. Wasn't to be for them this year.
No, it wasn't to be, and look, I think they came into it as a big favourite when they were in the knockout stages. Not many people looked at them or talked about them, but they've got rich history this year in FIFA esports by fantastic individual players. But Team FIFAe, it's lucky they're not playing their semi-final today, because I think they'll just fall asleep. They're absolutely done in. They need a rest, they need to recover, but they've given us 2 fantastic games of FIFA esports here.
We keep saying, is it their time? Possibly, maybe. The writing is on the wall. We have to come back and find out tomorrow when we have the semis and the finals. 2 more quarterfinals, though, this evening for you to enjoy. Next up, we have Ducks America and Team Hullet Ninjas in Pajamas. Again, I look across the board here at the 4 competing players and go, they all have such quality between them. Renzo, of course, in the Team Hullet Ninja Pajamas is their coach, but Zizinho and Neat, a pairing that, again, Brandon, I feel like it could be their time. They've been bubbling away. They were a new team last year, and they've redeveloped as a team going forward.
No, absolutely. I think the one thing you look across the board there, you go through them. Zizinho, FUT Champions Cup winner. Neat, 2-time La Liga winner. Levi David, 2-time European champion during that online era. Oli Lito, EPL, FUT Champions Cup. Individually, they've all achieved so much.
Oh, you can add so many more as well to that.
And in the 2v2 environment, you can do that as well, can't you? Looking at the recent success in the EA Sports Cup. So it's a really tough game to call. We know the Ducks were not great in the group stages, but they've come out today, and so far we've seen the round of 16.
they've been all right.
Yeah, new team today, aren't they, Ducks America? And I think for them, maybe going through how they did yesterday, knocking out Riders, the defending champions, it gave them a bit more hope.
It did, for sure. And when you knock out the champions in Riders, knowing that they didn't score too many goals and they were lacking some goals going in as well, into that knockout stage, that performance they put in to just say we can keep a clean sheet in that second leg gives you confidence. Now, obviously, it's a very different story when you are coming up against Team Hullet Ninja in pyjamas. We know Olilito, he's so calm when he's on that pitch. And when you've got Levy to the side of him, who, yes, he's very good in the attack, so good in that defence as well, for Team Ducks, they have to make sure that they play their A game.
Yeah, exactly. Well, two massive teams. I don't want to call this one. I'm not even going to ask the boys to call this one on the sofa either. Well, this is our third quarterfinal of the day for a spot in the semi-finals. One's already completed. One is still to play for. So, we're ready. Are you ready at home? Let's welcome our players to the stage.
Okay, guys, here we are on the stage. We have Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas to my right, and of course we have the guys from Ducks America to my left. We're going to do the coin toss shortly, but before that, quick question for the guys. Massive game. What are you thinking?
Confident. I mean, we played well the last game. We up against a very, very strong squad with some friends in as well. So going to be very tough, and just hoping for a good game of FIFA.
You mentioned friends, obviously Zinio, an ex-player of Team Hullet. Does that make it better for you? Is that on the matchup, or is it harder because you might knock him out?
Harder. I mean, Team Hullet is a very, very good club, right? That makes talents even better, you know. So as I said, they have two fantastic players, and yeah, will be very, very tough.
And Zazinio, in terms of the team rankings, you're officially the highest ranked team left in the tournament, ranked number 9 in the world coming into this. Does that make you the favourites over these guys who are ranked 18?
No, never. They are both quality players, and we want to show that it's a new day. We played very well the first game, but nothing matters. We have to win against them.
How do you feel going up against the next team of yours?
Yeah, it's very happy. I'm very happy for it because I have real huge respect for everyone at Team Hullet, and I have an amazing history there. But now I represent Ducks, and I'll do everything for Ducks to win.
Okay, right, we've got to get the coin toss done. We've got head referee here, James. We've got the blue side and the green side of the coin. Which team is which, please?
Blue side is Ducks America, green side is TJ and IP.
Okay, so go ahead with the coin toss, please, James. It is green, which I believe you said was Team Hullet Ninja in pyjamas, which means they will be home in the second leg. So congratulations on winning the toss, but it's only the first start of the game. If you'd like to go to your booths, guys, get comfortable, get ready, you can make your way to your booths. So that's the next matchup. Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas versus Ducks America. Huge, huge game. The winning team will get a minimum of $75,000. I'm actually casting this one with Mike, so I'm going to make my way up there quickly, and I'll see you in a few seconds, Mike.
We'll see how quick that Spencer makes his way up here or whatnot. See, the players are getting into their designated areas, their pods. Let me give you the situation. We've got, of course, TG, NIP, and I don't know why, but we really haven't talked about them as much as they probably deserve, considering their results this year. And then on the other end, we've got the Ducks America that's been rejuvenated. They were emotional getting out of the group stage as Spencer's made his way up here.
Hello.
Have you joined me?
I'm ready. Yes, I'm joining you. I'm ready for the big one. Who's your favourite for this one, Mike? 'Cause I've got my ideas.
Yeah, let me give you the lay of the land. TG, NIP, clearly the favorites in my opinion.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that Ducks America can't make this happen. You've got two quality players. There was Zinho, who came from that Team Hullet Academy that we talked about a little bit. Neat, who's kind of been up and coming for a while. I think he's arrived now, it's safe to say. We saw him in La Liga. He was the next face of Spain. He started to now make it out of group stages, making runs in brackets. This is going to add to that legacy to be able to do that with Ducks America. But Olilito and Levy have already won an event this year.
Sure.
Why are we not talking about this? I don't care about overall rankings. These are like one of the few teams that is actually a champion this year, this season.
rankings
They have
are-
results right here, right now.
The rankings in this are quite heavily weighted in previous performances at this event, aren't they? Obviously, Ducks America doing well in the past. Even though they're ranked 9th, Team Hullet 18th, you're saying don't read too much into that?
In this case, I'm not going to. For whatever reason, again, I don't feel like we've brought up that Alito and Levy have been playing together for multiple years and with success in those years, and then this is their best year together.
Yeah.
If anybody came into the competition, they have to be the favorite. I know we built up RB Leipzig a lot because we like what we see, but in terms of results, RB Leipzig took part in that same tournament.
Yeah, you mentioned RB Leipzig. The winning team from this match will play the winners of RB Leipzig versus Brøndby. So whatever happens, we're going to have a massive semi-final. That's what happens when you get to this stage of competitive FIFA at the high level. Amazing matchups to look forward to. I know it was the last game we saw, but that Futwiz game, 2 games in a row, they have given us absolute slugfests, and they've come out on top.
And I also talked to Renzo after TG NIP was able to get through the last round, and I asked him about Ducks America, and he said that he felt really good, that they haven't necessarily played their best yet, but they're building in the right direction.
Okay.
And that this is a good matchup for them. That's kind of what Renzo had to say. You know, he doesn't give you too much.
No.
He doesn't give you the key attributes or characteristics, the tactics. I try. I stir it up. I tell him Spencer needs to know. That didn't work. I tried.
I'm hoping it's going to be a great matchup for us, a great matchup for the neutral as well. Whatever happens, you know, the money on the line is huge. Everyone at this stage has got a minimum of $40,000. Win this game, that goes up to 75. That's almost double, 35K jump up. And then you're looking serious because it does double after that. If you get runner-up, it's 150, and the winning team, of course, 300,000 smackaroonies.
And it gets real. You're one step away. You've made it to Championship Sunday in this case. I know the days are going to mix up amongst these 2.5 weeks that we're in Saudi. And at that point, you go back and you say, I think we could actually win this. We've got to where we need to be. We're in the semifinals. We're pushing forward. We're 1 game away from doubling basically everything.
You see the focus on Levy de Veer's face there. He was almost going into a meditative state to get ready for this one. And the concentration, Mike, is so key. You know, you've played at the highest level yourself. When you get to this level, the difference between teams isn't that much. I think if you can keep that concentration, that's the difference, right?
Well, and to your point, I think we should look at the previous game. Futwiz and Wave going up against each other. I didn't expect Futwiz to get back into that at some point, and they made it happen.
Character.
They had huge moments. That's been the best Futwiz team. We've talked about it in many occasions. I talked to Dan earlier as well, but he's put up so many different combinations and signed a bunch of different players, developed brands, and this has easily been the most valuable team between Ethan and Nick Steb. It works. You've got that mechanical player, you've got a lot of those different skills, and they've pushed on to the semis as we're getting underway.
And we are underway here. Ducks America in the darker strip. TG NIP, that's Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas in the all-white strip. This is a big one. This is a quarter-final for a spot in the semi-finals for a minimum of $75,000.
And both these teams have a similar setup in terms of having your structured organizing player to go with your mechanical wild card creator in the final third. If you're looking at Ducks America, Neat's going to be that guy that's looking to do all sorts of crazy maneuvers and expect the unexpected, so to speak. And then Levy is the same thing for TG NIP. It's a combination that works. It's shown a lot of substance between these competitors.
Seeing a decent amount of Dutch representation for the obviously Dutch-based Team Hullet side, with the likes of Van Persie and De Ligt in the team. But it's Ronaldo, a man who played in Holland, of course, with PSV Eindhoven, looking to break the deadlock, but unsuccessful as he goes back to Ducks America.
I think they'd like a second chance at that if you're NIP. Right place, right time. I don't know if he needed the Elastico. Already in a prime position there with R9, the prime version of R9. Let him do his job, tap that home. Maybe surprised to actually be able to square it up and get that kind of spacing.
Buffon on the ball here for Ducks. Finds Bruno Fernandes on the right side of the pitch.
Surely this is new for you, to be able to talk about Buffon as the starting center back in competitive FIFA.
Buffon, I mean, he's that good, he probably could do a job of centre-back for you, to be fair. But, of course, that is some of the idiosyncrasies that only Ultimate Team can throw up for you, as Henry gets the ball into a shooting range for Hullet against Team Hullet. That would be almost poetic injustice there if it got in against the team who's named after the Dutch legend.
Spencer, if that's Time Green, I think that's hitting the back of the net. They need just that extra emphasis, and we talk about the margins again. Again, as well, seeing Henry makes me feel a certain type of way. It's been nearly 5 years, 5 years since we've seen him in action in competitive play.
Here's Ronaldo with a strike, and it's off target. Huge chance there for Ducks America to take the lead. unable to challenge the keeper on that occasion.
Like what I'm seeing, Spencer. Opportunities both ways, end-to-end stuff. I thought this might be a little more of a defensive matchup, but both teams are going for it.
Mbappe looking over the top for Ronaldo. What a thing it would be to have those two in the same team, as Maldini, one of the best defenders of all time, dispossesses the Brazilian. Hullet there getting the ball deep for his team. Finds Buffon. Just spreading the ball around the back here, Ducks America. We've got two legs, of course. It's still very much early days in this tie. No rush for either team to panic as Bruno just flicks the ball up to himself there. Hullet with driven pass to Mbappe. Mbappe on both sides. Great roulette. Not once, but twice. Frenchman unable to get the shot off.
And that's that gifted and talented creativity that we talk about. When you can find the ingenuity, you got a certain fluidity, there's some flavor, that extra initiative that you need to have to unlock that space. The double roulette was sweet. It didn't work out. Fantastic defending.
Ronaldo to Hakimi, looking for an overlap on this right side as Mbappe makes his way into the box. Can he get it across? No. Martinez with the defensive work there as they get a short corner here. TGNIP looking to make something happen. Back to Hakimi, who finds Mbappe. He's going to strike one! Oh my word, if it was on target, surely it was a goal.
And I thought that might have nipped the post a little bit on its way. You see the setup there. You get a little bit of an advantage with that power shot if you can get the ball in the air. So you'll see sometimes rainbow flicks, they're popping up like you saw there, a self-setup for the volley. It just gives you a little bit of that extra oomph for some of those distance connections if you're going for the power shot.
It's a game being played with real attacking intent here. Neither team shy of a long-range effort as Hullet looks for the pass into Mbappe. But once again, Ducks very good at turning the ball back over of the press. Driven pass, looking to go through the eye of a needle there into Thierry Henry, but unable to find the Frenchman. TGNIP now trying to get an attack of their own going with Theo. Hernandez goes back to De Ligt. Militao. That's where we're seeing the real diversification of player selection is in the defence, isn't it? Because there's certain key attacking individuals that almost everyone is using.
And it comes down to preference, where you feel most comfortable in terms of some of your squad building, what players have you put the most time in. Because remember, quite a few of the players that we're seeing on display, they are relatively new introductions. You might not have that many reps. So you want to go with players that have already put in some...
Chance here, Mbappe in the box looks to get a shot off. Yeah, you talk about reps. How many games would you want to have played with a player before you can say they're kind of settled?
Until I feel comfortable. And sometimes that's very quickly, and that's kind of what I was getting is some players or competitors or teams have gone with players that are sure things for them, and they didn't necessarily adapt to the new meta, the new players. All these goalkeepers being introduced, which is something we've never seen in FIFA, ever. I think we have 9 outfield goalkeepers.
Mad.
And a lot of them are very usable. We've seen Petr Cech in action. You've seen the likes of Savic doing the bits. You've got Buffon, you've got Martinez.
Mbappe making inroads here, finds his compatriot Martial. Martial back to Hullet. Hullet once again trying that driven pass, but gets the rebound, keeps the ball. Henry also unsuccessful in picking out a teammate. And now Mbappe can play it infield to Hullet for TGNIP. Van Persie. Poor pass though, dispossessed. They get it back. Thierry Henry just slows things down. Do you see Henry on both sides here?
I love to see it.
Playing from the left for both teams.
Again, I'm throwing it back to the FIFA 17, FIFA 18 days where Henry was making appearances, whether as a starter or even coming off the bench. And then as players got upgraded and changes came into different titles and different adjustments, we saw less and less Henry being included at the competitive scene. Obviously, he has a new item now, the big upgrade. And I don't know how that's 0-0 at halftime. I'm just going to throw that out there. That was a very offensive game that did not include any goals, didn't have that big breakthrough, but it had a lot of moments.
Half time in the first leg, so a quarter of the way through the tie. Little point to talk about here is that the height difference of the chairs of Olelito and Levi David.
It could be an angle. Is that a real thing?
No, it's a real thing. It's something we see a lot from Olelito. He sits with his chair so high. I think I asked him about it last year, and it's based on the way he plays at home. I think he has a similar setup. But obviously Levi prefers a lower option. So there's almost a foot between them there. These two playing off a more even keel here. But that is, of course, Ducks America. Who do you think favoured that first half, Mike?
Wow, so even. Both had chances, a lot of half chances. I liked what I saw because attacking-wise, both teams were confident. It was decisive. We didn't have any of that hesitant play. It wasn't cagey. Even though it's 0-0, often when we get to these stages in competitions, teams tighten up. And you don't get some of those skill moves, the expression, the cancellations, the extra passes, the reactions and the instinctive nature, and I felt like that had all of that. So I think it's super even. And just to give you a little bit of storytelling, Ducks has been kind of hit and miss. They got out of the groups, very difficult group to get out of. They needed help to get out of the group, whereas TG and IP were a little more consistent, grinded through what we expect to see from them. If you talk to them, they said they probably should have had more points, but either way, they still represented who they are.
Yeah, Ducks actually got out of the group with the least points of anyone that got out of the group, which was 12. Same as Team Exceed, who also had 12, but Ducks had an inferior goal difference. So technically the luckiest team to squeeze through, you could say. But how many times have we seen it before, Mike? It's just about getting out the groups.
And once it shifted into the best of two format here with the aggregate scorelines, they've looked a lot better.
Ball given away lightly there by TG and IP. I think that's probably something that we saw quite a lot in the first half, is them be a little bit more reckless in possession, and Ducks America just pouncing and pressing with a bit more accuracy. Here they are on the ball then with Henry. Can he get it back to Mbappe? There's Bruno out wide, goes back instead to Ruud Gullit. Gives the ball away himself. Counter opportunity for Team Gullit. Van Persie looking down the left here for Henry. Two ex-Arsenal players, of course. Back to Van Persie. Ronaldo, chance for Martial. The shot blocked by Maldini.
And again, the inclusion of RVP. It's been a long time. I don't think that he's actually ever been used in competitive FIFA until this year. Again, with new introductions and the shift of some of those positions, it gave them more value with some of the icons.
Back post headed opportunity for De Ligt. I think he might have got the final touch. Yes, he did. It's a goal kick. What would be one of the factors as to why they are liking Van Persie? Would it be the fact he's got a bit of height as well?
Well, the stats got better. Plain and simple, his stats improved dramatically. Having the height, having the ability to finish, having the weak foot, having the skill moves, it gives you more dynamic capabilities on the virtual pitch. That's kind of what it comes down to. When you're looking at margins, every advantage plays a factor. You never know when, but you'll take it if you got it.
And of course, the draft factor of this tournament is kind of unique compared to the same event last year. They didn't have to pick players in the same way, so we are seeing a bit more unique selections from time to time, which I personally like. I think it gives each squad its own identity. This game is very tight right now. No goals to speak of as of yet. Will it stay that way? I'm not sure. As Hakimi finds Mbappe, back to Martial. TG and IP just spreading the ball from flank to flank. Van Persie inside to Henry. Is there an overlap opportunity? Henry holds on to it. Does eventually pass to Ronaldo. Maldini really shining in defence for Ducks America.
I didn't love that build-up. It's right place, right time. I think they delayed the pass too much. Kind of put him into a hospital ball in the middle of the pitch. Defenders all around him.
R9 absolutely fizzing that one at Mbappe. Far too high for him to control it, but Ducks trying to get this one out of their defensive third.
Another trend or theme that you're going to see in the meta, a lot of five at the back, or at least fullbacks that are really going to overlap, and that's why you see these attacking fullbacks. You'll see even the likes of Van Persie playing as a fullback for that reason, to give you more of an outlet offensively, because it's more important for them to get forward and to be able to whip in the crosses, to find the extra pass, a long shot, a power shot, than it is for their defensive capabilities. And that's, again, another shift that we've seen with some of the patches and updates.
Chance here, Henry overlapping down the left side, tries to play it back. TG and IP unable to hold on to the ball there as they give it away, and now Gullit can try and get it up the other end of the pitch with Maldini. Martial comes deep to receive the ball. Mbappe. He's going to go back, I think, and play it safe, is he? Maybe switching it? There it is. Lots of space over on the left side here for Martinez. Just waiting for the right pass. Goes for a cross. Good ball. Had to be headed away by Theo Hernandez, and it was. But Henry picks it up on that right foot. Martial into Ronaldo here. Great defending from De Ligt.
Good offense, even better defense. And I was just going to say that TG and IP looked a little more likely until that breakthrough for Ducks America. A little more like they're probing. They'd get into the right places, at the right locations, at the right times, and it just comes down to that final skill, the quick pass, the 1-2, maybe the big cross, the knockdown. We're seeing a lot of crossing in the 2v2s.
Great switch from Gullit to set this play up as Hakimi finds Mbappe, but Mbappe's pass was intercepted. And now, Ducks America trying to get it out of their half once again. You'd say that TG and IP have probably had more advanced possession in this second half than they did in the first half, bringing the game a little bit more to their opponents, but neither team really breaking the other down and creating those one-on-one opportunities. Ronaldo on the ball here. Assessing his options, goes for the switch. Best way to create space in this game has been to switch the ball, as we see it once again done from right to left. Van Persie, bit of a sloppy pass there. The two Hullets coming head to head. And now Henry, can he pick out a pass to the right? He's got a numerical advantage over there. First touch was key. Mbappe's onside. Can he find a teammate in the box? He does. Bruno. Great defending. It's really been a battle of the centre-backs this game.
It's something that's been missing from both sides. We really haven't seen many crosses. There might have been a couple whip-ins, but a big key that we've seen work in the 2v2s, isolating a matchup, taking advantage of that matchup. You whip in a cross, let him knock it down. And that second down, knockdown or that flick on will open up the space for you. And we really haven't seen that from either team in terms of a method to try to break down your opposition.
Could there be a chance for a cross here with Van Persie? Goes short instead to Thierry Henry. Oh, he's gone from outside the boot effort, and what a goal that is! In a game of few chances, it needed a moment of absolute genius. And I don't know what else to use to describe that goal, but genius.
I think Levy stood up to take that bow, or to make sure that he claimed it. He got the recognition. You saw the ball roll, unlocks the space. There's no weak foot now with these upgrades. Right place, right location, big moment in the match, changes the dynamic, changes the momentum, and what a finish. Just incredible.
Absolutely unreal. Left foot outside of the boot. Let's take another look at it, because I could watch that one all day long. Didn't go with the cross, went short instead. Thierry Henry, look at that from the Frenchman. Take a bow, Monsieur Thierry Henry.
And the previous iteration or the previous version of Henry couldn't do that. Didn't give you that. With the weak foot, to line that up, he doesn't have the same types of agility. This upgraded item, this version of Henry is something special, has that silky sauce, really represents him better compared to how he was on the actual pitch and then how it translates to the virtual pitch. We have an item. We have a man on a mission. And Levy's got the fingertips or the finger work or the hands to kind of bring that vision together.
Quite a unique goal to the game, that, isn't it? Because, you know, traditional football, there's almost no way Thierry wouldn't use his right foot in that scenario. But the game being what it is, allowing you to make those choices as the player, as the user of the player, you can mix it up a little bit.
And it's part of the meta. We're looking at finding those angles, and that Trivela shot, we know it works. And he does it from distance, catches the goalkeeper out of position. That's a big key, that the goalkeeper had stepped up a little bit and he's able to hit that back corner.
Amazing stuff there from Levy David for Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas, who take the 1-0 lead, looking like they're probably going to close out this first leg with the advantage, and don't see there being a lot of goals in this game. That could be the one that decides it, Mike.
I think there's more goals to be had, whether they're adding a goal or we're going to have some sort of comeback on display. I will say this, all the games today have kind of lived up to the hype. It doesn't always go that way. I looked through the penalty kicks that we saw to start off the day. Multiple penalty kicks into the first match. And on dream comebacks and an extra time that was extremely active. We've got Napoli out here with synchronized celebrations. Didn't expect that to happen. Really didn't expect them to make the run that they've made it. And you've interviewed them, you've talked to them. There's a lot of energy, there's a positivity, there's optimism in the air. They said they've been preparing for this. They're doing a lot of this as well. That's why I'm doing it with you. The results are there. The last game, Footwiz, Wave. We talked about Stingray, we talked about Fuma. What about Ethan? What about Nixnap? And then this game, I know it was 1-0, but that doesn't do justice to what we really saw. And you can see both teams trying to outthink each other. They're trying all sorts of different ways to find angles, work out the extra pass, get a little bit of that extra spacing.
Yeah, it's a high-level game, make no mistake. I mean, actually, the games we've seen so far today, I think we've watched 10 games so far. I've only seen 1-0. Every other game has been 2 goals or more. In the last 2 games, we saw 7 and 4. So if that's anything to go by, we may see some more goals. But let's take a look at the only goal that's happened so far in this match. It was an absolute screamer from Thierry Henry on the outside of the weak foot. And yeah, it really was about the ingenuity from Levy David particularly to try this, not to go with the Ruud Gullit pass and to have a chance from distance.
And he claims it, caps the badge. Again, it's all about recognizing what your opposition is giving you as well. Ruud Gullit's sitting back a little bit. They're not in position, and it allows him to go ahead and whip something special out of the bag. We saw a couple power shots, other long shots that got blocked, attempted. Nobody really got a clear breakthrough. A lot of half chances.
What do you expect to happen in this second leg? Obviously, only being 1 goal between them. You know, does there need to be any drastic changes from Ducks America?
I don't think we're going to see a drastic shift, especially not with what we've seen them do thus far in this competition. However, going into the second half, is if it stays 1-0, that's when you're going to start to see substitutions, formation changes, maybe some more coaching talks in terms of tactical adjustments. And it still might be a little early to bring the pressure, but trust by the 65th, 70th minute, you might have to deal with that team press or that constant press. And if you played a lot of FIFA this year, you know how quickly that can change everything and how it's happening in the game, even your player positioning.
Next goal really is crucial in this one. Obviously, if Team Hullet were to get it, they'd take the 2-0 lead, and based on the way the first leg went, you do wonder the Ducks can find a way. We've talked a lot about their lack of goals this tournament, and even the guys were surprised to see them score 2 in the previous match. They won their game 2-1, if you remember, against Basel, whereas the win for TGNIP was 2-0 against a very good Apogee Poland side, meaning that so far, in the knockouts at least, Team Hullet haven't conceded a goal. The defence has been key for them.
And part of that, I feel, is if Zizinho's kind of letting Neat be Neat, and he's almost too precise at times. If you watch some of the skill moves and the cancellations and the extras that he's going to give you within that box, you love to see it, but at the same time, you're thinking, when is he going to shoot? Let it go. Let it work.
More shots off, is that what you're saying?
Especially considering that you might get a bounce back. You might get a rebound. We just saw that as the decider in the FIFAe game.
Yeah.
You had the breakaway. You timed it green. It was a 1v1. The goalkeeper movement was there. It kind of rebounds back to you. Sometimes you have to make your own luck. You're in the right place. You're in the right location. Go ahead and give us something to talk about. Let Zizinho have a chance maybe to follow it up. Give you a little extra skill move.
Well, it is Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas game to lose. They are 1-0 up, but it is a small margin of a lead right now. And that man on the screen right there, Zizinho, is one half of the Team Ducks America side who have got to try and get back in this game. Can they do it? Will they do it? I mean, a lot of people thought they were going to beat Basel in the last round, Mike, and they found a way to come back from 1-0 down to win 2-1 in that one.
That didn't surprise me, and it's not a knock on Basel. They've been amazing, especially throughout the group stage, but experience, once you get into these knockout rounds, these bracket rounds, comes into play. You're playing 2 legs. You got 2 guys that have done that before. Zizinho has a lot of competitive experience. We talked about needing some of the 1v1s as well, and something that I really appreciated is when you interviewed them, after they qualified, they were emotional. And Zizinho especially said that he's had some struggles the last couple of years with some of the results, and that this made it all worth it, that they got out of that group stage. They put themselves in this position. Now they've got by Basel. If you don't think they're going to come in motivated, focused, dialed in this second leg, then you've got another thing coming.
Reminder what's at stake here, apart from a place in the last 4 and obviously a chance to progress further in this competition. The money jumps up significantly. Everyone in the last 8 is taking home $40,000, but win this game, that jumps up almost double to $75,000. So you could understand why you're seeing a little bit of tenseness and pressure in the 2 player booths on the screen right now as we prepare to get this second leg underway. 1-0 to TGNIP versus Ducks America. Will it stay that way? We're going to find out, Mike Nobel.
And just to reiterate on or echo Spencer's point, that's a $35,000 difference. So like I said, almost double, and that's $35,000 of bragging rights as well as you push forward.
Of course, a massive moment in any career in this industry. So it's nice to see these 2 teams battle it out, both very kind of successful and well known in the FIFA esports scene. And it is TGNIP with the fancy footwork trying to maybe double their lead. Ducks America in the red strip this game. Can they get an equaliser sooner rather than later, just to take the nerves off of it? Because the longer it goes, the more tense it will get for the Ducks American side. Bruno comes infield here, finds Martial. Playing it round the back, those 3 centre-backs. Martinez with the switch over to Bruno, dispossessed. Bruno with the throw in here for Ducks America, looking for an option. Well defended by Team Hullet because they didn't allow him many options. They got the ball back and now they can mount an attack of their own.
And I don't love that. I know that it's small, all things considered, but small margins are the ways that you separate yourself at the competitive level.
They add up.
Whether it's corner kicks, it's some sort of set piece, taking it short, losing the ball on a throw-in, all of it.
Nice footwork there from Henri to create space. He's found his way into the box. Can he find a teammate? Goes for the shot instead and is saved.
It wouldn't have that possession without the throw-in, to the point that I was trying to make.
Everything is a cause and effect. The butterfly effect is real, guys. Bruno Fernandes keeping the ball away once again. It's exactly what Mike was talking about. And it does look like TGNIP playing with that little bit of confidence and bravado that only 1 goal seems to have got them.
And again, it's hard to argue that there's been a 2v2 team that has more experience at this point, playing together, multiple tournaments, making deep runs into multiple tournaments. Two guys that spend a lot of time in the boot camp. I'm calling it the Renzo camp at this point. Sponsored by Renzo and Team Hullet.
I know they've had some recent success, but would it be fair to say as a duo they haven't quite won as much as we probably thought they were going to when they first burst onto the scene?
I would have said that if they didn't have that opening win this year.
Of course.
We went through 8 weeks together in London. The best of the best were there. We're looking at all these different invitations and qualifications and players grinding through the groups and then beating Fnatic in the finals as well. RB Leipzig again taking part in that. A lot of the teams that are on display here actually took part in that.
But on the biggest stage, which is where we are right now, they've come close. They've not quite delivered yet.
Do they need more? I'd say yes.
To become real legendary, you know, 2v2 team, I think that's what they're looking for. But they're looking good here.
You know why I give a little more credit is because Alito's on this TG NIP squad, and we saw him win with
Chance here.
Stokes.
Can they double their lead? It's Ronaldo bursts into the box. There's a shot. It's a huge save from Van der Sar in goal, because that could have been game over if it had gone in.
Has to be converting from there, and you're going to like this. Maybe the reason that I lean on TG NIP is needing more credit is because Alito's on that team, and Eprem, a little bit of a different format, but with Stokes, a different partner, they got the job done this year. So he's sitting good with 2 wins with 2 different partners.
Stokes is a world-class player, what can I say? As is
I
Alito.
agree.
As is everyone at this stage of the competition. Henri! Oh, a huge left hand from the Belgian, Thibaut Courtois, because that looked destined to be a goal.
Man, what a outside of the foot elastico as well to set it up with the skill.
Mbappe with a left foot finesse attempt. Ducks America though getting some more shots off, a little bit more promising from them.
That was the chance. And you see Henri making such a big difference. You're not used to him doing skill moves on his left foot, taking long range efforts on his left foot. You see the Trivela on his left foot.
It's definitely opening up here in this tie. I do expect there to be more goals before the final whistle is blown. Ducks America getting the ball back here with Gianluigi Buffon. Martial, big switch attempt over to the right side, headed back inside. Was that I think he got a flick on that. It was a very brave defensive header, almost borderline foolish, back into his own box.
And I told you, that's something we were missing. We didn't have some of these deep switches into those crosses, into those knockdowns, allowing for some sort of mistouch or some sort of havoc in the box. Sometimes you have to create that. You have to make people have that moment of being a little bit unsure. The mishandling.
Tactical pause here. Quick question for you, Mike. We know Napoli are through. We know Futwiz are through.
Yep.
One of these guys are going through, and then obviously one of RB Leipzig and Brondby. Where's your potential winning team and all that? Could it be these guys if it was Team Hullet to finish the job? We're going to take a look at the... I'll let you think about that one, Mike, because we're going to take a look at that massive save first. Look at this. Henri on the left foot. Easily could have been a goal, but Thibaut Courtois is so hard to beat, both in the real-life football pitch and the virtual one. Massive moment in the game, make no mistake.
I think the winner of the E-Club comes from this side of the bracket.
Yeah.
Where you're looking at Ducks, TG, NIP, Leipzig, and Brondby. I think Brondby's going to cause a lot of problems for RB Leipzig.
How amazing that we've got not just a previous winner, but a double winner of Brondby, who could be the only team ever to win it 3 times. And the only team to win it 2 times, let alone 3 times.
And you have 3 Danes on display in that matchup as well.
Denmark really outperforming their population size when it comes to FIFA, you have to say. De Ligt switching it over now to Robin Van Persie, who's hugging this touchline. Is there a left foot cross option? Instead he goes short. Henri. Just waiting for an opening, and that's disappointing from Team Hullet. I think maybe Van Persie could have got it in quicker.
Went for a ball roll, tried to resurface it or recycle it. The final execution there with the step over is just wrong.
Now Ducks America bursting down the right in the latter stages. This first half, great ball into the corridor of uncertainty, if you will. It's not going to fall for anyone though, that loose header. And now, just as we approach half-time, could we see the final attack from Team Hullet? Maybe a few attacks still.
It was the right idea with the early cross, the right matchup. I think it needed a little bit of additional, I was even going to say maybe a little more lob. Just the timing wasn't quite there. He's still arriving.
A perfect one for the centre-back just to get the heck out of there. Right, less than 2 minutes on the clock here, FIFA time, as we approach the end of the first half of this second leg. It'd be an absolutely fantastic time for Ducks America to score, but they've lost the ball. It's still them, though, in this last attack chance. They need to get it forward. Martial to Ronaldo. Is there a ball there for the middle?
He missed it. He missed the
That
pass.
was the one.
You saw what I saw.
Yeah.
They saw it in the crowd. Especially at 45th minute spend. They got to send that over the top.
Only a handful of chances, maybe a few more than the first leg, but it is a game with few chances. But I still feel like there's going to be more drama in this story.
Yeah, I'm cool with a little more additional narrative. And I'd even argue that when you're looking at TG NIP, first 20, 25 goes to them, and the back half or the back end goes to Ducks America.
What do you think Renzo's saying to them now? Obviously got the coaching tool there. He's looking at something and he's giving them some feedback.
Well, based on how far he drew that finger down, I'm thinking something about switching the pitch.
Switch it more?
Switching the pitch more. Oh, well, you start to be able to work the clock now. Game management comes into play. This is the final half of the 4 segmented halves in the second leg, and you can start limiting how many total attacks your opposition is going to have.
This is where the coaches can really earn their money, isn't it, so to speak, because especially in a game like this, a little bit of insight, tactical analysis that makes a little difference. It might not lead to a goal, but it might stop them conceding a goal.
Well, and you saw the adjustment as well. Ducks America made a change there where you're seeing a little more whippage out wide, and then they're throwing in those crosses. Sometimes I think they're actually looking for the second ball, the clearance, to see if they can get on the end of that.
Yep. It's a strategy that can work. We've seen plenty of goals from crosses over the last few days here in Riyadh. So we get ready for this second half of the second leg. As things stand, Ducks America will be exiting the tournament. The highest ranked team left in the tournament they are, ranked number 9 in the world, but it's the 18th ranked team. They're on top right now.
And if you review that first half, each team had a wide open opportunity, both with Henry, ironically here, as we had a breakaway for TG NIP, and then you had the beautiful outside of the reverse elastic notice on the left foot, of course, from Ducks America. Fantastic saves from Van der Sar.
Van der Sar and Courtois, they're both doing well for either side, stopping there being a goal in this game, but it'll be Ducks America that are hurting more as a result of that, because they need a goal and they need it quick. But it is TG NIP in the black strip that are on the ball right now. Theo Hernandez switching it once more, exactly what we think Renzo was telling them to do. Mbappe, can he go back out wide? Uses it as a decoy instead. Finds Ronaldo. It's the box. Wow. Huge tackle from Martinez. He's giving the ball away. Can't do that, boys.
I thought he was off to the races. It's in that, I call it the money gap in FIFA. Kind of in between the semicircle and the outside of the box is a really valuable attack zone. Got in there, had the advantage. I thought he might shield him off a little bit. Fantastic recovery from Martinez.
From a neutral perspective, the Ducks America goal now would be unbelievable just to open this game up. Cause TG NIP to open up a little bit, but they're attacking, to be fair. They're creating chances still. Martial, outside the boot, ball forward, headed into the box for Henry. Can he find the pass? I think the pass was on there.
He shouldn't be shooting there, Spen. It shouldn't be shooting there. He opened it up. You're right.
R9 was waiting for it, maybe for a one-time first touch finish.
And again, we saw that first-time header, that knockdown. That's where the space was. You got it into the zone you want to be in. The right skill move. Just shouldn't be going for a goal from there.
Martinez and Maldini being really big defensive players in this matchup. Ronaldo trying to unlock something with a step over, and Mbappe tries the elastico. I mean, R9 doing step overs is just so, it just looks right, doesn't it? He's probably the best step over of the ball, I think, of all time.
I was going to say, it sounds terrifying, looks terrifying. I got second-hand scare seeing some of the step overs from R9.
Look at that intelligent header there from Martinez to his co-defender Maldini. He's really shone in this matchup.
I'm actually surprised how good this Martinez item is. I have him in my team. In my first run through, I didn't feel that impressed that he was that different, but the way that these guys have utilized him.
He's obviously not the tallest, but he's got a great leap on him. Reminds me of Cannavaro back in the day. Bruno Fernandes beats his man brilliantly, but Theo Hernandez says no. Henry, Ronaldo, strong pressing from the defence of Ducks America. Klosterman now on the ball, just waiting. Theo Hernandez.
I also told you, 65th, 70th minute will when the major changes are going to happen. The pause has been cued.
Space created by Henry. Ronaldo finds Mbappe. Huge chance. Oh, is there a penalty? It is.
Surely.
It's a yellow card. I think it was Martinez that's given it away there. And it is a penalty for Ruud Gullit. It's saved. What a save from Van der Sar. Not for the first time in this game. Ducks America on borrowed time here.
Why wouldn't it happen today? Everything like this has been going on. We've had a mix of everything on display. High-scoring affairs, back and forth, extra time, penalty kicks. A lot of penalties being saved. A lot of penalties being missed.
I think I've been giving Martinez too much credit this game because I realised there's two of them on the pitch. They've got the defender Martinez, they've got the goalkeeper Martinez, both playing in defence.
They've both been playing well, to be fair.
They've both been great, yeah, exactly. Doing the name justice.
I like Klosterman as a fullback as well. It's a new item that's been introduced.
On the left side.
He's looked reliable. He's looked very reliable.
All to play for here in this matchup, this quarter-final matchup. If you're just joining us, winning team will get a minimum of $75,000. Losing team will walk away with $40,000, which is no small change. I'm sure you agree. This is the the penultimate quarter-final. We've got Leipzig versus Brøndby to come in an all-traditional football matchup. Could be a Champions League or Europa League tie, that one. But it's not. It's a FIFAe Club World Cup tie, live from Saudi Arabia. Some tactical changes being done, a much more aggressive free at the back being put into play here for Ducks America. They're going to go for it here, throw everything at the barn door. Will they knock it down?
And this is where times get a little dicey, a little delicate, a little sensitive, because they're going to have a lot of risk, and they're looking for some of that reward.
It is TGNIP with the ball, another free kick for them here. Chance to play it short and just wind this clock down a little bit. You can see the press already coming from Ducks America. And it's worked a treat because they've got the ball back via a throw-in.
But again, it's high risk, high reward. You get that breakthrough, there's no longer going to be that recovery. We're not going to be talking about the Martinez brothers that aren't related.
That we know of. Pullet on the ball here. Into Ronaldo. Great use of the step over. Oh, the first time volley! Oh, Courtois made it look like a walk in the park.
What? And I'd love to watch that back. I don't know if Courtois was really moved over. It looked like he stepped forward, but I don't even know if they had manual movement there with the goalkeeper. And he just made it look just so business as usual.
Had to be hit first time though, right? Would you have done the same there, or would you have had the composure to take a touch?
It's easy to say now I'm taking the touch. There's been a couple of those instances with Ducks America, to be fair. They're in the right place, right time, wrong finish, wrong pass.
Now we're getting to the territory of the game here. Well, it's squeaky bum time for Ducks America, but if they do score, momentum is huge for them. As the cross comes in, massive header away from Teo Hernandez. Corner to Ducks America. We're going to have a tactical pause.
Wow. Yeah, just maybe a regrouping pause. I'd like to see Renzo's board again, if we can get that pulled up, what he's drawing up.
Could we see a substitution here for Ducks America? Pogba looking like he might enter the fray. We're going to have a little replay here of the chance on the volley. It was left foot, it was Martial.
He is scooted. They manually moved the keeper over just slightly.
So massive use of the keeper movement there. Maybe it needed to be
very slight as well.
It needed to be lower, that volley as well, because it's perfect height for Courtois.
It's tough. I look at that again. I don't know if he had the time to take the touch.
I think the left foot is what took a little bit of shine off it as well. Here we go then. Could this be Ducks America's moment? Courtois just too imposing a figure. So hard to get the ball over him. He's an absolute giant of a man. Sent forward by the Belgian, or it's given straight back to Ducks America.
That's poor.
Really just need a little bit of composure from the Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas guys here, because the game is theirs if they keep the ball, but it's with Ducks. Again, a massive intervention. That should be a corner.
But if you review that, that should be a skill move. That should be that time that you go for the step over, you have that body feint. You have even a ball roll, something. Give us a little bit of a wiggle.
Once again, though, ball given away to Ducks America. Surely they won't keep wasting these opportunities. Bruno, dispossessed, no corner, kept on.
Oh, that's the wrong choice.
Giving it away again. Look at them. They're just swarming them. Ronaldo, poor choice, gets away with it. They're getting real luck here. Martial, is he onside? De Ligt was there when they needed him to be.
Wow.
But it's back again with Ducks America. It's going to be 6 minutes here of an onslaught.
Oh my goodness. The roulette was gorgeous.
Look at that. Every TGNIP player is deep in their own box. It's defence versus attack here. Ruud Hullet against his opposite number. Still Ruud. Ronaldo, there's a shot. It's Courtois again, who really is putting out a man of the match performance here for TGNIP. Short corner. Martial on the ball. Edge of the box here to Mbappe. Thinks about shooting. Drifts his way into the box. There's just too many defenders, Mike.
They're giving you a little bit of everything with some of these skill moves. See the power shot into the cancellation, attacks the space. It still wasn't enough.
Could seal the deal here. Do they need to attack? Do they just keep it in the corner? Surely that's where the smart money is. Holding on to it there, dispossessed. Has to be now. Ducks America back on the ball. Watch the bodies absolutely fly forward here. Can't give it away. This is it. Get it forward or you're out. There it is, it's over. They've given the ball away, and it will be Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas, that progress. You can see there, the whistle actually not gone amazingly, but it has now. Extra minute of injury time played. It is a big win for Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. Look at the scenes. Jubilation from Levi David and Ololito, and commiserations to Ducks America, who have done fantastic, Mike.
I'm so impressed on both sides. That was such high-level FIFA across the board, from the adjustments to the mechanics. When you look at some of the really detailed breakdowns, fantastic.
We can see Richard Buckley is there ready for an interview here, find out a little bit about what's going on the ground. So, Richard, what's the mood like down there?
Jubilant. That's what it's like, Spain. Ololito, Levi David, Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. I'll let you go and say your GGs very quickly. I mean, look at this. Ollie, Levi, gotta grab you. 1-0. Do you want to say thank you to Thibaut Courtois first? I mean, what a win in the end. You got over the line just.
Yeah. I mean, usually we got a pen, 1-0 up. Our coach, Renzo, never called a pen before. Usually he's really good at pens. He calls it, gets it right. I'm like, now we need to defend for 25 more minutes. Finally, we got it over thanks to Courtois as well. I picked him. I think Hjelte is sitting there. He says that Courtois is always bad. Now he clutched up and yeah.
You should never ask me your pen again. You should never. Like, you've never asked it before and now you do it. So I just want to save myself here for a second. But you guys are great.
I mean, Ollie, it's been a great season for Team Hullet Ninja Pyjamas. EA Sports Cup win, semi-finals of the Club World Cup. What's it mean to you?
Means everything. And I've been thinking about this moment a bit, and I want to throw it out there. I think, in terms of consistency, we're probably one of the best 2v2 teams to ever play. I mean, top 4 last year in E-Club, hopefully going further this time, EA Sports Cup champions as well. So I'm saying it so many times when I'm doing well. I love it, my coach, I love Levi, I love Hjelte, everyone behind Team Hullet and NIP. I want to say thank you to everyone home from Sweden. Thank you to the Saudi fans as well, they are amazing. And tomorrow we play the semi-finals.
Well, speaking of Renzo, I want to, can we get Renzo? Come back in. I want to ask you a question. Second leg at half-time, you paused, you pulled the iPad up, you got the players to have a look. What were you looking at?
I think it was more about some of the runs that we were making when we got in behind on the wing, and especially like we started off real free-flowing, and sometimes whenever the game develops, you just feel that they're not doing it anymore. So I'm just showing them whatever worked and whatever didn't work. When you just move on from that, you can tell these guys are just the best.
Final question to you. What's it like coaching these two? It must be a pleasure.
Yeah, of course. It is a pleasure. It's also sometimes very hard because I think if you saw them at the start of this day, you thought, okay, we're leaving, we're out. Because it wasn't pretty, and obviously it's a lot down to mentality. And I think that's where, I'm probably the most important. I know the game, but these guys, I know them through the inside out. So that's what's really a pleasure working with them and just being their motivational coach as well sometimes.
Ollie, do you have any preference who you play next, or just bring anyone?
Nah, I don't think so. Leipzig are doing well, but I think when it's something that clicks on with me and Levi when it's actually competitive, especially going into Sunday again playing. So looking forward to tomorrow a lot. To me, it doesn't matter who we play. Brøndby and Leipzig are both great, and I'm just so happy at the moment.
I look forward to seeing you. 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists are locked and loaded. Back to the studio to break it all down.
Ollie's loving life there. I mean, Lee, most consistent club as well. Semi-finalist for the 2nd year running. That doesn't happen very often.
No, absolutely. I mean, in fairness, when we looked at the groups and you looked at the teams, I think a lot of people did have these reaching certainly the quarterfinals, but you know, they're there again. They've been here before. Now they're going to be thinking top 4's not good enough. We want to go all the way now, and it's going to be a tough ask because the next 2 teams they face, they're very good.
I mean, I say that, Mike, just because the game changes so much from year to year. The fact that they did it last year, okay, they faltered at the final hurdle. They did it again this year. The crowd, I know, is loud. I hope that Mike heard me.
Alito, we really didn't build them up enough. We expect them, of course, to get out of the group, but we didn't build them as a late-game team that should really be considered, and they've got themselves into the top 4, and I still look back on the EA Sports Cup. We were all there for that. They beat a lot of the teams, and I said that on commentary, that are here, that are competing here, including Leipzig, who didn't make it to the finals. They beat Fnatic, of course, in those finals, and that could be an upcoming opposition, or you've got the likes of Bromby, who you've already won a couple of these events.
At this stage, he doesn't mind, does he? Ololito said that. He'll have to wait and see who he's going to face in that semi-final. Mike, you were casting that matchup, though. You saw the goal. You saw the missed pens. Talk us through it one more time when we see it now.
Both teams were looking for space. A lot of times they got the ball in the right area, and they're going for skills. So many fantastic moments of defending and reading of the game. You see Henry outside of the boot, outside of the box. Beautiful, perfect technique. Something you might see in FIFA, but I don't know if you could ever see in real life from Henry. And I talked about it even on the other side when you were looking at the outside of the boot elastical with Henry. There's the penalty kick, draws the penalty kick. I guess they were talking to Renzo about the penalty kick.
He guessed right for once, apparently.
it worked out. For TGNIP, they missed the penalty, but they're still able to see out the game. And again, credit to their structure, credit to the defending reads, credit to getting out of some of these really difficult areas. Look at the roulette here, the razzle, the dazzle, another one of the elastos. Courtois making big saves, and it's a 1-0, but if you watch the game, it didn't feel like a 1-0 whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome job for Levy and Ololito. And that's really tough, isn't it? If Ololito asks Renzo in the heat at the moment, where do I put it? And he gets it wrong, you blame him. He got it right, you don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're putting a lot of pressure on the coach. Like, has the coach done his prep? Has he been watching? Has he figured out, like, does this player go the other way? Or is it just a 50-50 coin toss? Not even a 50-50, it could go straight down the middle. It was a good guess, though. Fantastic game from them. Honestly, Ducks were really pressuring throughout that match towards the end there. Another great defensive masterclass, effectively. We were talking about, obviously, the game earlier on with Atalantide Wave. TGNIP, they've not let many goals in so far. They have been really strong.
Yeah, obviously you saw Ducks as well. We haven't spoken much about them. We didn't, unfortunately, get to hear from the Ducks America boys. They had a great run today, Mike.
And I think they played fantastic in that game. Again, and I mean this sincerely, watch that back. If you are a fan of FIFA, especially high-level FIFA, you can see both teams adjusting, and they're trying to whip in crosses, and you're seeing additional skills. You're seeing goalkeeper movement, all the intricacies, even some player lock. Just details you probably don't have in your locker, especially not instinctively. And it's just a beautiful matchup, and congratulations to TGNIP, but Ducks should definitely hang their head high. They've done really well to battle out of that group of death and then put themselves in this situation. They were a lot better today than they were the previous couple of days, at least in my opinion.
I would echo that, yeah. Top 8 in the world for Ducks America. After yesterday, we didn't expect them to go on to day 3, and they did that, and they definitely made themselves and their team proud as well. Well, Richard said it earlier, didn't he? 3 teams have booked their spot in tomorrow's semi-final. That leaves us with one more quarter-final, and it's a big one. It is RB Leipzig taking on Bromby Esports. Bromby, remember, top scorers, 31 goals so far to their name, up against the new generation in the world champion of it and the Wonder Kid Anders.
Yeah, I mean, this is someone find Aga, someone pin him down, because he's maybe trying to get on stage with them to say, I'm still relevant, I'm still a Dane, I can still play. But honestly, these guys, you know, he's talked about them all the way through. We've been here obviously a few days now before we got the tournament underway. He was bigging up Bromby. He was talking about how these young lads, they're coming through. This is the new wave of talent, effectively. Don't forget, Bromby have won this Club World Cup twice already. It's like they know what it's about to win. Marcuso's here now as well, by the way, because obviously he's come in for the Nations Championship, so he's going to be there sort of egging them on as well, I guess. But obviously they're up against arguably the #1 team in the tournament in RB Leipzig.
Mike, he needs to apologize to August. The most successful Danish player of all time.
Keeping him relevant.
Multi-world.
Keeping him relevant.
I don't like that. Multi-world champion. He's on my Mount Rushmore of like important.
Calm down, guys.
I'm just saying.
Calm down,
You called
guys.
him not relevant. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Guys, please.
I don't like it.
Attention, the players are ready. One more quarter-final to come. It is RB Leipzig taking on Bromby Esports. Let's welcome the clubs to the arena.
Okay, they've joined me on stage along with head referee James. We're about to do the coin toss. Of course, we have team RB Leipzig Gaming and Brøndby here. A huge, huge matchup, one I'm very much looking forward to. I'm going to start with a quick chat with the Brøndby lads here. Double winners of this competition. There's a chance they could be the first ever treble winners at this competition. How much is that playing a part in your mind right now?
Of course, it's playing a part in our mind, but we're playing a very good team, and I think that if we win this one, we'll go all the way. They are probably the best team in the competition, together with us, in my opinion, so it's going to be a very good game.
Huge, huge matchup. Like, as I come over towards you guys, you won your last match 1-0. They won their match 6-2. Highest scorers so far in the knockouts. Does that mean we're going to see a lot of attacking intent from them today, do you think?
Yeah, to be honest, we don't care how much they won. They just won. It's the main part to win. Of course, we know they are good players. Still, we won. We didn't concede any goals, so we're still confident to win it.
And as I saw you kind of pumping up the crowd as you walked out there, trying to get the locals on side.
I mean, I think they're already on our side, but I know like we're huge favorites in this matchup. I really want to send the Danish team out, so I will do everything I can to send them home.
Strong words there from Anders. He really wants to send the Danish team out. Will he do it? Well, got to do the coin toss first. Referee James, if you let us know who's blue and who's green on the coin, please.
Blue is Leipzig, green is Brøndby.
Okay, this will decide who's going to get kick-off in the second leg. And it is blue, which I believe is Brøndby. So Brøndby will have kick-off in the second leg, which means it's Leipzig.
Leipzig.
Okay, Leipzig will have kick-off in the second leg. Brøndby will have kick-off in the first leg. You can see proof there of the coin being blue. Guys, you can make your way to your stations now. Please go and get comfortable. Get ready for the final quarter-final. Remember, $75,000 minimum to the winning team here. $40,000 to the team that gets knocked out. It's our last game of the day, and my word, it's a big one. Over to our casters to take us through the action.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Yes, this is our last game here in day 3 of the FIFAe Club World Cup, and there's a reason why we left it till last. Myself, Brandon Smith and Alex B guiding you through this absolute mountain of a fixture. Best of all, winner guarantees himself $75,000.
They do indeed, and what a fixture it is as well, Brandon. We just saw Anders there saying he wants to knock out the Danish team, just full on confidence. Obviously, these are teammates, these are people that you play with on a regular basis. Brøndby, though, they've said, look, we want to make sure that we send Bergkamp home. We want to make sure that we do that. And how are they going to do that? Well, there's one thing we know about Anders Bergkamp and Ummet. If you're going to beat them, you've got to play the mind games. You've got to try and get under their skin a little bit, and there's already been those conversations going on between both teams.
I'll tell you one thing this game will give us, Alex. It'll be the battle of the Comnus, as Anders will turn around and give a Comnu. They'll give 3 back to him every time. And I think the key thing, just in terms of an individual battle here, Anders Bergkamp, 17 years of age. You look across the board at Blazek and, more importantly, Klenke. They're young Danish FIFA players. They've all come up together through the Danish FIFA scene, and the fact that Anders is going there, look, I want to send the Danes home, is pretty strong words. But what a team they are, RB Leipzig. They've got reps, they've had wins in the virtual Bundesliga club championship. Yes, they fell at the team of the season at the EA Sports Cup, but here, they're still in the shout, and many would say they are the favourites still to maybe go the full way.
They definitely are one of the favourites for sure. And I think as well, in that previous game that we saw, it was a different side to RB Leipzig that we've maybe not seen throughout this tournament. We're so used to seeing Anders and Ummet just score goal after goal after goal. Instead, in that game against Hollywood previously, they got that 1-0 victory, which Anders Versgang said, I'm here, we want to win every game comfortably. For them to be defensively sound like that, Brøndby have scored so many goals in this competition, one of the leading scorers throughout. You've got to make sure that you're shutting up shop nice and tightly at that back, and we saw that in the previous game with RB Leipzig.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it, with Brøndby? Their story has been scoring goals. 25 they scored in the group stages. They had a very nice 6-2 win in the round of 16 onto that. RB Leipzig have also scored 20-plus goals in the tournament, but you're right to say the thing that's been impressive about them is their defensive side of things. 8 goals conceded across 10 games in the group stages, and then a clean sheet. It's weird us sitting here, as you said, Alex, and saying RB Leipzig have kept a clean sheet.
Also as well, that clean sheet was across 2 legs in FIFA, which that's so hard to do. 2 90-minute games and not conceding a single goal against the Hollywood team of Mark 11 and Negatron, who 4 wins out of 5 on day 2. They came into knockouts. You were thinking, is there a chance they could say goodbye to RB Leipzig? Obviously, that didn't happen that way. But Anders and Ummet, they'll be feeling confident. However, we know One Way Crazy and Klenke, they are a fierce duo.
Yeah, and as Lee was saying on the counts, look, the history says for itself in this E-Club World Cup. Bromby, 2-time winners. It was an individual win when it was Marcuso all that time ago. The first ever FIFA Interactive Club World Cup, it was called back then. The year after, what a team it was with Houston in there as well. They went on to become champions with an incredible comeback. I remember it still to this day against Team Envy in the grand final in Paris. Years on, they're still in the hunt. They're still the driving force behind young FIFA talent in Denmark. This one plans to be a great game. And who stands in their way? TG NIP for a semi-final. What a game that will be, whoever gets there.
We are getting some games that you think, that's probably going to be someone in the final. But one of these teams faced up against TG NIP in the semi-final. It would be a final-worthy game, surely.
Ridiculous game. I mean, look, RB Leipzig or Bromby taking on TG NIP. It's our last game, as we said, of the day here. Keep in mind, there is a drafting process that does take place. We'll talk more about that as we get into the game because it's very simple to follow for those home. You get to choose 3 players, guaranteed players. Anyone can use those 3 players, hence why you're going to see Mbappe, R9, Hullet, the list goes on. And then you're allowed 8 players. These 8 players you can only use. And that's why we've seen the likes of Petr Cech, Hugo Lloris in some of these teams. Not as a goalie, as an outfielder or even a striker.
Yeah, one of my personal favourites, which RB Leipzig, I've got him in the team. I'm going to say it. I've got Milinkovic-Savic. The centre mid, 6'8".
Man.
I do. 99 jumping, 99 strength, 99 aggression. Having that player on your team, regardless of whether you start him or not, you've got that ability for him to come on, make an impact on corners, set pieces. It's just a physical presence. And in fact, as well, we saw it in previous matchups where defensively, his area, his radius, let's call it, he covers up so much ground that trying to get past him is a challenge in itself, Brandon.
Well, the thing that's interesting about this game is that I believe Desari spoke to the Saudis, is what I heard behind the scenes, and went, back RB Leipzig, and I think they love Anders. The personality that he gives, the celebrations that he gives. I mean, it could have went either way, and I'm sure next week if Denmark do play Saudi Arabia, it may be a different storyline. But here we go. We are officially underway in this quarter-final matchup. Leg 1 of 2. Bromby up against RB Leipzig. Let's have a second or two just to have a look across the board of who those picks may have been in those teams. Mbappe, R9, no surprises there. Six goals they scored in the round of 16. Did this Bromby side. And one thing that they won't be afraid to do, if they need to, they've got Blazek there sitting as a sub, you could say, in that 3. I spoke to the coach yesterday and they went, look, we are happy to change the team. If it's not going our way or we're struggling to create or we're struggling against a certain play style, we're happy to make a change. And they might just do that.
They might do that if needed. We'll see early doors in this game. But that is always the option. And that's one of the great things about 2v2, especially here at the FIFAe Club World Cup. You can make those tactical changes, which is actually subbing out one player on the console and saying we want to try someone else.
Here's RB Leipzig early doors. It's R9 dancing in the box. What a tackle that is from Klosterman, I believe. He's done that so many times across the knockout games we've already seen today. RB Leipzig trying to stamp their authority on this tie. 10 minutes in.
Already you can see from RB Leipzig, Anders and Umit, they press together as a team. Their 2v2 press is one of the best here in Saudi Arabia. They put that pressure on. They make you feel uneasy at the back. You don't have any easy way out. Where does that work best? As soon as RB Leipzig lose that ball, that pressure is on. That's something that Bromby are going to have to be very careful of when they're looking to play out from the back.
Building again, Wilfried Zaha, that shapeshifter. Where's that through ball going? It was sort of in between both Mbappe and R9 there. Couldn't quite find the ball for you. Still sit there and you're absolutely flabbergasted by this team that RB Leipzig have. The Danish wonder kid, the current FIFAe World Cup champion. It's a dangerous duo.
It's a duo as well, which they have that expectation. If they don't win this tournament, they're looking at each other and saying, how? What did we do wrong? RB Leipzig are looking at that duo of Umit and Anders, and they know at some point the penny has to drop and they have to bring silverware.
And there's one thing that this RB Leipzig team can't deal with, and it's going behind by a few goals. We saw that against Fnatic at the EA Sports Cup. They went down quite a few goals. I know it was maybe a one-off, but there was no word said between the two. Anders couldn't even look at Umit. And that's the thing about this team. It's all hunky-dory when it's going well, but when it's going bad, it is going terrible.
And that right there is why Bromby They're right next to each other in these pods. Should Bromby get one goal and take that first advantage, they're going to be letting Anders and Umit know about it.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with that, because if Anders scores back against you, I'm sure he will let you know twice as loud.
I'm all for it.
Maybe even a cheeky gritty in there as well. Still goalless, 25 minutes in here. You haven't been following the action, you may have missed some of the big storylines today. Team FIFAe in the semi-finals alongside Napoli Esports. TGNIP, the newest team to book a spot in the last four. And this will be the last team name on the script for tomorrow's Championship Sunday.
It's a complete different tactical battle as well with these two teams. RB Leipzig using that 5 at the back, sending their wing-backs, which is Henry and Zaha, to get up and down that pitch. Whereas on the other hand, for Bromby, it's looking more like a flat 4-4-2, which means it can be really direct against that 5 at the back. Can you try and isolate those 3 centre-backs, find that joy?
There's Zaha. Just on the right-hand side of your screen. Back to R9. There's a nice ball into Rashford. Can't quite find his man. As you were saying, that's a great example, isn't it? Use the full-backs, get them wide and get them high.
Yeah, and it's actually where the 4-4-2 struggles up against it ever so slightly. Bromby have got that task of making sure they pull back their left mid, right mid where they can.
What's Anders Vergang known for? Step-overs. A lot of them. Back to back to back. How do you defend them? Is there even a way to defend them?
It's all about the setup for the step-overs. So if you can have that 50-50 chance to go left or right, especially on the halfway line where you can really dance away from that opponent.
Oh, here's Bromby! Speak about step-overs! It's Bromby! That will get them moving. And as we were in conversation saying about step-overs, Bromby go down the other end, they lead by a goal to nil.
Lead by a goal to nil as well. Look at that celebration.
They're up for it, aren't they?
They're up for it, and they're letting RB Leipzig know they are here to play, and they want to book that spot into the semi-final. The step-overs, you get that 50-50 chance where you can go left or you can go right as a defender. You have to almost take a bit of a gamble and say, are they going left or are they going right? Right there, we see that drive come through. Clinical finish, brilliant start.
RB Leipzig looking for an instant reply. Not the pass like that, they won't find it. Marcus Rashford will be one of their draft picks in the team. Haven't seen him for quite some time. One of those 8 players that no one else could use. Pele, shapeshifter Pele that one is. For some players and teams has been a pick over R9 when they've had to decide. Hello. Great tracking from Klosterman, who's been superb.
Yeah, it's whether you want that more nimbleness that you can get from Pele. He's a lot more slick on the ball, but with R9, sometimes he's got that ability to just have that brute force to get past that defender, more of a physical presence on the pitch. So it's all down to personal preference on which sort of player you'd like.
Socrates, Mbappe, again, defensively sound, Bromby. And a misclick of a button there from your favourite, Milinkovic-Savic, who's great, Alex, but I don't think he's scoring from about 40 yards.
Hey, I've done it once or twice. Asking a lot there, though.
Maybe a bit later on the corner. Half-time here in leg 1. This is what we like to see here. Just a bit of an inside scoop into the booth. You can just see Coach Daniel there. Calm down. Calm it down. We know Anders Vergang gets a little bit irritated when it's not going his way. I actually walked past him earlier after they won their game 1-0, and Bromby were just kicking off. He said, basically, we're in a tough game against Bromby because they score a lot of goals.
They do indeed score a lot of goals, and they did exactly that. 33 minutes on the clock, the drive down the byline, the cut back off across. The step overs, he could go left, he could go right. Says, I'm going to go into that bottom side of the screen and smashing that one in past the goalkeeper. Bromby showing us why they score goals, Brandon.
Why do you think they are so fluid in the attacking third and so creative? You're just looking at 2 players that are both very expressive in the final third. You know, sometimes with a 2v2 team, you get that one player that's a little bit more flary in the final third. Do you think it's just a case of both are so good all round the park?
It's all about being intuitive. One Way Crazy and Klenke, they don't think about what they're doing. They just go with the flow. They go in the moment. They trust each other. Should you want to go for a drive? Should you want to go for your skill moves? Drive that byline. Work whatever chance you want. They don't really think about it. They just do. When you just do on the pitch, you don't give your opponent a few milliseconds to kind of get back and reposition. When you're quick and you're precise with your actions, you get chances.
But in some ways, just don't overthink.
Exactly that. I made it sound fancy.
So far, 32 goals Bromby have scored in the Club World Cup. Long ball forward on the half volley, Mbappe cuts it back. Good feed from Henry! And suddenly, this is the situation that RB Leipzig do not know how to handle when they're against the back wall. They're 2-0 down. And emotions will start to get the better.
You have to give credit there to Bromby, one-way crazy and Klenke, to just have that little fake cancel with the shot. Shimmy left, shimmy right. We were literally just mentioning how you can't think in those moments. You have to go with what you feel is best. It's about that stand-up in that 1v1 scenario. You take out the defender, you give yourself that chance on goal. The low-driven, making it extremely difficult for the goalkeeper to get to.
Oh no, this has to go! Oh, you cannot miss that! How on earth have you not hit the target, Marcus Rashford?
I'm lost for words.
Those are the moments, Alex, when they're not going your way, maybe it's not your day.
All I'm saying is if that's at home, if that's me and you playing foot champs, we're not happy with that. Let alone if you're playing in the quarter-final to book yourself a spot in the semi-final of the FIFAe Club World Cup. $75,000 on the line for that as well. Difficult to take.
I think controller might have been out the window. How on earth is that shot not on target? Umit or Anders, one of the two. Here's Klosterman now looking to make it 3. Bromby with a corner. .60 minutes on the clock. Socrates. Able to find a way around. And a chance to play out.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Bromby right now in how precise they're being in that attack. They're being direct, but they're so disciplined defensively as well. Pulling that left mid, right mid back, dealing with that overlap as best as they can. It's a difficult thing to do when you're playing against that 5 at the back. The easiest way for people to deal with it is go, oh, we're going to match you.
Oh no, this is nice. Back post, just offside. Right, this is the pause now. Whether it was cued by Bromby or RB Leipzig, let's just stay on this POV now and see if there's anything being said on the right-hand side of the screen.
You see now tactical changes coming through. Bromby playing that 4-3-2-1 where they have their forwards come back to make up that 4-4-2 to make it real difficult for you to break down. As we see, Anders turning around to Daniel, 2-0 down. He's frustrated, he's not happy there. As the coach for Daniel, you know the talent that you have in front of you with Umit and Anders. They're not used to this. They're not used in this tournament to see themselves 2-0 down. Now it's conversations to have, which right now what you're saying is, can we get into that 90th minute and can we have a conversation when the game's completely done and then we'll go into leg 2.
Just even a goal. Goal to take into that second leg. To halfen the blow. 23 minutes left on the clock here in leg 1. Is RB Leipzig ready to get back in this time? Maybe they are. R9 wins it back nicely. What can they do from here? Socrates once and twice. R9, there's the step overs. What a save! What a big save that one could be.
Goalkeeper just came out ever so slightly there to close down that angle and make it extremely difficult to find that far post. RB Leipzig, as much as in the moment they're not feeling it, they're not happy that they're not finding the back of the net, Daniel will be saying, we are starting to create chances, we're knocking on that door. Let's keep calm, let's keep doing what we're doing. Eventually, one of these chances will fall. Bromby, though, looking to just have a few minutes with the ball at their feet, recoup, go again.
Their press has been so good as well the last 10 in-game minutes.
It's one of the biggest strengths that Umit and Anders have. The fact that we know how good they are in attack, we know how good they are in defence, but when you're playing against a team that are so aggressive in that press, it's very difficult to play out of.
Maldini. Able to use that customised animation that he has just to wiggle away or turn away from any players. Bromby in cruise control still. They can get out of this with a 0 in terms of goals conceded next to their name. They're going to be absolutely buzzing. They haven't been the best defenders in the tournament. They actually leaked quite a few goals. They leaked 16 goals throughout the group stages, 2 more in the knockouts. But when you're outscoring your opponents like they do, they simply don't really care. They could be on for a third now. Surely not. What a save.
A massive moment in that tie. A huge save from the goalkeeper. Bromby though, chance with a corner.
Corner, played short. Doesn't come anywhere. Klosterman comes on. He seems like he's been the utility man. He's certainly been in that pool of players that any team can use here at the Club World Cup.
Yeah, very versatile. Can play at full-back, centre-back, even defensive mid if you needed to. Right now though, RB Leipzig almost need to take a leaf out of Bromby's book. They go for crosses, they go for over-top through balls, they drive, they look for those skills. If you want to try and break down this team that at the minute look relatively comfortable once they get out of that press, it's all about asking those questions of the opponent. What more can you add to your locker?
Oh no, Mbappe was the pickpocket, well recovered. Milinkovic Savic there.
We also see with that formation change, Henry moving up into a more advanced position, which I'm sure if you said Henry playing at wing-back, they'd be like, what? Why?
Mbappe got the pace, and he doesn't. Martinez wins that one back. This is it now, RB Leipzig, last kick of the game, really, to get a goal back. Henry, step overs, there's R9. Went for the pass. Was completely matched up. They will get one more roll of the dice again, RB Leipzig. Something special now. Step overs just won't happen because Bromby are too strong at the back. And as it stands, Bromby in control. 2-goal cushion, clean sheet. They'll be over the moon with that. More than over the moon. It could not be a better first leg from the Danish football club.
A brilliant first leg there from Bromby. I think if you would say to them you'd be 2-0 up after that first leg, they'd snatch your hand at it. You know, 90 minutes away from booking yourself into that semi-final. Anders, he's just not happy, Brandon.
You can understand why. You can understand why he's not happy at all. But remember, this is the team that came back against a certain footwiz in one game of FIFA at 4-0 down. It was back quite a few months ago, don't get me wrong, but this is a team that's happy to come back when they do get a few goals behind. Let's have a look at the highlights from what we missed in the game. It was all one-way traffic, and it was Bromby traffic in terms of the goals that were going in.
Yeah, we saw that drive with the step over, brilliant feet, but it was all about this second goal. The footwork on this from Bromby, that long ball into the box, just getting there on the knockdown. Now look at this, Henry, he's going one way, he's going the other, he's shimmying. The defender's saying, which way do I go? How do I stop that? You see Anders not happy, turning around to Daniel. All about that low driven as well though. Sometimes players will go for that shot, which will try and go top of the corner, utilising low driven totally well, and then Rashford. We look at that and we say, if that goes in, 2-1, 54th minute, it's a massive, massive change in the tie. But again, though, R9, the goalkeeper coming out, closing down that angle. That's 2 huge chances that RB Leipzig might be saying, what did we do differently?
That goalkeeper save, is there anything done there, or was that just an AI helper?
Just come out and close that angle down and do something. You've got to be very happy.
But it looks a lot better. It looks a lot better. It looks like he's just charged the keeper out there. A little bit harsh. It wasn't one-way traffic, so to speak. RB Leipzig did have big chances, and another day, Marcus Rashford, you hit the target there. Surely you hit the target. You are not missing that again. 2-0 down at the halfway point. But we have to remember, 2 legs of FIFA. 2 legs of FIFA. There's still a long time to be played here.
There is a lot of time to be played for these teams. 90 minutes of FIFA. And I think if you're Bromby, you're looking at it and you're saying we're in a very good position. We're very happy with that first leg. Let's do the same again. But also, we know if there's 1 or 2 teams that you think a 2-0 deficit probably isn't going to be enough, it's RB Leipzig. They're very capable of going, that's all right, we'll put 3 or 4 past you now.
Especially against a team, Alex, that don't keep clean sheets. It's not in their DNA. They don't keep clean sheets. 16 goals conceded in the group stages. Like, I look across the board at all the other goals that have been let in by sides. It's certainly on the more higher side of goals conceded. You know you're going to get a chance against Bromby, but what you've got to be is brilliant defensively.
You have, and the thing is as well though, for Bromby, they're going to try and shut up shop a little bit. They're going to try and say, okay, we're going to make this difficult for you, maybe put some numbers on the ball. We spoke about this in previous games. If we don't see RB Leipzig pick up a goal in that first half, when you get into that second half, you have to commit your more numbers. What does that mean for one of the highest scoring teams in this competition? Bromby get to go down the other end and maybe get a 4v3, a 2v1. And then it's about whether One Way Crazy and Klenke, have they got the nerves to keep it and maybe send them through?
Well, Alex, these are the sort of games which gets Anders Vergang and Umit excited. I know they won't be saying that right now, but if they do pull it back, they certainly will be. It puts them in a position where they have to perform. They have to come out and play well. And I'll tell you one thing they'll be doing. They will be giving us a big com-nu, certainly one man will, on that booth. But we just have to see more chances created. In the first half, they couldn't create.
You have to find more. We know Anders and Umit, yes, they want that step overs. They want to be able to beat their man on that halfway line, break away and have almost that counter-attack when they can and drive that byline. But we saw it from Bromby. Their second goal came from triggering a runner and then sending a big lofted ball into the box and saying, go on Mbappe, can you compete with the defender here in the box? Now, Mbappe didn't win that header, but they played for that loose ball and you create chances like that. And sometimes it is about going off maybe the script, but maybe not doing always what you do every single time. And for Anders and Umit, they need to do that, and they're very capable of it. We've got a world champion right here, and then Anders Vergang, which has been an incredible FIFA player in his first few competitive seasons.
Well, here we go, then. Leg 2. It's a pretty simple situation. RB Leipzig are 2 goals down to the hands of the 2-time E-Club World Cup champions in Bromby. Bromby score first. Then things will get a little bit interesting. Going to be too big of a mountain to climb for RB Leipzig. Is Pelle. Then Mbappe, Bromby. Looking for an early start, Marquinhos. Looks to be one of their choices in the team. Michael Ballack, that recent shapeshifter, comes out as a full-back. There's Anthony Martial. And it's the first corner of the game already, 7 minutes in. What can we see here? Not that many numbers in the box, but Klosterman's on the edge of the box. He's not going to be the person to shoot, is he?
Not the man you want that falling to right there.
Sort of like gets the ball, he panics, doesn't he? I don't want to shoot.
Again, we saw that from Bromby. They trigger the runners into the box and then they go for that lofted pass, which is just giving them angles and opportunities to work. RB Leipzig have got a man that's 6'8" in the middle of the park. Not once have we seen him try and compete in the air.
You can see him compete man for man now, does get ball passed around, be careful here, goes back to the goalkeeper, cleared away. Henry so far pinned in their own half for RB Leipzig. Can we see them exploit this back line now, Bromby? Too slow on the ball. A good press from Bromby to win it back, not for that long though. We have just tuned in, this is the quarterfinals of this year's FIFAe Club World Cup. Hello, Mbappe, do something here. This is nice, Mbappe steals, step overs. Ball bouncing around, Mbappe is in! Somehow! Squeezed it into the back of the net, it took a ricochet, it took a bounce, they don't care, they're back in the game.
They've had 2 clear-cut chances previously in the first leg, they didn't take them. This time round, little bit of lady luck on the side, but they won't care, they will take that. That puts RB Leipzig back in with a shout, 2-1. There is also, as well, from RB Leipzig, a tactical change in this, a formation switch up completely. They've carried on with that 4 at the back, which they moved into in that second leg, in that first leg in the second half, I should say, sorry. Giving them a bit more of an attacking threat.
Martial. Oh no, nowhere through. What do we say in the build-up to this second leg, Alex? You will get a goal against Bromby.
You did. It's like you knew what was coming.
Can't say the full-time result yet, but I'm at least trying to paint the narrative of where we could be going. RB Leipzig has that goal fueled a comeback, has it? Fueled Anders Vergangen of it to look dangerous in the final third. Maybe it has. Here's R9. Lovely heel to heel. And Alisson, right place, right time to pick up the pieces.
The change of the angle on the run there for R9. It originally looked like he was going to the top side of the box, switched it at the last minute to the bottom side, sent the defender to Narnia, and you just think this is R9's chance. Goalkeeper, big, strong, keeps Bromby in the lead.
He certainly would have been coming back from Narnia, would he, if he was able to take it around Alisson as well. Can already see the difference, can't you? What a goal does for RB Leipzig. A confidence booster in all angles of the pitch, winning tackles now, presses on. Omri, silly press there, comes out completely. RB Leipzig are they on for a second. Cut back, there it is, there's Arnold, what a save from Alisson. Who might just be their MVP if they look back on the second leg.
We mentioned there, Ballack stepping up in that right back position, trying to get in front of the attacker to try and take away and beat that press. You do that, you then leave that position for your centre-back to come over. And Bromby were going, should we go, should we not, should we stay, what should we do? Eventually, chance comes across, Alisson with a huge save.
Free kick played short, one to forget about. Omri somehow had possession still, not for that long. Certainly wasn't a free kick to remember. What is going on, Bromby? You are all over the place right now. They can't deal with this RB Leipzig press. Just take a pause in the game.
Literally. I was just about to say that. Just get that ball out, take a pause if you need to, take a breather.
Grab a goal, well played there. Keeper comes out, 2 hands on it, but it sounds crazy, as we just said. Pause the game and just have a chat between yourselves, because it's frantic.
I think if you take that pause, you also take the momentum out of RB Leipzig ever so slightly. At the minute, Anders and Umit, their tails are up, they're ready. They're wanting to keep going. It's attack after attack, it's relentless. Again, centre-back steps up.
Here come the step-overs. Rashford gets very fortunate with that. Goes for a corner, or not, sorry, it's a goal kick somehow in the end there. Like it was on for a corner.
The Bromby coach is saying, please, just get to half-time. Just let me get to half-time.
As if they'll get them with a 2-goal advantage. It's not looking very promising so far. They'll do their best to switch from right to left. Nicely done this time, Bromby, just getting a foot back on the ball. Klosterman, watch that run of R9, who's in the box. He goes all the way through to Pele. Lands it down. Somehow, Omri, Pele, reverse elastico. There's Gigi Buffon of all people back there to save the day. Half-time, but this game is far but done.
We saw there in the end of that first half, Bromby, they switched the ball. Instead of going back into the middle, where Anders and Umit are looking to press, they beat that channel and they went straight into the striker. If you can get through that midfield press, get up against that defence, you don't give yourself that freedom and ability to get the ball wide, look for the crosses, and take the time as you need. Bromby, I think they're happy to get in at half-time at 2-1, Brendan.
This is why FIFA is played over 2 legs. What's a different Bromby we're seeing now? We're looking at a scared Bromby.
It's very different. You're 2-0 up. As soon as they get that first goal, you know it's a different story. Schweinsteiger just getting caught with the ball under his feet. And Mbappe, he's dancing, he's moving the drive. You think the chance might have been done. Marquinhos can't clear his lines. Mbappe drives that one in. We've seen plenty of more clear-cut chances. RB Leipzig, though, don't care. They were very happy to see that one go over that line.
Here we go. 45 minutes away from possible elimination for RB Leipzig unless they can pull the game back. Bromby, as we keep saying, so much rich history in this tournament. They'd argue it's their tournament, they're the only team that's won it twice. R9, there's Bromby with a massive goal! And look exactly what it means to them all. It's time green from R9. needed that. They were hanging on for a chance like that.
Not only did they need that, they found themselves defending, trying to get out of that press, trying to just find their way into the opposition's half. They've not had a chance in that first half, right? You get to the second half and you see yourself get near the opposition's goal. To have that confidence in yourself, to step over and beat the man, but then always green time finish, saying to the goalkeeper, you're going to have to do something special to stop this. Anders, Versgang and Umit, they've got a big, big task on their hands.
Outpour of emotion. I think you just saw the outpour of the last 16 game minutes there with that goal, Alex. So much stress they've been under. Please keep in mind at home, $75,000 on the line for this game. The difference for some players to get a new contract next year hangs in the balance with a match like this.
They look beaten. RB Leipzig look like they're ready to go home. There's no conversations going on. They're 3-1 down. 25 minutes remaining. Bromby on the right, yes, they're looking good. The conversations are what they need over there. Right now, RB Leipzig.
No words, is there? 0 words between Anders and Umit.
Maybe it's where you've got Umit as a world champion, you've got Anders, phenomenal FIFA player. Maybe you just have that much confidence in one another, you know chances will come, that you maybe don't need to have those conversations.
Oh no. Ronaldinho! Trevella Green and Anders Versgang's on his feet. Letting them know that he is still in this game. Don't poke the bear. Do not poke the bear.
They don't need conversations, Brandon. They don't need to talk to one another. Just have that belief in your teammate that you will create those chances, you will take them when they come. This is going to show what Bromby are made of.
Oh no, oh no, oh no! Anders Versgang has arrived! We said they were out of the tie! They're never out of the tie! Alex, you said they were gone. I mean, I thought they were as well, I'm not going to lie.
Look, I'll take my words back, but I'm sure there's plenty of people at home who were also saying...
I was distracted for a second there. I put my head up and I saw R9 bearing down the goal. What happened at the back from Bromby there? Look, there was something that went completely wrong. The Saudis are on their feet. Their player got knocked out of the tournament about 3 hours ago, but they're lapping it up. They're loving FIFA esports here in the capital of Riyadh.
There's one thing I love about Anders Versgang. He has confidence in himself. To stand up there, to give it to the crowd, to the opposition almost. The little shush telling him to calm down the ears.
Stop them. They're on a rampage. Oh my.
Within 6 minutes, Brandon, we've gone from 3-1 to 3-3.
Bromby don't keep clean sheets, Alex. They don't. Here's another RB Leipzig attack. Step-overs, Mbappe. Who knows where that ball was going? It was timed green and it was a Trevella. Corner played short. Finds it. There's the Trevella. If he wants it, didn't want it that time. Didn't really have the time to pull that one away. Bromby must be feeling against the ropes now. One punch away, one goal away from a knockout blow. Quite literally, they'll be knocked out of the tournament. Milinkovic Savic, wrong place, right time.
Hype him up. He's great in the air. He's got a physical presence. He's not quite the man that you want who needs a fancy footwork inside the box.
This is where RB Leipzig have got you. You have to just see out this wave of pressure. Easier said than done, though. Klosterman, Ronaldinho. who has been a game changer since he came on. There's Mbappe.
Good defending.
Had to be strong, didn't he, Marquinhos?
Noticing from RB Leipzig now, they're looking to be a little bit more aggressive with getting that ball forward. The driven passes into the striker. If you can take out that midfield line, it's where Umit and Anders shine at their best.
Klosterman. Back to R9. It's not going to bounce back, Carney, this time. Final 20 minutes. Honestly, anyone watching 9 would have thought RB Leipzig were out of this. 90 minutes left on the clock. Where's this game going?
The way the game's going is Bromby are playing into the game plan that RB Leipzig want to have. RB Leipzig just play at their best when it's a free-flowing game. It's back and forth. They back their ability in that attack every single time, and that is what we're seeing. Bromby need to slow it down. They need to try and get time on the ball. However, it's really easy to say, RB Leipzig's press is relentless. You're trying to find a spare man. There just simply isn't one.
Credit to the tactical change they made coming into this game.
I mean, it's working.
I mean, that's the difference with Daniel behind you, isn't it?
For sure.
And it was about 2 hours ago, I was just over the shoulder of Daniel. He had his laptop out and he was watching Bromby against Crow MX, going through the game, looking at just certain moments in the game, and that is what a FIFA coach can do, and can bring to moments like this when you're 2 goals down. Long throw. I didn't know Roy Delap was on the pitch.
I've actually been waiting for where RB Leipzig want Milinkovic-Savic to fit into their game plan, and that's the first kind of time they've utilised the physical presence from the man. He's on the run right now.
Marcus Llorente. João Felix down for the subs. Look at the space for R9 to exploit. Big tackle needed from Virgil van Dijk. That is what he will do. Oh no, he's got very lucky there. Very lucky indeed. Chance to break. Mbappe has always got the legs. Mbappe for RB Leipzig. What a save! Corner. The pressure does not stop. Another corner to come in. Where will this one go? Back to the edge of the box. Not quite. Counter-attack on the cards now. Watch Mbappe's run. Has he got the legs over Klosterman? Virgil van Dijk does get outplayed. Arnold with 4 white shirts around him. Klosterman recovers that one well. Ronaldinho gets, again, very fortunate there.
A huge chance for RB Leipzig. Broke away. 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. The green time finish, and you're just waiting for the back of the net to ripple. However, Bromby, huge goalkeeper movement to keep him in the game.
So much pace. Watch the through ball. There's Mbappe. Can he turn his man? Yes, he can. They're just pressing any button. Any button to get that ball clear. Corner given away. Watch edge of the box here for something dangerous. You just when the ball goes back to Ronaldinho there, Alex, you're thinking Trivela.
It's all about that shot power for the Trivela. Sometimes it can be difficult to get the lofted one up and over the goalkeeper. Nowadays they can be a little bit more driven with these items having such high shot power.
Last 5 minutes here. Winners in the semi-finals against TGNIP that will be watching this game on, thinking whoever we've got is going to be one hell of a matchup. It will be a $150,000 game of FIFA that tomorrow in the semi-finals. Keep in mind, the E-Club World Cup, a $1 million prize pool on the line here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Last chance of the game. It looks like it's going to Bromby. What scenes this would be if they back the goal now. Added time of 2 minutes. That means there's enough time for RB Leipzig to get back down the other end for one last attack. Show us a moment of magic. It's not going to happen now. Is it going to happen here? Get the ball clear, extra time. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 30 more minutes.
I'm going to give credit to both of these teams.
And 2v2 FIFA is played at the highest of level. It is so enjoyable to watch.
It's just back and forth. There isn't this.
There was a moment, wasn't there, when the game was slow?
Yeah.
And then suddenly, bang. I attack, you attack. I attack, you attack. I attack, you attack.
The game was slow when we said RB Leipzig looked down and out. And then after they kicked back off, well, it all changed.
What was it again? 6 minutes, you said?
50th minute, 3-1. By the 56th minute, 3-all.
Sounds like the input champs most weeks. Well, I'm 4-3 down though. Well. Our last match here. 30 more minutes extra time is needed. 180 minutes wasn't enough to separate these two. So back to the drawing board we go. RB Leipzig kicking from left to right. Henry finds R9. There's Mbappe. There's an incredible save. You know it's gone in. Somehow it's gone in. I can't quite believe what I've just seen. Anders Vergang, sit down. Sit down, he's saying, his coach. I hate to say, if there's a way to lose a game of FIFA, a fantastic piece of goalkeeper movement. Fantastic piece of goalkeeper movement. And then not to be rewarded with the bounce back. It is harsh.
It's tough. It's really tough. You see the Mbappe come through. You think it's a goal. To have the nerve to move the goalkeeper there on that goalkeeper movement is huge. It's almost a goal in itself that you've just saved from that. It's that big of an opportunity that you've managed to get that goalkeeper movement through. I'd like to see it again. Defender receives it, trying to clear the lines. Just a press again.
I love how it's just got no reaction still. Anders does all the celebrating. Does all the celebrating. It's just worried. 4-3. Oh my days. Heartbreak for Bromby, and you can understand why.
However, Bromby very, very capable of finding a goal here.
But they score. They score plenty. João Felix, what you got this time, Bromby? One more pass, finds Pogba, Elastico, he can't quite find the finish that he really wanted. Maybe wrong play at the wrong time there. RB Leipzig bang another one. Mentally, it's a big ask, isn't it, from Bromby? Frankie de Jong now finds it. Camavinga. Socrates back to de Jong, punches it into Mbappe, but it's Klosterman that's in the way instead. This is a nice win back. Klosterman has been superb.
It's a really aggressive step from RB Leipzig. Switching to that Klosterman, knowing where the ball was going and just saying, I'm not going to give you a chance for you to turn, to try and find any sort of skill move and beat that defender.
They can conclude it now. RB Leipzig can conclude the game now. Scooped up, ball roll back inside. R9, there's the step overs. Oh, it's in! No! Corner! I can't quite believe how that's still gone in. Ronaldinho step overs back to back. You can tell that is on the ball. Last chance of the half in extra time. Davies, Ronaldinho. It falls back again so kindly. And again, half-time extra time. 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away from a semi-final. There's moments for Bromby in this. That bar on that goal, that crossbar may have just saved them.
May have indeed. It was a huge opportunity though for RB Leipzig to put this tie to bed. The ball roll scoop, R9, fancy footwork, the fake shot stop, the step overs, taking out two defenders. Maybe, just maybe, if we wanted to be critical, could have gone for the finesse there to open up that body to whip it round the goalkeeper. Still though, you're backing R9 to finish that. pretty much every day of the week.
Well, there's some highlights again, as we said, from the end of the game. I love your analysis on that. In that moment, could finesse it instead. I think that was Anders Vergang there. He was just cooking. He wanted a direct shot.
You get into those angles and you're looking to go for that far post. Normally, when you go for the power shot, it's across your body, all right? If you open up that body and you curve it around, you give the goalkeeper very little chance to get a finger on it. Now, ultimately, the goalkeeper was beaten anyway. What saved him there, Mr. Wood? So ultimately, it probably doesn't matter. If you want it to be ultra critical, 3-time finish. True. But hey, I'm up here commentating. There's a reason for that.
Here we go, back on the way. Bromby are trailing in this. 4 goals to 3. They're desperate for a goal back in this one. Or RB Leipzig are going to cement themselves as semi-finalists. They might just do it now. Omri driving forward. Back to Anders Vergang. Reverse elastico. Defended well by Frankie de Jong. You can just see what Bromby are trying to do there. Hand players up the field. They get to a stage now for RB Leipzig just to try and take time out of the game. There's Milinkovic-Savic. There's the chance! And that right there is a goal to send you into a semi-final. And look exactly what it means to Anders Vergang. Is that game, set, and match?
It has to be game, set, and match. RB Leipzig, one of the fan favourites here in Saudi Arabia. Anders Vergang, he loves Haaland. He loves the ability to step over with him, to drive past a man, and have that trustworthy left foot across your body. Umit there just saying, look, we've got the lead, we're looking good. Let's just calm it down now. Let's just get the job done.
Oh, there's a rare swirl from Umit smiling. Maybe finding those that he could be on his way to win this game.
Well, FIFAe, we spoke to both of these players before. Umit said, my job really, mainly, we know how talented Anders is to just try and keep him calm in that booth. He's an emotional player. He likes to let you know when he's doing well, when he's doing bad.
He hasn't kept him calm, has he? Failed at that.
He has failed, but ultimately, I don't think he'll mind because they're currently finding themselves on the way to the semi-final.
8 minutes left to play, Erling Haaland. Bromby. This would be ridiculous. If we were to turn this one around. Game management now, Alex, surely.
That's all about. Just taking time off the clock, keeping the ball up in the opponent's territory, being happy to go out for a throw-in, out for a corner, just making them chase shadows.
Every bounce, every throw-in's going their way. Have to remember, second leg in this one, 50 minutes on the clock. They were trailing 3 goals to 1. Now, RB Leipzig Gaming are 5-3 up in extra time. If you missed what happened, wind it back later because you'll enjoy it. You might enjoy a bit more of it, actually. It probably could come forward and make something happen now. Pogba finds Neymar. What a tackle, Virgil van Dijk. Just scooped the ball away from danger.
A huge challenge there for RB Leipzig. Virgil van Dijk stepping across nice and strong, taking the ball away from the opposition.
Well, Alex, what a game. The pleasure of commentating here alongside you. RB Leipzig Gaming are in the semi-finals of the FIFAe Club World Cup. A comeback story like no other from a very special FIFA duo. Anders Vergang and Umit. Championship Sunday guaranteed. $75,000 guaranteed. That's what the E-Club World Cup is all about.
Seeing what it means to Anders Vergang. The crowd, definite RB Leipzig fans here. Umit and Daniel. Just, I have actually lost the words. It was 3-1. We were thinking, Bromby, such an impressive tournament. Could they go all that way into the semi-final? we have to give them credit though. RB Leipzig, Umit and Anders, we know how good they are. One Way Crazy and Klenke, as much as it's going to hurt now, they've had a fantastic tournament. And there probably there's probably no one easier to deal with when you're trying to keep that 3-1 lead. Is there anyone that you'd rather not face? Really? They just have that ability, Umit and Anders, to just go through and just have that ability to come back. Maybe they took a leaf out of FUTWIZ.
Honestly, what a game. So many great games today. FUTWIZ featured in 2 of them, and then that one is well to remember. What a game of FIFA that is. Let's head down to Spencer, who's got the latest of RB Leipzig.
Thank you, guys. I'm here in the RB Leipzig booth. What a game of FIFA that was. How are you feeling, Umit?
Yeah, it was a crazy comeback. Of course, we are really happy to reach top 4, and tomorrow we will go again.
Anders, we saw some real scenes of celebration from you there, particularly on the 5th goal. Is that because you felt like you'd done enough to win at that point?
Yeah, I mean, like the game was nearly close at that point, but I also felt like when we actually draw in 55th, I knew like they have no experience, they are way too nervous, and I knew like when we came a draw, we will win for sure.
You've knocked out the only people left in the competition that had won the competition before. You know, we're going to have a new winner now, whatever happens. Is it going to be you guys?
I hope you're playing really good. We come back, our mentality is there, so I hope we have a good day tomorrow.
Also, the small matter of a minimum of $75,000 for you guys. Obviously, it can be a lot more though. Is it 300 or nothing for you? Is that what you're aiming for?
Like, this was a big step. I said before the match, I really want to send Brøndby home. I'm so happy. Everyone said to me, I can't play. Like, when I couldn't compete, people say, like, I have no experience. And, like, I've said in so long time, I'm by far the best Danish player. I'm so happy I sent them home, and tomorrow we go for the trophy.
Well, congratulations, guys. An amazing game. Coming back from 2-0 down and 3-1 down, of course. Of course, with every winner, there is a losing team as well. We need to head over to the Brøndby booth here. Guys, quick chat with you. I know you're going to be very devastated right now. You had a chance to be treble winners, of course. Didn't quite work out, although you were in the lead at times. How are you feeling about the game?
Yeah, of course, disappointed right now, but we played a very good game, and they're the best team here by far, so yeah, if we're going to lose, it's going to be them, so yeah.
Did you feel like whoever won that game is a really good chance of winning the whole thing?
Yeah, of course. I think they are the big favorites, so yeah, I think if we won, we will have a good chance to win.
You were 2-0 up and 3-1 up as well. What was it for you that meant you couldn't hold on?
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, you know, it's 2 biggest players in the world, and they had a little bit home crowd, and so yeah, of course it's a lot of pressure, but they're very good as well.
What was that like with the crowd? Because they were almost not just cheering the other guys, but booing you and you had the ball. It's quite intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah, you had to live with it, so yeah, that's what you kind of live with when you play FIFA.
Well, listen, it was a fantastic tournament. Brøndby might not have won this one, but they are definitely one of the most dominant teams in the history of this competition. But whatever happens, we are going to have a new winning team crowned tomorrow. Who will it be? Back to you guys.
Well, I can't wait to find out, Sven. We're still a long way to go, though, aren't we? 4 teams left in it. We started with 24 yesterday. We've eliminated 20 already. And let's just come to the studio because 2 of the guys next to me, they can tell you exactly what it was like to be in amongst the Saudi fans. Mike Lavelle and Richard Buckley got in amongst it, and we're cheering and we're loving life amongst the fans there.
I don't know how to keep it up for 6 hours, 7 hours. Like, I'm exhausted. I didn't even do anything. I just chanted. I cheered. Yeah, unreal.
Unreal.
The live spectators that are here, that have been here, we've probably filled maybe 1 stand. We've got 3 stands to fill. When Saudi Arabia play here next week for the E-Nations, oh my God, my brain can't comprehend what we're going to see. And also, the thing is, these aren't just sort of regular FIFA fans. They are FIFA esports fans who know exactly what they're watching, exactly who they're watching. They're intelligent. They know the esport inside and out. Pleasure being amongst them.
Lee, they absolutely loved Anders Vergang, didn't they?
Yeah, they were loving it. I want to give, he didn't get an interview there, but honestly, I got to give massive credit to the RB Leipzig coach, because man, he was just like having to handle him, get back in your seat, come on, sit back down, but he was giving it loads. You know what? And I love to see it. I love to see it playing up to the crowd. It's something you miss from some players that just sit there with the hoodie up, headphones on. He's just giving it loads. And
he's got the confidence to back it up, but he also, you know, at the end there, while he was giving it loads, he went and congratulated, you know, the Bromby players. It was nice to see.
Well, there was a battle in a battle there as well. He was talking about he wanted to be the best Danish player as well, and he definitely did that, Mike.
I'm going to say he reminds me of back in the day, the Michael Jordan stories, where he always carries a chip. He's just making up stories. He's saying, everybody doubts me. I don't think they doubt him anymore. I don't think he's doubted. I don't think we've been doubting anytime recently.
Doubted him,
but he comes into it, he's saying, hey, people doubted if I was the best Danish player. I haven't heard that. That's not a conversation that has been going on. But that's how he feels. He carries that energy in, and you give him a crowd, and it's dangerous. He's the most entertaining FIFA player we've ever seen.
Absolutely, without a doubt, he is indeed. Well, should we just jump back into that game? Why not? We've got some highlights for you now. Mike, you're going to enjoy these.
Yeah, let's take a visit, and shout out to Bromby. I was so impressed. I would even go as far as saying this Bromby that we saw on display would have beaten anybody else in the competition. Just wasn't to be against Leipzig. They get a couple bounces there, a bit of a finish, crosses over the line. This is when we first saw hope. You see Anders pop off. He's telling them to stop talking, sit down. He's got all sorts of different celebrations. One of my favorites, he looks up at the sky. I don't know what he's looking at, but you'll see it. I'm sure they have all these motion captured here. Goalkeeper movement on point again. But you can just feel the energy in the room. The tempo of the game had shifted. The press was there. Beautiful turnover from Bromby. Little step over burst, R9. You're saying, okay, 3-1. Now we got some more energy in the room. And they're not happy getting booed. They're not happy with some of that negativity in the room towards them, but it's too much Leipzig.
It was 2 quick goals, and honestly, like, listening to Anders, what he just said to Spence there, he's absolutely 100% right. At that point, you just felt there's no way Bromby are winning this anymore. This is just like, and he said it himself, he's like, they've not been in this situation, they haven't got the confidence, the ability to sort of get out of this, and it was just, unfortunately for him, there were 2 quick goals. It was like Istanbul all over again for me, 2005. But 2 very quick goals that came in, and it just sort of shell-shocked them. They just didn't really have an answer to it.
Rich, they believed again, Bromby. After extra time started, RB Leipzig got this quick goal, which we just saw there. They believed. This was too much.
It was too much. I mean, that right there probably should have gone in.
Should have done.
Unbelievable work from Anders.
Alex had 3 different ways to score that.
he's the red icon that you're watching. Just going on what he said, they didn't leave it late. They got right back in the game. It wasn't sort of 85th, 90th minute. They pressed from pretty much the get-go. We were watching in the stands, and we were having to shout to each other, me and Mike, but we were like, oh my God, they're actually all over them. Like, Bromby have not got out the half in this second leg so far. They did well to get back into the game, Bromby, because they could have got blitzed at some points. Into extra time, quality shines at the end of the day. Just take this for everyone's talking about Anders. He's sat next to the world champion. I know, right? By the way, like, it's just a side piece at this point. It's crazy. It blows my mind that is there still. I mean, you can see Anders. He looks exhausted.
And I love how, I mean, obviously Brandon and Alex were talking about the whole time, like, while Anders was giving it loads, was just sat there like consummate professional, barely saying anything to him. It was only like when the 5th goal went in, he cracked a smile. That's when the smile suddenly came out.
The room can't handle 2 Anders.
Daniel helps, though, quite a lot, doesn't he? He really looks like he's calming that duo down a bit.
I thought at one point he was going to pick him up and put him in the seat.
It was the 4th goal. Yeah, the 4th
Back
goal.
To FIFA.
Where I think it was like 95 minutes, like just into extra time. The 4th goal when he went in, obviously he's still pretty close. It's 4-3. That was when he was just like, sit down. 5th goal, he's like, yeah, he can go do his thing now.
That was, though, wasn't it? A final within a final there. And it was only the quarters. We now have 2 semi-finals still to come tomorrow. Let's have a quick look, see who's facing who then. Well, big matches. Napoli taking on FUTWIZ. That's up first. FUTWIZ had a tough day at the office. Remember that penalty shootout? Who's ever going to forget that one? Well, they go up first. It's going to be a massive matchup. Napoli beat Goliath 4-0. And it was FUTWIZ they did defeat in the end. Atlanta Wave 2-2 in extra time, and then they had to go, obviously, 2 extra time in the end to win that one. Let's have a look then at the second semi-final. We just wrapped that one up. It is Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. They had a slightly calmer affair against Ducks America, 1-0, that final matchup. And then we've just spoken about it, we just saw it. It is RB Leipzig Gaming. That is who the semi-final number 2 is up against. And they just defeated Bromby Esports. Well, I need a breather after that one, guys. 3 massive matchups to come tomorrow. Final thoughts, Mike Clabell. Where's it going? 4 teams, only one can be a winner.
I can't wait for tomorrow. The matchups that we have, they just can't not live up to the hype. Today was similar to that. Think of the games, you just revisit them. Anyways, I'm not doing a long thought. That was amazing. What a send-off for the day. I don't know what camera to look at. I'm just happy about it. Every camera can get it.
Who's getting through? Foot with Napoli. Lee?
Oh, God. Footwiz's just going to roll the dice again and just pull through.
The luck is definitely in Footwiz's hands. Who's getting through? Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, RB Leipzig.
Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Ooh, rogue one
best
there. Mike didn't
defense
give
so
us your
far, I
answer. Do you want to give you yours quick? First one, Napoli Footwiz.
Napoli.
Napoli gone the other way. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas.
I think Leipzig's going to get the job done. This was their game.
Leipzig. So you've gone the Ninjas. Oh, we can't call it in here. We're going opposite directions everywhere. You have to come back and join us to find out who tomorrow will be going home a lot richer and lift the trophy and will be crowned this year's FIFAe Club World Champion. Cannot wait for that one. Come back tomorrow and find out for yourselves. We'll see you then. Good night.